Oh my goodness.
It's
Here
like
we are.
it's 3 minutes before I had the schedule on. People are gonna be so upset. It's like, what the hell? I was about to
I
do
waggle my finger at you.
Yeah, you do that. Hey, Chad, I know there's people in there already. What's going on? I just assume
Yeah,
I'm live
chat.
already. So I'm kind of
Howdy.
still waiting for that email from YouTube. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh.
Jeebus cannot help you now. You're here with me,
Oh, it's too late.
with us, whatever it
That's
is.
true. Why must you do this to me
Well,
right
someone
now
already
while I'm
wants
in the
my
middle
baby, so that's a good start.
Good, good.
Wow. Congrats.
The bidding starts at 3,000 shekels.
Ooh.
But
Why are you
that's only for the
stealing?
foreskin.
Why are you stealing viewers from Wendigoon? I don't know. I just, I'm just greedy. I'm just greedy. I didn't even know he was streaming right now.
We're doing the big suck on his viewers.
Oh my god. Gross, Moodle exists. I do exist. That is true. But at least you don't have to see my face this time. So that's a plus for people, I think. I don't know.
Probably a plus for someone,
Yeah.
but not me.
Here we are, doing the thing. It's been a month since the last Forge. Can you believe it? I can, because that's when John Wick 4 came out.
Can you believe it?
I'm gonna.
But there were so many good movies to talk about in that time. Right?
Which, tell me one. I don't even know.
I literally can't.
I don't even know if there was a movie. I don't think I've seen a movie since then.
You've seen a lot of Gotham Knights, though.
Yeah, it's not a movie. It's just trash.
Yeah, that's true.
Did you do one on? Did you do one on the Mario?
No, I haven't. Still haven't watched that movie.
Oh.
I heard it's
Same.
a pretty fun one. I'm probably gonna check it out at some point, but I'm just been preparing for the Zelda that's been coming out. That's coming out soon. So I played a retro one. I played A Link to the Past on my original SNES and streamed it from there because I'm just that old.
Whoa, retro.
Yeah, because I got a cartridge for the game. I was like, I'm gonna play that on there and stream it from there. And it was all German because it's only the PAL version, and you only got the language in your country at that time. So there you go.
Interesting.
And now I've been replaying Breath of the Wild. That's my thing right now. And then soon, which is next week, Friday, I think. I think the 12th is a Friday. Yes. That's when I'm going to be playing Tears of the Kingdom. And we'll see. We'll see. Apparently it's been leaked a couple of days ago.
Oh, wow.
And people said it's not bad, so we'll see. But a lot of people really like
Ooh.
Breath of the Wild too, and I think it can be a very frustrating game, even though I like it. But you've known my frustration if you watch my streams, which you should, because they're fun. You can see me fail and be annoyed at games, and be bad at games. That's what my chat likes for the most part. But yeah, the entire game got leaked, like the actual file. I think so. Yeah. I think someone leaked it, and people got a hand on it and been playing it on PC emulator. I'm not even kidding. Kotaku leaked it, just as a revenge. That's what you get.
Yeah, what's the deal with that? I saw like a tweet about it. Did Nintendo say Kotaku couldn't like get early access to review their games or something?
So from what I understand is they fucked up in the past and put out information they weren't supposed to, and then Nintendo was like, well, you suck, you're not gonna get anything anymore. And now they're annoyed at that because they fucked up. I think that's a short version.
Ah, well, good on Nintendo.
For educational purposes, where do you find this league? I legit don't know. I haven't checked. I'm waiting. I'm playing the old game still. And because I'm going to do a Forge on that as well. Well, there's your next Forge topic. If you were curious, I'm going to do a Forge on that. So I'm going to be experiencing it on the actual hardware and all that stuff. We'll see. I'm very interested in the performance because, Breath of the Wild, that was one of the early titles of the Switch, and that was rough FPS-wise. Pretty rough. Pretty rough. But yeah, but that's not why. That's
You
not,
like it rough?
I now don't like it rough. I want it smooth, 60 FPS.
Okay, so you want some Astroglide for your Switch?
Oh my. Goddamn right. But yeah, that's that. Oh Jesus. Yeah, I've just been flim-flamming around playing the Vidya. I'll probably do the same tomorrow. Just playing some more of that, but we'll do that. Metal, do a Forge of Birth of a Nation, you coward. That isn't that like a super old movie? I think I heard of that, but I don't think I've seen it.
Very
Yeah.
old. Yes.
Yeah, very, very old.
Very influential, but also racist movie.
Yeah,
Like D.W.
very
Griffith.
important, but very KKK endorsing blackfacey. How shall we say?
Well, it
Not
says
good.
here the Birth of a Nation is from 2016.
Oh,
that's
that's
a different
wrong.
movie.
Birth of the Nation.
Unless I don't
there's
know another
what
one,
you're asking for.
1915. That's
That would be the one.
So what's 100 years apart? Holy fuck! That's nuts, dude. That made 50 between 50 and 100 million back then. That's so much money.
Yes.
Jesus.
Yeah.
It was huge. Defrosted Robot says, I hear some people have had some hot takes on this movie. I have seen that as well. I'm not actually sure what side, the good or the bad, the hot take is on, but I've definitely seen quite a bit on both sides. I'm excited to talk about it.
Yeah, that definitely. But yeah.
So what you're saying is you're gonna do a
I have
Forge on Birth of a Nation?
Wait, I have 3 and Volume 3 in the title? Dude, I can't. I'm just on a roll
The
today.
Guardians of the Galaxy 3 Volume 3.
Yeah, I watched the special version only for me. I
The
fixed
short
it.
bus
Thank you.
version.
It's part 3 of the Guardians of the Galaxy
Yeah.
3.
Guys, didn't you see the other 2 parts, you idiots?
I saw the holiday special.
I actually
How
didn't
was
see
that?
that
I
one.
didn't watch it.
Yeah.
I heard it was inconsequential but fun.
Yeah, it was fun. Like I think it adds a little bit of extra spice if you watch it before Volume 3, but I wouldn't call it
Okay.
essential.
Mm-hmm.
I actually forgot it exists.
I almost did too, and then I was just like, "Fuck! I should probably watch that before Volume 3," and that's why I didn't get around to watching Volume 2. I did rewatch Part 1 though, so that's something.
I rewatched 1 and 2 on the weekend, and they're still pretty darn Gucci. Those Guardians movies, pretty good. Pretty good. They kidnapped Kevin Bacon in the holiday special. It was odd and weird. That sounds weird.
That sounds fun.
Oh, man. But yeah.
He taught the whole town how to dance.
Oh, crazy.
Yeah.
But Drax hates dancing. It's stupid. That's what he says in this one. There you go.
He also says that in the holiday special.
What? Wow.
Yeah.
They just copied the holiday special and put it free in the end. How dare they?
I know, right?
It helps set up how they're all living in nowhere. I'm trying... Oh, okay. I was wondering if that was set up somewhere. There you go. Moodle
yeah, I had
almost
that
at
thought
6K
too.
subs. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. You're
Wow,
right.
look at you go.
I'm just crazy. I'm crazy.
You're cruising.
Zero's Wall, enjoyed the movies.
Are you gonna go see the Guardians?
Yeah, I suppose gonna see the Guardians 3. Oh, like 6.5 hours. So maybe we're done by then and then you can go watch it. I hope it's not
Yeah.
gonna take 6.5 hours.
I doubt it would, but you never know. I
We'll
suppose.
see. Velma Forge at
never know.
6K, let's go. I really hate that meme and it will never go away because of that.
Yeah, that was your mistake, admitting that you hate it.
Oh, they already know I
You've
hate it.
emboldened them.
They never let up. My chat knows me too well.
Yeah, that's the problem.
And the
Yeah.
conditions change every time. Like sometimes they add movies, sometimes they put another one. Someone's like, wait, but before you do that, you said you're gonna do Velma. It's like, oh, okay. Oh boy, oh boy. Well, this is a pretty dense movie, so I think we should just jump right in.
No time like the present.
Am I correct to
Yeah.
assume that I'm the only one who did a rewatch of this movie?
Yes.
I know I didn't.
Yeah, which is
I
fine.
watched
I'm
it
just wondering.
last night,
Oh,
very late at night.
Well, let's do the usual. Let's start with me. What did you think, May May? Give us a short
I-
blibble.
Grown man cries at raccoon movie is my emotional response. I was very, very emotional watching it. So I did really, really quite like it. As far as the writing goes, I'm still pulling the legs off of it to see if it still waddles around afterwards. I found some
You're
issues
just like
in
the
there.
villain. How dare you?
Pardon?
You're just like the villain, experimenting, ripping legs off.
Yeah, I am the High Evolutionary, which
Sorry to derail you. Please continue.
yeah. What was I saying? What year is it? But yeah, so there are some issues in here, but I think there's also some very praiseworthy character writing in here as well. So I get the feeling we're going to end up in mixed bag territory, and where it's going to land is still up in the air for me. But this is the good thing about the Forge, is that we get to come on and explore things
Stop
and
coming
see
on
where
with me.
things land.
What?
Yeah, what he
Yeah.
said. Whatever he said. Yeah. So yeah, I really liked it. And I'm still figuring out how well written it is, but I really liked it. So there's my blurb there.
Blurblestein.
Beautiful. What a blurb.
Yeah.
Cab, what about you? I'll go last.
Oh,
Obviously.
you're going last?
Yeah.
Oh, you reserved the right to go last as host of the stream.
Yeah.
I also really liked it. I enjoyed it quite a bit. I thought it was funny. I thought it was emotional and moving in the right places. I thought it balanced the tone pretty well for the most part. I really like the Guardians movies. I really like the characters. I think all of them have plot and action related problems, and this film is no different. However, I thought the character work, for the most part, was very solid. I thought the jokes were good. I really like this movie. I mean, we'll probably talk about this. I would say this is easily better than 2.
Oh.
I don't know if it's better than 1. I think it's comparable in many respects, but it's hard to compare them. I really enjoyed the movie. I think most people who liked the previous Guardians movies will like this one, though I have seen some people not share that perspective, and I'm a bit confused as to what they found so disappointing about it. I like the movie. It's far from perfect. There are plot-related issues, but I think the character writing is strong enough to really save the movie, to really make it worthwhile. So I would highly recommend it to anyone who likes the Guardians. And that's my blurb.
Well, there you go. I guess it's my turn now. So I enjoyed watching the movie as well. I had a good couple of laughs. Characters are mostly intact. They do a couple of very questionable things. There's a couple of instances where it's like, huh? That's not good.
Yeah.
And overall, it's quite a bit weaker than 1 and 2, I would say. And
Oof, you're wrong. I'm gonna fight you.
We'll get there. I've been doing notes this whole day, and coincidentally, Mauler was too. So we're kind of DMing back and forth, and we found something. Or Mauler found one very specific thing that I'm not gonna tell you because I'm gonna ask at the time if you can figure it out, because I didn't.
Sucker punch me.
Even though I was almost there, there's a certain thing that is like, uh-oh. But yeah, it's I still really like it. I wasn't miserable after I watched it because I really, really like the characters still. Drax just cracks me the fuck up every time. Even in the parts where I'm like, why did you do a joke here? And then he says something, he's like, you fucker, that was funny though. You piece of shit. I was like, stop it. But yeah, it's we'll see. We'll see how it goes. It's definitely better than basically all of Phase 4 though. I don't even think it's a competition.
I don't even think they're in the same dimension, and I'd be surprised if anyone said it was.
It's funny because you say
Yeah.
dimension, because the thing I say, Guardians always has the positives, like it's distant from anything else in Phase 4 and is not dealing with any multiverse shenanigans going on.
True. Very true. It's definitely something to their credit.
And yes, and I even put it over No Way Home because of that, because we don't have multiverse, universe destroying things going on.
I like it better than No Way Home.
Yeah.
So
and I
far,
really like
yes.
No Way Home. No Way Home and this are the best ones in the current phases, for sure.
Really quick, sorry to derail you, but
That's fine.
I avoided many things before seeing the movie, but the one thing I did see was some reviewer who said they were confused as to why this was so disconnected from the rest of the MCU at the moment. And I'm like, that's the best news I could have ever asked for going into the movie, that it literally has nothing to do with anything else in Phase 4. I was like, thank fucking God. That's exactly what I wanted to hear.
Yeah. I imagine if like Kang just randomly shows up and you're like, no, go away.
The High Evolutionary, aka Kang variant number 4969.
Oh, that would have been terrible.
Counter Kang.
So bad.
Counter Kang.
Did anyone leave after the first 20 minutes? No. I found there was worthwhile stuff in the first 20 minutes, if you can believe it.
Insane.
Oh my goodness.
Insane. But yeah, still, I really, really enjoyed this movie. And I'm probably not going to have a problem rewatching it, even with the tisms I have found.
Well, you already did rewatch it, right?
Yeah, rewatch it again, I guess.
Third time.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is
That's a charm.
someday, probably, when I watch the other Guardians.
Is the villain too similar to Kang? No.
That's
No.
racist. How dare you?
No, he's much better than Kang.
Yeah, Kang is
think.
just weird. I still don't know what Kang's even about. Well, I thought I know. Well, the Kang I thought I know what is going on. He's dead already, so I don't even know what the Council of Kang is up to. Maybe someday they will tell us. I don't know. But I guess the next Avenger movie is the Secret War one, and as far as I understand, it's mostly about Nick Fury, right? So I don't even know why it's called Avengers.
Oh, it's
Ooh,
Secret
no.
Invasion isn't an Avengers film.
Oh well.
That's a mini-series. The next Avengers is Kang Dynasty, then Secret Wars.
Oh, it's the other way around. Well, never mind then.
Yeah.
Kang is about everything because there's infinite of them. That's yeah. Well, let's go from the beginning because that's how you watch movies. If not, you're
Typically,
watching movies wrong. There's another
Oh,
callback
got
for
'em.
you, Cam.
Uh-huh.
Want to roll already? It's been 30 minutes. It's just bombarding them with reference, whatever. But yeah, we basically just start up with following around Rocket. They've been chilling on Nowhere and built their HQ on there. And as far as I understand, the team now consists of Nebula, Quill, Rocket, Groot, Cosmo, the Russian doggo, Kraglin, and Drax. I actually don't know when they picked up Cosmo. Was that in the holiday special too?
Well, I think he was already on Nowhere because we see him in the first film as part of the display.
Oh right, that's where. Oh yeah, it runs out when the thing explodes. That's right.
Mhm.
So I guess they just
Yeah,
picked Cosmo
He's been
out.
in the background of every Guardians movie so far. I don't know about the special,
Yeah.
but
now
yeah, he's been kind of there in the background.
yeah,
So
he's pretty front and center in the special as well. So yeah.
Okay, so they just
he's
decide.
around.
So I mean, got some telekinetic powers, so it's pretty good. And it's
Yeah, I think, was that new for this movie?
I think so.
The fact that he has telekinetic
Yeah.
powers?
Yeah, well, that was in the special, but it wasn't in any of the previous films. No.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, they just they put up their HQ. They're putting a shield up. It seems like they help some people cleaning shit up or whatever. Just like a sequence where we follow around with some good old music that Guardians is known for. And
Yeah, Rocket's listening to an acoustic version of "Creep" by Radiohead.
Well, there you go. Yeah, and if 1 and 2 is to go by, they've probably just been going around taking all kinds of odd jobs for cash and stuff and build their HQ here. Nebula is fully integrated in the team. She's just hanging out there. And yeah, they're just kind of going around. Drax says that dancing is stupid. Yeah. It's just being.
I think one thing maybe worth recognizing about the very opening is that though this movie, gives quite a bit of time to all the members of the crew, it's almost more singularly focused on Rocket than in past films. We start with Rocket, we end with Rocket.
Right.
I think it's an interesting choice and important for this film.
Yep.
It's the raccoon movie.
It is the raccoon movie.
Yeah, and we open before actually he's walking around. We open with a giant hand seemingly reaching into a raccoon cage, which establishes our format for the film of Rocket. Yeah, so present without getting too much into it, the past is very much, getting into what Rocket had to go through. Like it's paying off what the previous Guardians films were setting up as far as his backstory goes, and finally getting into the true horrors that he went through. And then present day is about what Rocket means to the team, what Rocket has become. This guy has saved the galaxy, the universe multiple times. He was the guy who hung around while everyone else was snapped away by Thanos. He was he's pretty pivotal, and he's Quill's best friend. He's everyone's, everyone values Rocket
second best friend
immensely. Yeah, Nebula, got him Bucky's arm for Christmas. That's a good guy, Rocket. So that's going to be something we will be going back to repeatedly.
Yes. And then we end up in a bar or something, or their bar or some bar. I'm not sure. We see Peter. He's fucked up drunk because he's not handling the whole Gamora situation very well. He's like, I told you not to touch my Zune. Just takes it away, falls over.
Yeah.
And this is apparently not the first time that this has been happening, because Drax says again, and Rocket doesn't even really seems that surprised with that. It's like, yeah. You see Nebula carries him.
He's an emotional wreck.
Yeah, he's a wreck. Rectosaurus Rex. That's what I was trying to say, but my brain failed me, so never mind. Yeah, Nebula carries him to his bed and basically just tucks him in.
Yeah. This is where we kind of start to hit on. This is where we establish what's going to be one of the themes of the film, which is moving on, acceptance, change, that sort of thing.
Yeah. We see Kraglin. He, as you might remember, he's now equipped with this whistle arrow thingy. Does the thing have like an actual name?
Yeah, I think it does. I just can't think of it.
I don't think it's named in the movies.
Oh, okay. So
it probably has a comic name, yeah. Whistle arrow, something like that.
Whistle arrow, it is.
Probably suffice.
He's like fucking around with it, but he doesn't seem to be very good with it. And this is like his little arc, basically. He's gonna have his payoff at the end and just fucks shit up with those whistle arrows. But yeah, he's trying to hit some targets, but he just hits Nebula instead. It's kind of funny because she doesn't even react. It's like, you take it back, whatever. And Cosmo tells him that Kragan will never learn. And he's like, oh, can you do it better? It's like, yeah. And then he uses telekinesis and hits all the targets perfectly. And then Kragan...
You're using telekinesis. That's cheating.
That's cheating.
I can do it with my finger.
And then Kragan calls Cosmo a bad dog. It's like... It's very upsetting to Cosmo as well.
Yes.
You take that back. It's like, no, I will not. But yeah, from what I understand, Cosmo is a dog that was shot into space by the Russians, right? And then...
Based on a real dog, yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't actually... Does Cosmo say how the... how this telekinesis stuff happens?
No.
I presume it happened after getting lost in space. I mean, we're left to assume that. That seems like the most sensible explanation.
I'm trying to remember if there was anything.
No, there's no explanation for it in the movie.
Okay. I thought maybe when they play the cards before they call them, but I think Cosmo just says it was shot into space by the Russians to die.
Yeah.
But nothing with the telekinesis.
Very much on theme for the movie to bring Cosmo into the story like that as an example of an animal who was part of an experiment for the purposes of science, but wasn't treated properly or with respect.
The quantum ants helped Cosmo. Oh no.
Pretty smart ants.
But yeah, then Rocket just kind of running around on the ceiling, trying his new magnet boots. And with that, we have Chekhov's magnet boots loaded into the gun.
There's a lot of these. Go ahead.
Oh, specifically their gravity boots. I only bring this up because the payoff, there's a payoff that will happen that relies on the fact that they're gravity specifically boots. So I just want to.
Okay.
Chekhov's gun. Chekhov's boots.
Yeah, click clack.
There are quite a bit of these little setups and payoffs, especially with characters, or little things that they say in the beginning really pay off later. It's full of them, and I really appreciate that. Because some characters get more screen time and things to do than others, but everyone gets their little something. Even I already forget his name. Sean Gunn, the guy with the whistle arrow. What's his name?
Kraglin.
Even he gets a little mini arc.
He does. Yeah, character stuff I like a bunch in this. It's pretty neat. Wait, where was I? Oh yeah, and Rocket was saying, "Hey, what are you gonna do about it?" And I was like, "Me? You know way better. Like, what are you gonna do? Like, you're way closer." And that's when she asked, "Why are you running on the ceiling?" I just want to see if those boots work on slopes. And then they just all kind of meet up, and I don't know who says that anymore, but I think it's Nebula maybe. Like, to Mantis, why did you touch him to make him feel better, Mantis? And then just Groot goes, "I am Groot." And it was like, ew, gross, not like that.
It's good. I like it. And then I think Drax takes it seriously. He's like, I guess someone's going to have to do it, right?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, we're going to pick straws or something.
Yeah.
Pull straws.
It's like... I like it.
And then Mantis says something very interesting we should remember for later.
Yes, we should. Shouldn't we?
Also, it's wrong to manipulate the feelings of your friends. Interesting, you say that.
That's very wrong.
Yeah.
Sure would be a shame if you did it anyway later in the movie.
That would be
not at the
weird.
right time as well.
Yeah.
No, I didn't care for that.
Yeah, because even Draxon says, "But what when you made me fall in love with my socks?" Like, well, that was funny. that is funny, but still, come on. But yeah, we'll put that in our little memory pocket for way later in the movie. Just want to put that in there. I like how I make gestures and my camera is not even on. So just imagine me doing the gestures, putting something in a bag, in a hypothetical bag in my hand that's also not there.
I follow. I get it.
Yeah.
VTuber metal when.
Yeah, Rocket just goes back to his room. Everyone just doing his thing. Just ready for some rest. We see he has like some kind of device in his hand, which this is like a key card that he used in the past. And like in between those scenes, we just saw someone approaching nowhere. And it is Adam Warlock. Woo! He's pretty strong. So he basically blasts into Rocket's room, yeets him through like 4 walls.
Yeah. He hits him pretty hard.
But that's not the part that fucks him up. Not yet. We'll get there. But yeah, he's pretty strong. He's holding his ground against Nebula, Drax. Like Nebula has like a wing-like looking jetpack kind of dealio going on, and she now has an arm blaster. she can use. I think she did not have that in the previous movies she was in. I think I haven't rewatched all the
No.
movies she was in or the Guardians were in, but I think that is a new thing.
Yeah, and I think I can explain it because that arm that has the new things on it, I think what's going on there is that's the arm that was damaged in Endgame when she was
Okay.
reaching into the thing. So I think maybe she
Right.
just got a replacement for that.
Yeah, I mean, if not, I could just say she got upgrades because Rocket has been doing upgrades on her. So I don't have a problem with that. I just wanted to point it out. And yeah, he's fighting with Drax as well, but he's even overpowering Drax kind of hard actually. Like he's not having a hard time. He shoots Rocket at some point. And he's down for the count. He's out. He's out. And you're like, oh, that's not good. I hope nothing bad happened.
Oh no.
But yeah, he got shoosted. Then Quill comes in, starts blasting. Just kind of gets him out of the way. He wants to follow, but Mantis is with Rocket. Also got her arm broken.
Yeah,
not nice.
Perhaps worth mentioning that, for a reminder's sake, that Quill is kind of like passed out drunk in his room and is woken up by all the commotion, kind of arrives to the battle late.
Right, he does, yeah. And
does he use his rocket boots or his helmet in this fight?
No, he doesn't use it in all of the movie, and that's a problem.
Yeah. just plant that seed.
Yeah, that's some very useful attack he had there, and it's just gone, and I don't know why.
And it's kind of iconic too, his helmet and everything.
Yeah, it was always cool when he.
It doesn't get destroyed in like Endgame and Infinity War.
I don't think so. I mean, just seems also just seems to be tech that he could easily get again, even if it would be destroyed.
And it would also be a shame if they established like really useful bubble helmets in Guardians 2 or something. That could have also been used.
You're crazy. That didn't happen.
Yeah, that would be a shame.
Yeah, also Groot is fighting the guy, and Groot in this movie seems to have like the biggest upgrade of all his powers. Like he's obviously he's grown quite a bit. But he has some crazy regenerative powers as well, because it just goes around Warlock and just holds him down, but he gets basically pulverized, except his head, and just kind of walking around with his head like a little spider.
Yeah.
But a couple of scenes later, he's already fine again. He's very useful now, like even more than before. Like he has crazy abilities and control over his powers. There's some crazy stuff, like claw hands and stuff.
Someone points out that his helmet was destroyed in Volume 2, but then he just has it again in Avengers. So
okay.
Perhaps James Gunn was trying to actually be consistent with his previous movie and just ignored the but like you said, he probably should have just gotten another helmet.
Dude, if I could have that, I would always have it. It's so good.
Well, something that some people have pointed out is that they've got more comic accurate costumes in this film. Finally, kind of as the build up from the previous films, except the helmet, which he has a really fucking cool helmet in the comics. They could have brought in as the upgraded helmet, and they don't. And so not only is that a missed opportunity there, but again, plot problems happen when this helmet is not around. So,
but yeah, they just kind of find out he's beating on Drax, and Nebula gets behind him and stabs him through the back, through his chest, and just says, "That hurts," and falls over. And a little bit later, we see him leave, going back home to Mommy.
He kind of flies away haphazardly.
Yeah.
I'll say the first time I watched this, watching this film through the first time, not knowing who this character is, he just shows up and all of a sudden this giant fight is happening.
Yeah.
I was very confused as to what his goal was and what he was trying to do in terms of the actions he was taking. And I was worried that it wouldn't really make any sense later. And I think it only makes some sense later. Is it worth mentioning why he was here now, or should we wait?
Well, we can do it here. I mean, you have to set up in the after credit scene in Guardians 2 because he's the guy from the cocoon they call. So he
Oh, I didn't even watch that scene.
well, there you go. Well, that's where they tease him for the first time.
Okay.
They had this cocoon, and the high priestess or princess or whatever her name was like, I'll call him Adam, and that's gonna be Adam Warlock here. So I already knew.
I mean,
that,
why he's in this scene, why he comes storming in, tackles Rocket through a couple walls.
Oh yeah.
Fight.
When you get to know why he is here, weird choice.
I have mixed feelings about it. Should we save that for when we find out later, or should we say it now? It's up to you.
I don't mind either way. We can talk about it now. We can jump
All
a
right,
little bit.
he's here to get Rocket.
Yes.
You know, on behalf of his gold-plated people. I forget what they're called.
The Goomlums.
I don't think that's it, but so
But
he's
it is
here
in
to
my
get
heart.
Rocket on behalf of the villain, right? So when he flies in, immediately tackles Rocket. At first, it's like, okay, cool, but then he doesn't just fly away with Rocket. He like fights him,
Yeah.
you know. And then when the fight breaks out, you know, he spends a lot of time fighting these other people instead of maybe dispatching them and then going back to trying to grab Rocket. He does a lot of things that don't make a ton of sense, but we do find out later in the movie that he's kind of an idiot. And so, like, he's not the most competent guy, and that helps the scene. I don't think it solves all the implications in terms of the actions he takes, but it does help when we find out that he's actually not very competent at all.
He was taken out of the oven a little too early.
Yeah, something like
Basically
that.
it. Yeah, that's true. People are already excited to talk about the med kits. Oh, we will talk about those. I can guarantee that. Because that's basically the next thing. Because everyone is just kind of looking around. Oh yeah, Kraglin tries to use his whistle on Adam once, but it just kind of slaps him in the face because he's shit at it.
And he goes, who threw that at me?
Yeah, children or babies or whatever he says.
Yeah. How did Rocket survive getting smashed through several walls? Good question.
Plot armor. That's what we call plot armor.
Yeah.
But
if
yeah,
you haven't picked up on it already, the plot is easily the weakest part of the film.
yes,
I would say the plot is easily the weakest part of all of these Guardians movies.
Yumbo.
To varying degrees. Anyway.
I probably
continue.
make it worse for you guys today. I'm sorry.
Oh, good God.
It won't surprise me.
But yeah, we got these med packs. So when Mantis calls Peter and is like, "Hey, we need help. We need these med packs." Like, all right. He gets those med packs out, and you probably think, "Oh, he's probably gonna stop the bleeding and whatever." No. So what these med packs do, you put them on wherever your wound is, press a button, and you heal instantly.
Yeah, it's pretty impeccable or
So-
pretty impressive technology.
Imagine Mantis dangling arm. It's dangling down, which it shouldn't be, in a very unnatural thing. She puts it around the breaking part, or the breaking place, whatever it is. And you press the button, and it goes like, and it's fine. It's all good. No problem.
Yeah,
Good.
it seems to, like, if her arm is broken or dislocated, it snaps it back into place. But then you feel like it should still be really hurt afterwards, but it's not. It's fine.
Yeah.
Wow, that's just magic then. Okay.
Yeah.
It's your dermal regenerator for the film.
I hope that's a recent invention, because when they were on Earth, that could have been really useful for a lot of people.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
They're treated very casually too, just like, oh, quick, grab the med packs. He's got
Yep.
like a whole pack full of them. Not the smartest writing decision, I would say.
So they really need to be careful with those in the future. If they ever do more Guardian stuff, they have those. They have plenty of those. They use them a couple of times in here. They basically just fall all out of the cupboard when Peter gets them.
Like they're Band-Aids. That's basically
pretty much, yeah. It's like
how they're treated.
very good Band-Aids.
Yeah, you've got to do the Star Trek thing where you got to separate them from their technology if you want the stakes. That sort of thing.
So yeah, that's they need to be careful with that, and yeah, hopefully.
Well, honestly, I hope there are never any more of these. So,
yeah,
that would be the best case scenario.
Would be the best case. You want to forget about them, but they're there now, and they're gonna be a problem in the future. But I guess James Gunn doesn't really give a shit because he's gone.
He's outie.
I'm out of here. So of course they use one on Rocket as well, and it goes absolutely nuts. It goes like, and Rocket's like, shit, this is not good. And then Nebula arrives and Peter's like, I just did how you use it. What's going on? They get rid of it and they bring him to the ship because they have like a med bay in there. And they take him there. And Nebula scans him and they learn that he apparently has some kind of kill switch in him that prevents him from being operated on. Meaning if they operate on him, he dies by the kill switch, and if they don't, he also dies. I have a hard time believing that has never been seen before. Like ever.
Yeah.
When would they have discovered that?
Just a normal medical checkup they would do once in a while. Probably just for survival's sake. If you go on these crazy adventures, you probably want to tell your friends, hey, I have like I guess he knows he has a quill switch.
I don't think he knows.
I
don't know why he would know.
Yeah, but I feel like I feel like someone would have seen that because they probably do all kinds of scans on themselves, especially after doing all these crazy adventures.
I'm not sold on that, only because they're kind of these like roguish outlaws on the fringes. Like, I don't know if they have primary care physicians that they go to. You know what I'm saying? I don't know when they would have done a chest X-ray.
I mean, they go on all kinds of insane adventures. Like, someone's probably gonna get hurt at some point.
True. I guess.
Metal just called it a quill switch. No.
Quill switch.
I can believe it's possible that they wouldn't have ever discovered this, but I definitely think there's a case that it probably would have at some point.
Yeah, would it have
I don't think it's
in the first film?
Yeah, someone just said in chat as well. The prison, they have a checkup in the prison in the first movie.
What do they do in that scene? I don't remember. How close are they looking to inside his mechanical chest there's a specific switch. What's this? Is this a kill switch? Like, would they have gone that detailed?
We need to check back for specifics. Nova
I guess
tells
they wouldn't be
genes.
Yeah, I guess it's the kind of thing that actually because initially I was like, yeah, there might be information they write down, but they might think that they're telling him to suck eggs if they tell him that he has a kill switch inside him, because he's obviously, it's kind of like saying, oh yeah, you have kidneys, because they might think it's just a normal thing inside him. But then they tell Quill about his origin, so you would think that they would tell Rocket about potential kills. I don't know. I would have to think on that more, so whether or not that would come up.
I think it's probable that he would have discovered this at some point before now, but it's not impossible that he wouldn't have.
Especially in the 5-year gap, because he was around for that period.
Sorry, got another message. I got a message. But yeah, that's gonna see. But it's just yeah, they can't use the med pack on him like at all, or it just goes bye.
It's a strange writing decision because
Yeah.
you introduce the med packs so that you can quickly heal people at other points in the film when
Right.
it probably wasn't even necessary. But the only purpose the med packs really serve, well, because once you've introduced the med packs, you have to go, but we need Rocket to be injured most of the movie, so we can't have the med packs work on him. We need to invent a reason. But the reason also needs to motivate our characters to find out more about his origin. It's kind of a complicated thing, but I just feel like if you got rid of the med packs entirely, there's another way of going about this. You know, like if he gets injured and whatever, like it's like he doesn't need exactly just medical care. He needs kind of like, I don't know, engineering care, if you know what I mean, because he's got so many cybernetic parts that they need something that they can only get from the source to try to figure out exactly what's malfunctioning with him. Then you don't need to introduce the med packs at all. Something along those lines. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. There's something I'm going to point out that just occurred to me. So Nebula seems to immediately know not to use a med pack on Rocket. So Nebula seems to know about the kill switch before anyone else does. So that
that's
must
weird.
mean
Yeah,
that
you're right. Why would
Rocket
she know
knows as
that?
well. I think, well, Rocket, I think, yeah, because it seems that I think that the reason she might know is because she was around with Rocket during the 5-year gap, so she might have gotten extra insight into his internals that maybe the other Guardians didn't.
So maybe Rocket does know, actually.
Yeah,
You're
I think
right.
Rocket does know, but the thing is, but what Nebula says in that scene is that he has been, he's kept, this is something that's consistent, is that he will edge on hinting at what happened to him, but he will never go into detail about what actually happened. Even Nebula knows about the kill switch, but she doesn't really know about the specifics behind it. So he's very secretive about that part of his history.
Which makes character sense, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is where we get the first, like right after that, we get the first Rocket flashback. I guess we can just tackle them while we get there, because that's how I've written it down.
Yeah.
And yeah, this one basically throws us right in after he was operated on, and he meets his new animal friendos. And
who are definitely not scary at first.
dude, the body horror they got away with this in this movie. I was like, Jesus.
I love it. That's
Oh
one
yeah,
of my favorite.
it's great.
Everything to do with Rocket's backstory and origin, easily the strongest stuff in the movie.
Hell yeah.
I love it. So good.
Yes. I would say
Love
it's very necessary, very powerful, very impactful.
Yeah. So basically, what we have, you got a rabbit with a metallic face mask, has like a muffled voice and everything because the face is covered up, and also has metal spider legs. It's like, oh, that's great. That's not scary.
You know what it reminds
at all.
me of? It reminds me of the first Toy Story. That's
yeah.
Yeah.
Then we got an otter with mechanical arms and legs. Probably the most normal looking out of the three.
Least scary.
Least scary one, yeah. And we got a big old walrus with wheels instead of his lower body. It's like, okay. I'm scared to fight you in the next Resident Evil game.
With the rabbit in particular, there was one wide shot where she was kind of in the background, and no joke, I legitimately thought to myself, when did they have a cricket in this film? And I was like, oh, fuck, that's the rabbit. Fuck.
Yeah, it's pretty disgusting.
That's how fucked up
so
yeah, that's really fucked up.
But it's it's good stuff.
And he comes into the cell, the cage.
Yeah.
It's like the top of his head is still like raw and exposed. Can you see his brain, or is it like?
No, it's like stitched up. You can see the stitched parts, but there's like no hair. They put it back together.
And he's shivering and shaking and like, it's
yeah,
really good.
And it's like, it's okay, it's all good. You're with friendos now.
It's heartbreaking, but really effective.
Yeah, good. And the author just says, it's okay, and all that Rocket can muster right now is hurts. And you're like, oh god, help this little guy, help him.
My heart.
But yeah, that's the first scene. It's it's very effective. I love it.
Oh, and the way all that stuff is shot too. There's a lot of extreme close-ups that you don't get anywhere else in the movie. There's a lot of the film language changes for those sections to like.
Oh, absolutely.
There's more of like an uncomfortable, close, claustrophobic feel on a lot of shots. You get a lot of really kind of gross details in terms of like seeing up close the stitching on his head and the blood kind of oozing out, stuff like that. Like really, really tight close-ups of his eyes. Really good stuff, and they're kind of in stark contrast with the rest of the movie in a
Absolutely.
really effective way.
I think so. What I think it does is it kind of emphasizes sort of a memory, almost half memory, half dream sort of feel, which makes sense. But it's also trying to make it everything larger, everything scarier, because it's from the perspective of this small animal, and it's trying to make it seem, it's trying to portray the world from his point of view, and I think it does a really good job of doing that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And I actually think, now that I'm thinking about it, I feel like this is one of the only times in any of these movies where we really see things from Rocket's point of view. Just like from like how low to the ground the camera is, if you know what I'm saying. You know, a lot of times, a lot of other shots we're looking down on Rocket, or he's very small in the frame, and it's kind of comical. Like, you know, the first time we see him in the jail, and he's like barely in the frame at all in the first movie. You know what I'm talking about? Stuff like that. But this movie is much more committed to like putting us in his shoes, and it's very effective. Good stuff.
I completely agree.
Yes. But yeah, Nebula reads some more of those scans and learns that there's like there's tags from a company. What's it called? Orgoscope?
I think Orgoscope.
It was Orgo because it's called the Orgoscope, whatever. But yeah, they know where they need to check, and Quill is like, well, we're gonna go there right now. And then Drax is just like, we'll kill everyone in our way. It's like, no killing. Kill a few people. No killing. Okay, kill one stupid guy who nobody loves. And then Quill just says, now we're just making it sad. Fucking love it. So,
I love Drax.
It's hilarious. And oh yeah, someone says in chat that's from the trailer as well. It's just
one thing I do appreciate, that some of the funniest moments for me were definitely not in the trailer. They didn't use all the best jokes in the advertising. You know, because sometimes that happens, and it's kind of disappointing when you get to the movie. And it's like, oh, all the funny stuff I've seen already. But they didn't do that.
No, there's more funny stuff around the movie.
Yeah, I think the marketing was actually quite clever, because remember the final shot of at least one of the trailers was the group walking and Nebula holding fucking Peter's body, right? And in the trailer it's framed as this, oh, does Peter die? Duh, duh, duh. And then in the movie it's like, no, he's wasted, passed out, drunk, and they carry him to his bed. So that's there's some funny so they were very clever with how they repurposed the shots in the trailer, rather than some of the other MCU films where they just give away the whole film in the marketing.
And then Nebula says, oh, I might have some contacts to get us in there. And Chris like, well, you better call him. So she does. And then
They call Ghostbusters?
The Ghostbusters, yeah. Then we get another short flashback scene where it's just wholesome, really. Just kind of running around, having a good time with his new friendos in the cage.
Yeah.
And it's like, yay, we're just playing around. And it's, that's basically it. It's just a little wholesome flashback scene. And then we go to Counter-Earth, where we see the High Evolutionary for the first time.
Like a virgin.
And now I completely lost my track. Yeah, the High Evolutionary is threatening the High Princess and Adam to get Rocket. He's just being mean, just thrashing him into the wall and everything. And that's where she says, like, well, if he's taking him out of the cocoon, he's basically still a child. But High Evolutionary doesn't really give a shit. You better go get them. And so
Yeah.
they're on their way. It's just a High Evolutionary being a bad. And I don't know why it was funny, but he takes like a little a stepping thing, puts it on there, so he's bigger than the High Princess.
I liked that.
It's just so random, but it made me laugh.
It's funny.
Okay.
It's funny. It's not just a funny gag, but it also is fitting for his character.
Yeah.
He would do something like that.
Yeah, I think
He
so.
thinks of himself as a god, as we will find out.
Yeah, I like
And
him here the
so-
best because he doesn't start yell yet. He does
Yeah.
yell quite a lot in the end.
Do you not like his yelling in the end?
I found him way more threatening when he was talking in a lower voice.
Yeah. Sort of towards the end is sort of when he's like
When he's absolutely
on his
losing his
back
shit.
leg, though.
Yeah.
They're like, it makes sense to me that like as he's more on the defensive, he gets more aggressive and angry.
Oh, and something else worth pointing out with that scene is this is kind of one of those open to interpretation sort of things where they go into they point out that he was taken out of the oven too early, so he's got the mind of a child. But then High Evolutionary snaps back with, "Oh, it's not just his early." I forget the exact line, but he basically just says that. It's not just the fact that he emerged early. There's something fundamentally wrong with this one. So that could be projection on the High Evolutionary's part, where like anything that isn't perfect is inherently flawed. Or it could be an indication that there is something wrong. It's kind of left up to interpretation there as to what, how much weight that line is meant to have. But I thought it was worth mentioning.
There's another theme, I guess, or a thread running through the movie of characters who are dealing with like weak links on their team, or people are like, this guy, he's not the best, but we got to put up with him. You know,
He's the boss's nephew.
I think there's kind of three characters they do that with in this movie, and there's some funny jokes to be had from that, especially with Nathan Fillion. But
yeah. We're close
Good to see
that.
him here.
We're close.
It was so nice. I like Nathan Fillion.
Yeah, he should have been Green Lantern.
So yeah, they're now on their way to the Orgoscope, and it's a big old goopy bio-grown space station, and I hate it. It's disgusting.
Yeah, it is gross. I really liked how gross a lot of this movie was.
Yeah.
A lot of fun to be had in just how disgusting a lot of this stuff
It's
is.
it's like legit a space station for anyone who hasn't seen it. It's like a space station with multiple rings around it that just kind of move around, and it's all skin and flesh. And on the inside, they have like actual eyes to monitor their things
like that. If you can see it in the trailer right now on the back of the screen. All that white stuff is bone.
Right.
All that
Yeah.
white stuff is what?
No.
No.
That's
Do it again. More cum.
More cum.
More cum.
You know, that's my first cum of the stream. I think I'm quite proud of myself there.
James says, "Let James Gunn do horror again." Yes, I think this is the closest we'll get in Marvel land to horror. There's some really good stuff in this movie.
But he will be guiding the Swamp Thing film.
Yeah, well, that's why I specified the MCU. Wait, is Swamp Thing the MCU?
Swamp Thing is DC.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, he's good at it. He's really good at like, oh, that's disgusting, in a fun sort of way. I think it's actually really interesting design for this space station. I don't know, it's cool, fun sci-fi shit you wouldn't see anywhere else. Like that, the whole structure is built, and it kind of works with the High Evolutionary, that he's good at like gene manipulation and like accelerating evolution in strange ways, such that he can build this giant building out of organic material. It's interesting.
Yeah.
So they're bouncing around on the surface. There's like these little hairs coming out. It's gross.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. What I like about it as well is that it's got this. It's almost like a throwback to the 1960s as well, because it's kind of got this gaudy like color palette to it, and they're in these bright, colorful spacesuits. And it's a bit like Willy. I think what it reminds me of, it's a little bit like Willy Wonka, like a
little
tiny
bit.
bit like a really gross Willy
Very
Wonka,
sickly
or
looking.
yeah, maybe a little bit of
Willy Wonka with
2001.
jaundice. Or
Yeah.
Jaundice. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I like that you mentioned the fact that it is something that he would have bioengineered, because we know that he's like obviously this hyper perfectionist. So you can almost see this station as a repurposed failed experiment. If you think about it hard enough, where you could easily, like, I don't think they ever say it in the film, but it don't, like, if this was like, what if this was an attempt at some kind of ultimate life form, and then it was not good enough, so he's just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna send you to middle management and you will be middle management.
That's
a funny
interesting.
thought.
Yeah. One thing that you also notice if you look at it from afar in a big wide shot, it almost looks like a sort of gross, like biblically accurate angel. You know, that sort of like meme of like how some angels are described in certain parts of the Old Testament, where there's like big swirling rings and there's a whole bunch of eyes. It's kind of like that, but gross and more horrific and disgusting looking.
This is the second Metals Forge where biblically accurate angels came up. Well, the second one I've been on, because we watched because the last one I was on was Pinocchio, and they had the biblically accurate angels there too.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a theme. See, that's good writing.
Themes. Metals Forge is mad writing.
Connection.
There you go.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Let it be known.
It all connects.
So yeah, they're in there, and we get to know this thing is protected by 3 impenetrable shields. So they obviously penetrate them all.
Very easily. He just flips a switch while they're having a totally unrelated conversation.
Yeah, because Mantis and Peter have a conversation about that he's sad that people keep leaving him, even though he left someone as well on Earth, because he got picked up by Ravagers right after his grandfather's daughter died. And it's like, okay, that's kind of out of left field, and we're not gonna revisit it until we look at one picture and the after credit scene. It's like, oh, that's something I would have liked to explore since the first movie, and that's kind of all you get. And then he goes back at the end to the grandfather.
Yeah, I like it, but it's thin.
It's very thin.
Yeah. I want more.
I think part of the problem with this, honestly, is that there have been so many appearances of the Guardians outside of the main 3 movies at this point, that you wonder why this thought has never occurred to him before. But if like this was this sort of angle, this aspect of like, oh, what about your grandfather back on Earth? He might still be alive, yada yada. If this was, because in the second movie is all about his dad, right? And then in the third movie, it's kind of like remembering that, that he still has family on Earth. It wouldn't be quite as jarring that this thought is finally occurring to him.
Yeah. I mean, they basically were on Earth during Endgame, so...
Did he ever go to Earth?
Yeah, he was on Earth.
Yeah, the Guardians were all there, right?
Oh, fuck, you're right.
Yeah, during the end.
Endgame, dropping another ball. Go figure.
What I got from that scene, because I think they mention it, is that I think they do mention the fact that he was on Earth, but that he fucked off almost immediately, and that was because he was running away from what he had left behind, sort of thing. Again, I want more of that, but I just wanted to point that out, as they did. I think they did reference it, unless I'm Mandelaing myself.
Right. No, I think you're right. I just remember that excuse being kind of like, you wouldn't even look it up while you're there.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make sense. Like, if you're already way across the galaxy, the idea of going all the way back at the off chance that he's still alive is one thing. But if you're already there,
might as well, take a day or 2.
Yeah, it did annoy me in Endgame that it's a very significant moment for Peter to be back on Earth, and it was a nothing burger.
Endgame bad.
Yes. What I like a bit better, though, because it's something that should be a little bit in passing almost, because Peter is thinking that, man, if I wouldn't have been passed out drunk, I might have been able to save Rocket was like, ooh, reflection on one's actions in a Marvel movie? What is happening?
I know. It's good. This is the sort of thing that despite the myriad plot problems that show up in the Guardians movies, like I'm very emotionally attached to these characters, and I'm glad that they're all emotionally attached to each other, and that the script takes time to acknowledge that and demonstrate that over and over and over again, how much they care for each other. It's really good stuff.
Yeah,
really gets
they're very
me
deeply
in the
meaningful
feels.
characters.
Yeah.
And then we get another funny Drax joke. Because he offers Quill some kind of nut. Meme, no. Stop.
Don't do it, meme.
And
Be good.
but only to Quill and not to Mantis. And then she gets like annoyed at some point. It's like, well, baby, I wanted one too. And then Drax says, well, it's too late now. They're all gone. And then he slowly puts one more in his face. Just eats it.
See, if he does it very slowly, it can't be seen. Is it?
That's right.
It did feel like that joke. That like if I move really slowly, joke where it's like I can get away with lying because she's not gonna notice.
So yeah, while this is all happening, Quill does some things on some things in the ship that penetrates the shields. I know they hack them and pierce through. And for some reason, that doesn't alert the base at all.
No.
Even
Might
though
as well not have had them.
Even though
useless.
we learn it's like heavily monitored with like a specific person having all these screens, and apparently there's like all these sentries outside that float around looking at shit. But no,
the whole thing is like full of the all-seeing eye motif, and yet they're totally oblivious to everything that's happening.
Like they don't have like an alarm going off that something happened. And even worse, after they go through the third shield, they get grabbed by those Ravagers, which they're here to meet up with. So it means they went through the shields as well, and nobody cared. It's okay.
Honestly, get rid of the shields.
Just have no shields. Yeah.
Just don't mention it at all.
So weird because when they leave later, I guess they just leave because you don't see them going for any shields. They just cut away. So I guess those are not a problem if you leave.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't bother me as much that it's like a one-way street, you know. But the fact that they get through it with ease, it doesn't alert them to anything. The Ravagers also get through, and then they get in with no problems. They should have just invented some person on the inside. Honestly,
yeah,
that's the way to do it. If you wanna breeze right past it, which is clearly what they want, just like, oh, we know someone on the inside that can help us. Something, because this is bad. This is not good.
No bueno.
No.
But yeah, we see that Gamora, I mean, I already mentioned it, but this is where we first see that Gamora is part of Sylvester Stallone's Ravagers clique, and she was the contact. So they all get inside of there, and they're like, yo, what up? You were too early. And I don't know why they stopped them with like electric stuff and then board the thing instead of just hailing them. I don't know. Maybe they got confused and didn't know it was them. I don't know. Because it
seemed like they were waiting for a code word from Nebula, but I think something's been lost in translation here.
Yeah. So yeah, he's like, hey, thanks for helping. She's like, well, I'm not helping out of the good of my heart. I'm getting 100,000 credits for the job. Nebula promised that, so yeah, thank you. And yeah,
I do like the dissonance between Nebula and fucking what's his name, Quill.
Yeah,
like, you know, that she behind his back contacts Gamora, even though it's going to upset him, and promises her all this money so she'll help.
Yeah, it's like, why did you tell me Gamora's in contact? I didn't want you to freak out. I'd freak out. Yeah, like that.
I wanted said that I really like Chris Pratt in this movie.
I
think he's very, very good. He's like, because he has quite a lot of different emotions to hit over the course of this script in terms of like the comedic beats, the classic sort of Guardians quippy comedic moments, and also some very powerful emotional scenes that he needs to deliver, and he does it all really well. I really like him in this movie. He's good.
Yeah.
Yes, I do as well. So someone in chat has already pointed it out. This is something that only just occurred to me. So we established that there's a sorcerer there's a pirate
Oh, who in
sorcerer
chat
with
wrote that? You
ravages.
ruined everything.
Yeah.
That was the whole, that was
Oh,
the
is
thing.
that what you're gonna ask us?
Oh, that's the whole point. That ruins the whole movie. It just completely ruins the whole movie.
Yep. Yep.
It
So
ruins quite a bit of it. Yeah.
we
doesn't
have
it?
the
Yep.
Ravagers. They're quite eager to help you. They know
Yes.
where the information is. And they have a sorcerer. And it's funny. That's the thing Mauler pointed out to me. Because I thought about that guy. I was like, I don't know, something. He's here. I guess that's kind of cool. But something's weird. It's kind of weird that he's even here.
There's no point to him other than to break the movie that he's there.
It's just a funny. They just thought, like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if there's like another sorcerer here with the Ravagers? Like, yeah, sure, of course. And
He'd be a very useful asset to them, for sure.
Yeah.
like, holy
sure.
shit, they could have solved this whole problem in a couple of hours tops.
God, why do they have him? Because I feel like all
they
I
had to
remember
do
that-
was not have him.
yeah, yeah.
Because they
You know-
remembered that they set him up in the last film as part of the Ravagers team, and they were like, "Oh, we can use him again." And then they didn't think about the implications of his portal powers.
He can do multiple as well. Like, he does like
Yeah,
three
he
at
he
once.
does it so they can board the ship, and I'm like, I don't even know if that's necessary. That
It's
seems
not.
Very...
It just looks cool.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
just he's so
that's a dumb decision.
he's so useful. Just poured in, poured out. Just rent him for 2 days. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, you're already paying them a bunch of money. Exactly.
Yeah, just pay him some more or whatever. It's
You don't need Gamora. You need that
no.
guy.
Just get him. Just go in. Hey, give me the files.
Portal
Okay,
man.
bye. And it's like,
Take
oh,
me
the
by
files
the
are not
hand.
on here. We need to go to this other place. Oh, no problem. There we go.
Don't remind me. I'm very much not like up to date on all of these movies. I haven't seen quite a few of them. But
Mhm.
in terms of the portal powers, do you need to know where you're going to portal? into them?
As far as I know, yes. You need to know.
Okay.
And they say because Gamora is knows where it is, or the Ravagers in general know where it is, so they have the information. So it shouldn't be
Well,
a
yeah,
problem
they know.
for him to
They know
go
that
there.
it's here on board this this gross monstrosity of a base, but do they know where?
Well, Gamora is there to lead them to that room.
True. You're right. Okay.
Yeah.
That solves the problem of getting the information from this base, or it makes it way easier, if nothing else. What about when they need to go to Counter Earth? He wouldn't have been there before, would he?
Well, here's the weird part. These powers are really awkward. So the last instance I remember is actually from She-Hulk.
Oh, good God.
We have this one, I don't know, Outlander mage guy going on. We might remember that guy. I forgot his name. But he just teleports to Wong at some point because he just imagined where he is or knows about him. Donnie Blaze,
No Way
that's
Home
the guy.
establishes that all you need to do is envision. It's not even about knowing the location. Sometimes it's just about finding the subject that you're trying to get to. Yeah,
Okay.
so the find me Peter Parker, and it just started opening up portals to random Peter Parkers.
Oh,
until
that's
they get
right.
the right one.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, so based on all of that, it would have made getting to Counter Earth and getting where they need to go inside of Counter Earth and that giant like square base thing.
Yeah, because
Would've
they
made that a hell of a lot easier.
Yeah, because they know who specifically has that information. They have this bald prick that has all the information. It's like, oh, I'm gonna teleport to that guy then. Grab him and
true.
we out of there.
Okay, so I guess here's a more specific question. Of the good movies that have portals in them, do they establish any clear rules about having to know where you're going?
I don't remember. I haven't watched all of them in a while.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. We have those information in movies and series that
True.
are canon. So, but I know what
I
you
know.
mean. I know what you
Yeah,
mean.
sometimes I try to like, okay, well, has it been established in a good movie that that's how it works? Anyway,
I feel like, they could have just written some bullshit. Like, if they really wanted their cool visual in there, and, like, let's just say Kevin Feige's holding a gun to Gunn's head, saying, you have to keep the portal man. They probably could have just bullshitted a line in there saying, they have some counter magic device in there that stops portal things. So
Yeah,
once you're
that
in
would-
there, you're on your own.
Just
And
don't have
then
him in the
that,
scene. You don't even need to make this effort. Just let
yeah.
him. Just let the rev just go through the door.
Yeah, exactly. So
That's all you need to
yeah,
do.
that was a mistake to include him at all.
Yeah.
For
Oh, what
sure.
I'm saying is, if they were forced, like
Yeah.
Gun is being
Okay.
forced at gunpoint to include it. Like I'm saying there are solutions here outside of not including him, and they still didn't go that far.
I just like that idea. You need to put it. What are you gonna do to justify? It's like, don't have him. You have to have him. Oh God, I don't know. Magic powers.
Just-
We won't say anything about it,
Anti-magic,
so no one will
why not?
think about it. Yeah. Well, they could do kind of like what a Wolfram and Hart has, an angel, in terms of like anti-magic people on staff. Anyway,
Yeah.
that's something they could have done. Though that would just draw more attention to the fact that this place clearly has invested a lot into security, but they're not secure even in the slightest.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, we're
It
gonna
would
get
just
there.
draw. It
Yeah.
would draw more attention to that.
They also
Unfortunately.
yeah, could just pick Gamora up, no problem. He says, "There's no time." It's like, no problem. I call my buddy teleportation Theo and just get him to teleport me back. Yeah, it's really useful. All you had to do is not have him in there. Like, most of the
Yeah.
movie doesn't even need to happen anymore. And you have this guy
Yeah.
just do the thing.
It's the kind of thing that is kind of plot breaking.
Yeah.
But because it's a quick and easy fix, it's easy to sort of compartmentalize it away. I mean,
Yeah.
I didn't notice it all the first time. I think a lot of people might not notice it.
Here's
But
the
once you do notice it, you're like, oh, that was a
Here's-
bad choice.
Here's the funny part.
Yeah.
I thought about him while I was taking notes. I was like, oh man, whatever. I'm gonna think about the world building problems with that later, and just go back in the movie. And then at some point, Mauler messages me. It's like, oh shit, I found something. I was like, what's happening? And I didn't even catch on. He was trying to ease me into it, and I was like, I don't get it.
Yeah, he likes to do that, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I like that. This is funny. But and then I came with all these things. Oh, I guess the Ravagers could have done the job for them. They already know where it is. So is that they already got the uniform. So maybe they were in there already, and they could have just grabbed it for them. So the Guardians didn't even have to do it. And it's like, yeah, that's all good ideas, but no, it's even dumber. It's like, even dumber. What is that? And I didn't make the connection. I realized that guy is there, but that connection just didn't happen. And when he said, it's like, oh, balls.
Whoopsie.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is why it's important for us to point this shit out, because I think a lot of the time when they're redrafting these, when they do redraft them, they're focusing on, okay, what is the emotional connection? What are the what is the journey of the characters? They're not thinking about the minutia and how that can also,
No.
in subtle ways, because if it took us a while to get to there, if you're under the pressure of a Hollywood studio and you're looking for like the big sweeping character arcs and everything, something like, oh yeah, Portal Man, whatever. Oh fuck, does Rocket's journey still? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like when you got so many balls in the air, sometimes these things can slip by, which I think it's important to put an emphasis on these things still being important.
See, I don't know whether it's what it is, but James Gunn doesn't seem to be very good at the minutia of plot writing. That's the weakest part of every superhero movie I've seen from him, right? And
Yeah.
so I'm not sure if it's a general sense on his part that like, that part's not super important. Like whether he's aware of it and it's just like, you know what, but it accomplishes what I want to, and that's cool. Or whether he's just not aware of it at all. I couldn't tell you, but that's definitely the weakest aspect of his writing across the board. That was the big problem. That was all the worst stuff in the Suicide Squad was the plot. And I think the same can definitely be said for the other Guardians movies. I feel like the more complicated it is, because when you introduce a sorcerer into this script, you're like, oh, why would you do that?
Yeah.
That just complicates things so much. And I feel like he's not as good at handling all that stuff, the minutia of power levels and physics and the location of where everyone is and things like that.
None of these things actually matter, Patrick Willems.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think with I think Gunn because he does have people who gives him feedback on his scripts. I think he needs the minutia guy who is going to just completely hyper focus on world building, plot stuff, just how it affects the plot, and give him solutions. Because I think there are a lot of easy solutions to the problems in these films, but they're not present, so we can't. We can't write the film for the film, right? We can only say how it could have been easily fixed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And this is the easiest fix possible. Just don't have him there.
Yeah, it's such an easy thing, but it's such a breaking point. It's like, damn.
Yeah.
And
he's just like a CGI character too. So like, you had to put so much effort into having him there.
Just Marco just like, nope.
Yeah.
And then just start all going through the walls. It's like, oh my god, what's happening? But yeah, well, that's that.
Yeah, that's a shame. I didn't think about that until today.
Yeah, same. I was already past that part, and then I went back and I was like, what? I was like, oh fuck, damn it, you cocked it.
One thing I did notice while watching it is just like, don't they have like a door you can board the ship through? Why are we making
no
6
doors?
portals?
Doors are for communists.
Someone says, I think he was part of the original Guardians in the comics, so he wanted him there for that sort of reason. I wouldn't actually be surprised if that was really the logic. So people, there are people right next to me in the cinema who like the loudest and most vocal I heard them in the entire screening or during the entire runtime was when they would like recognize things in the background and be like, oh, it's that. It was such the meme, like the Red Letter Media meme, like I recognize it. Like
I remember.
Saw it and I clapped because I know Guardians of the Galaxy. They were those guys in their purest form. And so I wouldn't be surprised if like that's what the Octopussy sorcerer guy pirate was meant for.
Some member berries in chat.
Yeah. Which is why I suggested other solutions for the sorcerer guy anyway, because I get the feeling that, it is a gun to the head moment of like, you need your original Guardians of the Galaxy reference in there. And it's like, okay, I'll find something. Just Jesus, don't shoot me.
It's possible. I wouldn't be surprised if James Gunn himself was just like, oh, that'll be a cool thing to put in there, and just didn't connect the dots into.
That's probably what happened.
Yeah.
I believe it. Yeah, that's why you need your minutia guy who's willing. Like, this is why a writing team is sometimes a good idea, because you have people with different strengths and weaknesses. Someone's better at comedy, someone's better at drama, someone's better at spotting the fucking world-breaking fucking elements.
Yeah, every writing room needs a raging autist. Is what I think we're saying.
Yeah, I think so.
Hyper fixated on that sort of stuff in the best way.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, Sylvester Stallone then tells him, you need to there's a station. The station is guarded by tons of Orgo sentries, as they call it. They just wear gross goopy armor, and they're gross.
I think they're supposed to look like tardigrades.
Like what?
Tardigrades?
I don't know what that is.
Water bears.
Water bears,
survive they can survive in the vacuum of space. Tiny little microscopic creatures.
I probably know them under a different name.
I would imagine because you speak a different language.
Yeah.
So I'll give you a
picture. I already found it.
Here we go.
Oh yeah, I know these. Wait, what are they called in German? Oh, right.
They look a little bit.
They're called kind of... Bärtierchen, which basically means bear animal.
Yeah, there's
very specific.
There's some shots of them that they have like the kind of pinkish, mushy hue that kind of looks like the armor the sentries wear.
Yeah, I see that.
By design or not?
I see that. Still disgusting though. Beartisms.
They have a butthole for a mouth and another butthole for a butthole.
Nice. That's like a blowhole prime.
Yeah, a butt blow.
I thought Metal was going to say Jew, but why?
You know why.
Uh-oh.
It's because I'm German. I get it. But yeah, they got some uniforms they wear in there. So Gamora's gonna lead them in there to get the passcode, and if the Guardians cock it up, they can't bail them out. They're on their own, so they can't be exfiltrated. And they also have to float over and cut through the gross skin stuff, and then squish through. And Drax gets his uniform. He's like, "What's this? That's the uniform you gotta wear. That's not my color. It clashes with my eyes." It's like, shut up.
It's a funny joke because it does kind of clash with like the design of this character, like the colors.
Oh yeah,
it's I don't know. I'm not sold on whether Drax would say that, but it is funny.
So yeah, then they start changing, and we get another flashback of Rocket, or as we now know, he's called P13 for the most part. I think it's a longer tag, but that's the
something like that.
He was the 13th P that he ever did.
Nice, not bad. And
in raccoon shape.
We just see him do some crazy math equation, and he does it correctly. And he's speaking a little bit more, but it seems like his I don't know, his scientific brain is growing faster than his like normal speaking brain, for lack of better terms.
Yeah, there's like the speech center of his brain isn't as developed because it's not as important for what the God, what's the villain's name? I keep forgetting it.
High Evolutionary.
The High Evolutionary.
High Evolutionary. It's not as important to what he's going for.
The Baked Evolutionary.
Rocket's name is 89P13. There you go. It was two more before, but I think they mostly say P13 if I'm not mistaken.
I think so. Yeah, occasionally they use a longer version. Yeah, but what we're seeing here is I think they say it in a specific way later that Rocket is developing what we call imaginative thought. So it's not just rote learning. He is able to put pieces together that he wasn't taught go together, which is very important.
Yeah. Let's see. So yeah, he's doing that, and this is also where we learn that the High Evolutionary tries to take imperfect beings and make them perfect. And he also says that they're halfway there.
Whoa! On a prayer.
You know how much restraint it took me to not do that, and you just do it anyway.
That's what I'm here for.
Someone asks if the colored suits they're wearing are an Among Us reference. No, they're a 2001 A Space Odyssey reference.
I didn't even think of either of those.
Cultured.
Yeah. Remember the space movie.
Yeah, there's some different colored suits in 2001 A Space Odyssey in the background. Like a red and a yellow and a blue.
Yes. So are we up to the spacesuits part yet? Or have we bypassed the spacesuits part yet?
We're almost there. We're almost there.
Okay, because I have things to say, which will go into a larger point. I think that will come up a few times.
Okay. Because still in the flashback. So
excellent.
When he says it's halfway there, it's like, "Come with me, P13." And this is also where we see Rocket stealing a part, which we learn he stole a couple of those. Which is going to be important in another flashback. And we see that the people on the ship made evolutionary machines, which basically you put the being in there and it just evolves a couple of millennia, I think he even says. But in very short exactly.
Programmed evolution specifically, so he's choosing what changes are happening.
Yeah, but they have a problem because every time they put an animal in there, it grows, it evolves, but it turns into a ravaging beast every time. They're always very angry.
Yeah, I think the line is something to the effect of they produce a certain protein that causes them to be hyper aggressive, which is obviously not what they want. He's trying to fill his vision of a utopian society with these like genetically engineered evolved beings, most of which are kind of hybrid human and humanoid animals of varying sorts. He like takes a rabbit and a turtle and all sorts of other stuff, and he's evolving them into humanoid like creatures, but they are not very peaceful because they're producing too much of whatever protein, and so they're monsters and they have to incinerate them and try all over again.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Because they consider it a failure at that point. And then they press a button and it goes flamey flame and it's gone.
I really like this because I think there's something really interesting. I mean, forgetting the sort of sciencey jargon explanation about the made up protein, I really like the idea that like you've taken this turtle and you've evolved it like millennia into this, but there's like no grounding in it. Like it doesn't know how to feel about what it suddenly is now, and it just kind of loses its mind and goes hysterical because it's so unprepared for what it is now. I think that's really interesting. I like that. I think it's good.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because what is anger? If you look at it psychologically, anger is like the most aggressive manifestation of anxiety. So you are thrust into this world and it's scary and you don't know what to do with it. So what happens? You get really, you can get really hyper aggressive. It makes a lot of intuitive sense.
There's a lot about the villains. I keep forgetting the High Evolutionary.
Oh, you did it.
I'll get this eventually. There's a lot about his plan and what he's seeking to do that makes intuitive symbolic sense, even when sometimes like literal sense is a little fuzzy, in terms of actions he takes. Like what they're doing with him as a villain symbolically works really well, and everything makes a sort of intuitive sense that I really like. We'll get more into the details of it, but I appreciate that. As far as villains go, he's one of the more interesting ones in the MCU in recent years.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Basically hyper OCD.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the one thing, you know what? I'll save it. I'll save it for later.
Well, there you go. And then Rock's like, well, if you, it's kind of funny and interesting as well, because Rocket tells him what is happening. It's like, oh yeah, if you do this pipe and this leads to the filtering, blah blah blah. It's like a bunch of science stuff that's probably made up.
Jargon.
And
it's all, for sure.
And he doesn't even know the actual name of that protein anymore. And he's like, oh, how do you says this? And it's like, oh, it's like the Wumbo Flumbo protein. And it's like, yeah, that's the one. And the High Evolutionary is like, excuse me? Fuck do you know that for? But as we learn later, that was the actual solution.
Yeah.
But yeah, he tells him what is wrong. And the High Evolutionary is like, that is very surprising. I didn't expect that to happen.
Yeah, something that he created has surpassed him in some sense.
You don't like that.
No, well,
yeah.
He likes does and doesn't like it.
Yeah,
he's fascinated by it. But there's something sort of, the challenge is his ego, obviously. But then the other thing is like, this is essentially the most important thing he's ever created, because this is the first thing that has thought on its own, and we'll get more of a discussion of that as we go.
Yumbo.
Yeah.
So he's obsessed with it, both in a positive and negative sense.
Absolutely. Something I also, this is just a nice little detail here, is Rocket obviously has a little bit of an accent going on, as we know from all his appearances in the MCU, good old Bradley Cooper. And as part of, because the High Evolutionary is very obsessive and is very, obsessed with not only perfection, but what he perceives to be perfection. He's, when he mispronounces a word or says it in his like kind of New York, Brooklynish accent, he immediately just snaps to correct him. And try to get him to pronounce things the way he does it, and I thought that was a nice little detail that reinforces his motivation.
Yeah,
That's neat, yes. But now we get to the spacesuit stuff. So they float all the way to that space station without being seen at all, because apparently they don't have anything to guard things outside except the sentries they mentioned, but they're not there, so shut up. And
Very cool.
so what they basically need to do, they need to get on top of a specific thing, which is like a depressuring kind of thingy, if I remember correctly. And they have to cut through the skin and get inside. And this is where we get one instance of a joke fucking up a scene for me.
Mm-hmm.
Because, of course, Gamora is here. We know Quill is not coping very well with this new Gamora. And so he is like, oh, let me press that blue button for the blue suit, is what he thinks. And make a little connection only to that. And let's have a little talksy. Because he's not really on board, like, that isn't the real one. I mean, he knows, but he's still pretty delusional at this point. He's like, hey, just, maybe if you open it up to it and whatever, like maybe just hang out, or it's just talking to her. I don't have the whole thing. It's like, hey,
I think maybe it's worth going into exactly what his part of his emotional arc here is that obviously this isn't the same Gamora that he fell in love with.
Exactly,
this is one that has no memory of him really, and it's not the person. He's still holding on to the idea that this is the person he was in love with. And it's like, I know you don't know me, but maybe if you give me a shot, you'll realize that you do actually love me. But then it really is the case, as we'll see in the movie, that she's not the same person.
Exactly.
Like she's meaningfully different.
Yeah.
And he can't just force her. It's almost like it's what they don't do. It's like they do the opposite in Loki, where it's like, oh,
yeah, I was just thinking
they need Loki to be the good Loki that he becomes sort of later, but they took the evil Loki from the past, and so they're like, well, how do we get him to where we want him to be? We'll just show him his life, and then he'll get it.
Oh, cool.
It's almost like that's what Quill would love to have happen. If he could show her a movie of all their time, if he could show her Guardians 1 and 2, then she would get it, and she would be in love with him. And so that's what he's trying to do,
pretty much. But she's basically like, oh, I'm not who you think I am, Quinn. Like, she doesn't even really remember his name, and it's not even meant maliciously. Like, I think she actually just doesn't remember, because that Gamora hasn't really met him outside the one time before, and now maybe this time, and maybe randomly in between, but not really in a close sense.
Yeah, and I think there's something interesting about there's two elements that are kind of interesting about it. Is one, Quill is already kind of a socially maladjusted human being to begin with. He grew up with pirates, and he was given a rough and tumble upbringing from like age 9. So he's already kind of. He's already not we've seen throughout the Guardians films, he's not the most socially well-adjusted person in the world. He's got his quirks.
Especially
and then
romantically, I would say.
Oh, yeah, especially rewatching the first Guardians really reminded me of like how he was hopping from lily pad to lily pad. Which would be a metaphor we get back to. But then secondly, he's thrust into a situation that no human being is ever going to be emotionally equipped to handle, which is literally having the woman you love die, and then a clone of her arises from the timeline with zero memories of who you are. Of course, not only does he have no real way of processing this, even if, the death in general, it would be very difficult, but then to have this entire other layer slathered on top of that, I can imagine that would be a psyche breaking moment for him. So I think that's interesting from that perspective, but there's going to be other stuff in this scene that is going to make this not as we'll get to that.
Because it's a really cool conversation that he has with her. It's just trying to do, because he's not like being like weird about it. I mean, it's
No,
probably
he really isn't.
weird for it's not weird for her. It's weird for her, but he's not delivering it like, hey, we've been together, Lamau. He's like, hey, come
He's
on.
trying very earnestly to be like, I know
Yes.
how weird this must be for you, but if you give it a chance, I think maybe you might discover that you do love me, essentially.
He's doing the best he can with what he has, which
Yeah.
isn't very much.
Yeah. But then, while this is going on and I'm enjoying myself, I think, is it Nebula or Drax? Like, this is the free comms, right? Not a closed one. And then it just. And here's.
I think it was Nebula pointed it out, or something.
It could have been
Maybe
Drax
Mantis
as well.
was one of them.
Or Mantis,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, because Nebula says, I thought it would stop and say, I was like, you've not been telling me this whole time? It's like, I thought this was like a closed connection. It's like, what button did you press? It's like, oh, it's the blue one. No, that's for all of them. It's like, why? And then they do like this whole thing. And here's the thing I hate the most as well. Like, this makes it even worse. I think the skit in general is kind of funny. Where they go like,
it has potential.
yeah, because it's like,
cool.
Yellow is blue, blue is green, green is green, and then Drax says, no, it's actually the other way around, and they try it and stuff, and then Drax just says, I don't know, I thought it was kind of intuitive, which is just like a funny line to say, but just completely undercuts the scene, and I hate it for that.
It does undercut the scene, and I'm not sure it's the best skit.
No, I'm not saying it's amazing, but it still would make me giggle when it would be somewhere else. Specifically, the part where Drax says, I don't know, it's kind of intuitive.
It did make
they needed to relocate that if they were going to keep it.
Yeah.
But it does undercut the emotional moment. I think overall, the film actually does a fairly good job of balancing kind of wildly disparate tones.
Yeah.
And jumping back and forth between them in a way that these Guardians movies have always been pretty good at. But this is definitely a case where it doesn't help.
This one...
yeah.
This one jumped in my face when it happened. And I was like, no, that was good.
And so part of what we like about the Guardians movies is that unlike other shittier MCU entries, it does actually do a pretty good job of balancing these tones. It's, because the meme of Marvel has been for a while that they just they don't let anything be serious because they're always undercutting something with a joke. But I think what this movie demonstrates pretty well, for the most part, with a couple exceptions that we've mentioned, is it does take things very seriously. Also, there are funny jokes, and it kind of
jokes
ping pong
the
back and forth between them. Yeah, because the stuff with Rock, all the character, I think even though the joke here kind of undercuts what is a moment that we'd prefer let breathe and actually explore a little bit more deeply. Like, we're still taking Quill's feelings here seriously. The movie isn't making fun of him for feeling this way, but it does kind of, the tonal clash is abrupt in this instance, and not in a good way.
Yeah, it's I think and I think you highlighted a very important distinction there, is that the reason we're not as big on the gag is more because it's immediately snapping to comedy, when this is probably a moment where the drama of the scene probably should have been left at least a little bit longer, while other MCU films are directly taking the drama and turning it into the butt of the joke in a very malicious way. I mean, fucking Bruce Banner's entire traumatic history being undercut by well, I guess that's not being done for laughs. That's more just being shat on for in other ways. But you know what I mean. Like the MCU is quite bad at making drama the joke, and not in a way that makes the drama kind of. It kind of makes the characters dicks that they're making. Like, they don't make fun of the fact that Quinn is having a Quill. I did the Gamora.
Yeah, I know.
Quill.
Partially my fault.
They're not making fun of the fact that Quill is having a moment. They're just kind of like, oh my god, this is a very deeply private and intimate conversation that we are hearing right in our ears through these speakers. Oh god,
you do know,
please stop.
right? Yeah, I think what might have been better is if they let the moment breathe, didn't like cut it off abruptly, and then there was some sort of indication based on something someone says that they could actually hear the whole thing.
Yeah.
You know, a quick line, not in a way that like they're trying to, because what they do is they draw a lot of attention to it. You know, in a way, like they don't do it right away when he starts the conversation. They don't let it come to a natural sort of end. They kind of cut him off midway through to go, you do know this is an open channel, right? It's like, I don't know, man. Like it might have been better if they just kind of sat there awkwardly the whole time and there was some little indication at the very end, like a look or something that they could hear it, you know?
Yeah.
You could even modify the line that's there where you know, you allow this, they kind of walk off, so there's that room to breathe. And then someone else switches to the actual private channel and goes, they do know that they were on an open channel, right? And then it's just a quick little whisper line, but it's not
maybe
something
he
that
doesn't
drags
even
on.
need to. He doesn't even need to discover that he was doing it on the open line, but they could have their little moment aside. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. That would be better. I think.
Like that kind of thing.
Yeah. Absolutely. Nebula eventually finishes her little snippety snip.
Vasectomy?
Yeah, sure. And they just all squeeze through. Drax doesn't fit because she cut the hole too small, and they have to kind of not push him through, just kind of, I don't know, pull him out. And
The theme of rebirth.
I didn't love that. You know, I like haha, he's stuck in the hole, but it's like, oh, she couldn't have cut it a little bigger.
Yeah, I was just looking. I was like, yeah, okay, I guess that's one of those. Like, it's okay.
It's not bad, but it's just like I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I like how gross it is. I like how they're like cutting through this flesh, and there's all this weird, like, I don't know, yellowy blood.
The station is so gross. It's so gross.
Yeah.
Oh god. There's something specific it reminds me of. That's something else that had gooey buttons and gooey things. Oh, actually, the doors kind of remind me of, God, what is it? There are some doors in some video games that like have it reminds me of the Flood in Halo 3, like how you had the Flood doors, and the Flood doors were like these orifices that opened up. That's what I think there's a few video games like that where they go really graphic with like the interiors. And I think Duke Nukem Forever did it as well. That's probably not as good. But yeah, I don't know. I was getting a lot of video game vibes, not in like a CGI sense, but more in the sense of like a lot of video games have used bodily orifices as doors before. I think I was getting flashbacks.
Oh, I mean, you just mentioned CGI. I think they actually gave people time to work on the CGI properly because
it's pretty good in the movie.
It's like the last thing I saw was Quantum Mania. And that was diarrhea on a table. And it's like, oh, I actually believe you're in here. There were only a couple of things, but it's like, this is kind of obvious. But but this one's like,
pretty good overall.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
This is actually
especially when it comes to like the main CGI characters like Rocket and Groot and all that. They look very good. They look all the stuff. Man, they really took their time with like Rocket's backstory in terms of the CGI, because all those little animal critters are CGI, but it all looks so good, very good.
Oh yeah, but like I was never thinking about. Well, there's like maybe one or two shots where I was thinking about the CGI, but the rest of it was just very naturally there.
Someone just mentioned when Adam flying in for the first time looked a bit awkward. I remember that too.
Yeah, some of the cyborg like henchmen were a little bit, but that was about the only points I really noticed it. I'm glad we mentioned this because I remember when I was sitting through the credits. I know we're skipping ahead, but this isn't plot relevant. But I just remember, while I was waiting for the post-credit scene, the VFX artist credits come up. It's just this solid block of text that just goes up for about a minute straight, and it's like, holy fucking shit.
I think the Red Letter Media
it just keeps going.
Yeah, I think the Red Letter Media guys at one point joked that like the VFX credits in they look like the Vietnam War Memorial.
But they probably feel about the same.
Very true.
Those VFX artists of the most of the movies.
Yeah, like Quantumania, that was my Vietnam.
That was my Vietnam. It wasn't pretty before and after. Oh man. But yeah, they all squeeze in there. They're just standing there and they're like, we need to get rid of the space things, the space suits. And we see that all of a sudden the station is monitored. Isn't that crazy? They immediately have like an alarm going on. It's like, oh, there's something wrong in this specific room. Hey, Guardian sentries, can you go check that out? Yeah. So they do. And they just like, we need to get rid of those spacesuits. And then they put it in this little, I don't know, bench container, which later turns out to be a disposal thing that with shoots things into space, an airlock. Yeah. So all the spacesuits are going out into space.
So
luckily, that's not an issue at all later, so it's fine.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
This is where I get to bring up my first instance of Peter's helmet and rocket boots. Where that would have been useful, because if he had flown over in his helmet and rocket boots, he let's just say that them disposing of those spacesuits wouldn't have been such a big deal, because it would be like, okay, Peter, you fly back out there, get the spacesuits, and then we will just continue business as usual and go with the plan. Yeah. But because he didn't go over in his helmet and rocket boots that are very easily, or because they didn't go over in their very convenient bubble helmets from the second film.
Those are really good, by the way. Really
yeah. So I'm just gonna, the technology and powers that we really need to keep track of, please, for the love of God.
Yeah, he should have had a new helmet. That's for sure. I know the last one was destroyed, but come on, you can get a new helmet.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, nothing else to add. That's true.
So speaking of the absolutely atrocious security at this place, so they come in and finally, like you said, that they're like, something weird is happening in the decontamination chamber, whatever they call it. And then she's like, she pulls up the camera and she notices that there's like, what does she notice? Does she notice that there's people wearing the suits in that room, or have they covered up the eye that's the security camera by that point?
So timeline-wise, it's they get in there. The monitor lady sees there's something going on in a specific room. I don't think she checks out the camera first, because they do all the things. They hack the shield thing so it's closed up again properly. And then Nebula takes the same thing and just dashes towards the eye, and then hacks that with the thing, and it lines up perfectly with the monitor lady looking up to see what's going on. But then they're already gone.
Okay, so I guess So basic gist is that by the time the security lady looks at the camera in that particular room, it's just showing an empty room because they've hacked it and like replaced the feed or whatever. It does make me wonder why she can't like rewind a second on that camera. Like, are we recording any of these?
Snap? Yeah. Does it not does she have to cycle through them manually, or does it automatically snap to the room as soon as the breach happens?
She has just
not an effective system.
There's just a lot of small screens that float around, basically. Like she has like one big, I guess, like augmented reality thingy that you can press around on. There's like multiple screens to see.
Yeah.
But I feel like if you have there's a glitch in this room where that means the outer hull is kind of damaged. Oh, maybe I should immediately look at that camera and see what's going on. That's what I would do.
Yeah.
Yes. That's alluding
Probably.
to that. Yeah, no.
No, they're not. They're very bad at security, and it's only going to get worse.
So yeah, then those sentries come in there, and that's another funny bit now, though, because they get in there with their arms raised, weapons raised. I guess those are weapons to some degree, whatever. And Quill looks at them. He's like, "What the hell, guys? What are you doing? You just opened the door and without any precautions. You could have killed the whole wing. Didn't you read the procedure?" And the guy's like, what procedure? And then Mantis just goes in and is like, oh, do you want you want me to read the manual for you too, bro? Because the sentry guy says bro at the end for some reason. And then we cut to Drax. He's smiling. He's like, fuck yeah, I'm into this. Yeah, we're so angry with our totally normal suits that perfectly blend into all these things, you pricks.
he almost blows their cover.
Yeah, and then Quill just goes like, oh, sorry, he's the boss's cousin. He's a bit, he's a bit crazy.
In the head.
And the guy looks at him
Drop.
and he's like, yeah, I have one of those too. Like, it's just,
like, I get it.
Just gestures to the guy behind him.
Too.
Maybe worth mentioning
nephew or something like that.
Before this all happens, we see a small conversation, and he just tells the guy something, and he makes something up, and the guy just says, "Oh yeah, I know that one."
Oh, I love that. That was a great little moment. That felt very like.
It's like,
that felt very Joss Whedon-y to me. You know
what that is because I just made that up. I thought you meant something else.
New car or ship or whatever, and it's like it's got this engine. He's like, that's awesome. It's like, really? Because I just made that up. And he's like, oh, I thought you said something else.
Yeah, it's like, no, you didn't. I don't believe you.
And I thought you said
I've known
something
people
else.
like that. I've known people like that and who have been caught as well.
It's good.
It's so great. It's like, oh yeah, I get it. I get one of these. He just looks at that guy a little bit, and he's like, here, the other guy over there. He's great. I'm so proud of him. He's awesome. But this guy over there, everything he says drives me insane. Just looks at him angrily. He's like, I thought he said something else. Like, shut up. It's like angry at him.
I like Quill's good like recovery of this, and it's funny the way it works out.
Yeah.
This is something that we'll get more of later in a big scene involving Mantis and Nebula.
Mm-hmm.
But how do you feel about how stupid or not stupid, depending on how you see it, they portray Drax in this movie?
He's much more comedic for the most part, right?
I think so. I think he's little things like that where in this scene when they're all, pretending, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like he's very, very like comically bad at, keeping up the cover. And I don't know.
He seems a bit flanderized in this movie for sure, because there's a lot of instances where he said things like second best friend, where he says it in like in a scene where it's just like, you don't need that here. Like, you're just trying to help your friend while you're just being a dick about it, basically.
Yeah.
I
didn't mind the second best friend thing as much, but I see what you mean.
Yeah. I mean, there's two instances. The first time I don't mind it, but then the second time when they have like a conversation. I think it was when Gamora gets angry at him for still wanting to be the person she isn't.
Yes.
That's where you're just like, second best is like, that's not, we're just having a serious scene. You don't read this over here. But yeah, they're banking on his funnies a lot.
And sometimes it works.
Yeah.
Sometimes, I feel like it's in character, but I do think they make him a bit too dumb.
There's one instance I'm going to point out later on Counter Earth that actually pisses me off.
Yeah, that's probably, as far as how they handle the characters in this movie, he might be the weakest.
Mm-hmm.
Which is unfortunate.
Comedic, he's my favorite, but
he's very funny.
As like a character right now, he's like, oh, you're just being the comic relief. You're not just being the funny comic relief.
Yeah.
I noticed that this started in the second film a little bit back when I watched that he was more comedic in that film than he was in the first film. And he was already quite comedic in the first one.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is kind of continuing, I guess you could call it a downward trend for his character writing there, where they're leading more into the funny elements and forgetting the other stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was annoying. I'm getting ahead of myself, but it was annoying to have the movie like and characters that like him actually call him stupid. The movie is like, no, he is kind of stupid. I'm like, he wasn't stupid before, guys.
No,
he was never. He was
literal.
He's very literal. Like he doesn't understand, analogies and metaphors and symbolism and stuff
That's
like
when
that. But
for one of the best jokes still I feel in Guardian is when he says nothing flies over my head. I'm gonna catch it. My reflexes are too fast. It's so good. It's so funny. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's really good. He's not stupid. He's like brash and forthright and blunt and brave. And actually, I mean, he's fearless is probably a better word than brave, because he doesn't seem to be afraid of anything. So, but like so he has some like Leroy Jenkins moments in previous films, but he's not dumb, I wouldn't say.
No.
So this movie sort of tries to establish that he is a little stupid, but we love him anyway, and I really didn't appreciate that. We'll get to the big problematic scene about this, but I feel like this is one of the first instances of that in the movie, where it's like,
that's
really, you're supposed to be undercover, right? Like, you know how to lie, surely. You're not speaking in metaphors, you're just saying something that isn't true to accomplish your specific goal. Surely, like, you're a warrior, you understand simple things like that, right?
Yeah, and I think what they were trying to do, if I'm going to try and interpret this move, is that I think what they're trying to do is illustrating that as he's gone on adventures with the team, he's mellowing out more. I think that's what they're trying to do, but it ends up flanderizing him because they're not doing it in quite the way that they probably should have, if that makes sense.
Yeah. You know what it feels like? It feels like what they did to Chris Pratt's character in Parks and Recreation, where the longer the show goes, I don't know if either of you have watched that whole show, but in the beginning, Chris Pratt's character, Andy, in Parks and Rec, is kind of a jerk, kind of a douchebag. It's really funny. One of my favorite jokes in Parks and Rec is like he has his leg broken in the cast, and he tells his girlfriend, like, who's getting up from the couch to go to the kitchen, he's like, "Oh babe, while you're up, will you make me pancakes really quick?" Like, it's like, haha, that's funny because pancakes take a long time to make. Haha. It's funny when you explain the joke. Anyway, he's kind of a douchebag is the point. But later, by the end of the show, man, is he just like a stupid puppy dog? Like, his intelligence, for the sake of the jokes, declines severely. And I feel like to a lesser extent, that's kind of what they're doing with Drax, and I don't care for it.
Yeah, it's kind of like Britta in Community as well.
Yeah. A little bit.
Yeah.
Wait, where were we? Oh, right, the guy being a dumbass. So yeah, they just leave them to it, and for some reason they now break up into two teams, and I don't really know why they do that, because they know where they need to go. So I'm not actually sure why they break up into two teams. Maybe someone can explain it to me. Maybe I missed something, but I don't think they have any reason to do so.
I can't remember, but I would have to rewatch.
Do you remember what they say? Like, you guys go here. Did they say why? Because I don't remember.
I don't even remember it from my rewatch, to be honest. I just don't know why. Because the only thing they want to do is get that information and get out of there. So the only thing I can think of, maybe to clear, but they just kind of fuck around and go into this very busy hall.
Second team was to get them out since they lost their spacesuits, is what Dave says.
Okay. I mean, I can see that. Yeah, that would make sense.
Okay, that makes sense.
So I guess they did check for some way out. Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's the only thing I could come up with. I was just a little bit confused. I guess that would make sense. Yeah.
Yeah, they would have to do it that way in that case.
So let's see. Manus and Drax were going to figure out how to find a place for Groot to land their ship. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. That would make sense for shiz.
Doesn't he just crash into it?
Yeah, he just ends up crashing into it because they're in danger. That's what happens.
Anyway, no, but I mean, I understand the reasoning for breaking up. I just think it's funny how awful this base is.
It's just so bad. Yeah, because they let's see. Yeah, because they wander around trying to find something, and then that one monitor lady is like, hey, this looks exactly like the people that we were warned of. Hey, all sentries, go check it out. And but before they get into that place, they need to show ID, and Mantis just grabs the guy, says, "You're madly in love with him," and then Drax just like, every time.
And so the guy is kind of comedically like
Yeah.
flirting with and kind of like head over heels for Drax.
Yeah, he's like,
And so he lets
oh,
him by.
hey, what's up? Like, what was your name again? And Drax
What
just
was your
like,
name again?
Drax
Yeah.
just looks down. It's like, Drax the Destroyer. Like, oh, that's a
Like,
beautiful
that's such
name.
a wonderful name.
Wonderful name.
Do this
I
every
love
time.
that he's like head over heels for him, and then he has to have the thought, but doesn't connect it to like the fact that this is weird. That he's like, wait, what was your name again?
What's
By
your
the way,
name again? It's like, here, let me get the door for you. And just grabs him.
Yeah.
I'll be here when you come back. My name is Snurgleblorg, by the way. I think that's the actual name. It's like some kind of variation of Snurgle Bleep or whatever.
Yeah, some sort of Rick and Morty name.
Yeah, that's a beauty one.
Yeah.
It just yells it at him, but he's already away. It's like, my name is Snurgleblorg, by the way.
I'll be here when you
just
get
like-
out. Okay?
When you get out.
And I love the implication that there's probably this harem of middle-aged men that are in love with Drax the Destroyer because he
Across
does
the
have the
galaxy,
line of because you do this every time. It's like, oh my god, how many times have you gotten someone to fall madly in love with Drax? Like, where is this support group for people who love Drax the Destroyer? I want to see that skit.
Yeah.
Someone says, so it's okay to mess with people's minds and emotions when they're your friend. So it's not okay when they're your friends, but like when you don't know them, it's totally chill. I mean, I think there's a perfectly reasonable ethical case for like why she does this here in order to accomplish what their goal is, to try and save their friend.
I mean,
You know what I mean?
morally, it's fucked in any case.
Yeah,
to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
this is a tactical move in the same way
Yeah.
that shooting someone is a tactical move.
Exactly. It's not, because now for the rest of that guy's life, he'll probably just be like madly pining over Drax.
He's just sitting
Thinking
at
about
home
his
sad.
rippling abs in the shower.
Where's Drax
Yeah.
the Destroyer? Wah.
Yeah, but and like someone points out, they've always been kind of ethically dubious, kind of on the line of being heroic and being outlaws, criminals,
Mhm.
Yeah,
And so,
they're halfway
especially
between
when-
anti-hero and hero.
Yeah, and so they're, in this scene, this is like a tactical move, as you said. I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Aren't Mantis's effects only temporary? I don't remember that, but it might be. Is that true?
Yeah, possibly, but he does.
be, yeah.
But she's able to make Drax later forget something permanently, seemingly. So
Yeah.
Maybe they
I hate
should
that.
be temporary, but
They probably
they should be
be.
temporary, but I don't think there's any indication that they are. Or
Not in this movie, but there might have been in past movies. I don't remember.
yeah,
The guy later doesn't care. Is that true? I don't remember that.
Well, we see him walk up to the team when they shoot, but he could just be after all the other ones as well. So I don't know.
and like
Not
they
sure.
used like in the holiday special, they used the powers on Kevin Bacon, and he stays in that trance until she gets him out of it, basically. So it doesn't seem to be it seems to be when if she can use her powers to undo it, but it doesn't seem to undo on its own.
Well, it seems like it's inconsistent
'cause I
with
feel
all
like
the other
in-
powers we get in Marvel movies because they constantly
Yeah.
forget what they did.
Yeah, I feel like in Guardians 2, she's kind of like Ego's assistant, and she helps him with this sort of stuff on a regular basis.
Yeah, just
like, she can't like permanently
lets him
cure
go to
any of his
sleep.
like anxieties or anything like that. It seems to be more of a temporary thing. Like
Yeah.
she touches him. And
Yeah,
like, helps
it
him
As
seems
in
like
the
they've
moment.
evolved the powers since then.
Yeah,
That's unfortunate because they shouldn't have.
as Dave
Yeah,
also pointed out, like with Ego and Thanos, she had to maintain contact, but here he just has to touch them and move on.
Yeah, that's
I will
true.
I will provide a slight counter to that and say that she pointed out when she was doing it that they were incredibly powerful
Yeah, that's
minds
something
that
that-
she was
Yeah.
struggling to
Thanos
keep a
is
hold
a
on.
very strong-willed character. I have no trouble believing that sort of mind control is harder on someone like him than some random schlub.
Yeah.
Random schlub. Glup shido. yeah, they just kind of do that until they get attacked. But while this is happening, Quill and Gamora making their rounds, and they end up at a lady that has possible access. And Quill just tries to charm her, but he fails horribly, and she thinks he's a douche. So before he even finishes, Gamora comes around with a gun in her hand and just threatening her.
Do what we say, or I'll fucking shoot you.
Yeah, it's like, oh god. It's like,
instead of his strategy. And he's like, no, it was totally gonna work.
Does 89P13 ring a bell? No. Well, then you have no use, and I'm gonna splatter your brains on the console. It's like, oh god, this sounds like the animal tag. And then they just go, grab the thing.
I do like that that Quill is trying hard not to kill anyone here, because like, we're here to rescue a friend. Like, I don't want to have to kill people. And Gamora's like less concerned with that. So he's like trying to keep everyone on the like, we don't have to kill anyone. Please don't kill anyone if you don't need to. With Drax's joke earlier and all that.
Yeah. So they get the thing, and they have like this weird data storage mechanic where it just kind of goes from somewhere in the wall and goes like blip, 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 down, and then it lands in some kind of yellow goop for no apparent reason. I think they just wanted to.
I think just because it's gross and.
I just wanted to say this probably just fits the theme of the grossness of the station.
Yeah, it gives you like a little meatball with data inside of it. Yeah, it's got that yellowy, like pussy-looking blood on it. It's gross.
Yeah, just to put the disgusting on there.
I like it. More. It's in keeping with this place.
And yeah, when they grab it, the alarm starts blaring. That
was a good impression of an alarm. Good.
Thanks. That's actually what I've done. I didn't rewatch it. I just tried to train this alarm sound all day. And all the guards appear, and oops.
Sorry, really quick. Someone in chat asked an interesting question. I have an interesting question. They say, do you think they also played up Gamora too much? She used to be rough, but even in the first movie, she's shown to try and seduce Peter before stealing the orb.
Well,
I think one of the things you could say is that she's found her home amongst these pirates, and that's influenced her sort of rougher nature,
Mm-hmm.
Some degree. That I forget in the timeline, because the Gamora that we get. Okay, so the Gamora we get in Endgame that we have now.
Yeah.
What year is she from?
I think a couple of years before.
Before Guardians.
Before Guardians, yeah, or before
Guardians
anything. Endgame.
Yeah. Gotcha. So you could also argue that she is a bit younger and rougher than she was even in the first Guardians.
Well, I think she might just be from a universe that doesn't even have Peter in her life at all. So.
Well, no, definitely not. But I'm saying like even still, her character in Guardians 1 is a bit she's a bit more like, and she's not as rough around the edges as she is in this movie. And so the question is, why is she more like that here? It could just be that she's literally from like a different universe and timeline, and so there's some different things that have happened to her. But also, I think that she's found her home among a bunch of pirates is part of it, and I think she's older than she was. I'm sorry, she's younger than she was in the first Guardians movie.
So apparently, Avengers went to steal the Power Stone the same time Quill was getting it for Guardians 1. Okay.
Okay, so that's around the same time.
Yeah, so basically before they met almost.
Yeah. Okay.
It is before they met. It's it's the intro to Guardians 1 where they grab it. Yeah, I remember now.
Okay. So there wouldn't have been a big time difference. So I think what you have to assume as to why she's more rough around the edges now is that she's living with a bunch of pirates, and that she seems to like have found a little family there.
But because in that case she went from being with Thanos going into the Ravagers.
Yeah, rather than being with Thanos and going into the Guardians. So yeah, I don't know. I can buy it. Is the short answer.
Thanos?
Yeah, Thanos. the anus.
Thanos.
So yeah, So as I said, Mantis and Drax were just fucking around in that hall, in that big ass hall, looking for stuff. But then they're surrounded by people with guns, and they're like, "Hey, stop right there!" And then they start beating up, and nobody starts shooting them because the action scenes where the enemies have guns are shit these days all the time.
Yeah.
They're surrounded by a lot of enemies, and they just don't get shot at all, even after Drax starts yeeting them around, punching them in the face. You have to consider that Mantis has powers where she has to have contact with people. So she kicks one guy, then goes to one guy. You're a kitty cat now. It's like, okay, and then goes to the next one. You're gonna go dance. It's like, okay, and then the other one. You're gonna have violent rage.
Wait, what? Oh no!
And
That
I'm
was a
just
bad choice, Mantis.
And
could have picked something different.
Poorly.
Well, I was thinking, there's only one thing, and only one thing you would ever want to use in this scenario. I'm gonna touch you. You hate your friends now. Kill them. Go fight your own people. Go fight your own people. Go fight your own... That's all you need. And then you just fuck off.
Or go to sleep.
Go to sleep. Anything that just gets rid of them.
Yeah, the violent rage one was a poor choice. The other ones, I mean, like it's indisposing them, or that's not the right word. She's disposing of them in like her like, oh, you're a kitty cat, and it's just a little fun thing, not tactically the most efficient.
Yeah, they're unoptimal, the first two, but they do the job, and then the next one's like, well, you've just made the situation 10 times worse. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bad choice.
Yeah, and the first time someone shoots is when she does the violent rage, and she just goes in a circle and goes like, it was like, oh, okay.
That's chaos. You've just introduced chaos into this, which is not what you want.
Yeah, well, this is all happening. Quill and Gamora and Nebula up there, right? She's with them. Yeah. She's up there too, and it was like, hey, you let me talk to you people. I just want to tell them. He's talking to Ura, the weird lady they've been talking to that has access.
Urukai?
And no, she's not an Urukai. That would be funny though.
That would be funny.
And they just, you're gonna talk to them, blah 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 blah. And she opens the comms, and he's like, well, I'm not that stupid. I just need to go in the system. And then he does something which fucks with the gravity things of the sentry guard suits, and they just kind of fly around like crazy. So that
probably it's a weird thing to be able to build into the controls of this ship, that you can just press a button and only your sentry guys will start like floating in space.
Yeah.
I don't know why that exists
apparently
at all,
these,
but okay.
These suits have like some kind of floating device going on, I think, because they're floating around, and then he just does something so they can't control it anymore or something. I don't know.
I don't know.
I guess it's an override in case they fell into enemy hands or something.
Maybe
I could see that, but yeah, could use some more detail there.
So yeah, well, all this is happening. Before this, they make their way free.
We know that they're like messing with his suits. It's just a weird thing that he can just do to all of them from the control panel.
Yeah,
in a way that like they can do nothing about. Yeah, exactly. Why it's remote controlled, centrally operated thing that just only fucks with them, and they're like floating around. Doesn't make a lot of sense. But nothing about this base makes a lot of sense in terms of how they run this thing.
Yeah. So. Is this a sneeze or no? It's just so bad.
Only time will tell.
Face gum.
Yeah, exactly. So now we get baited. The moviegoer gets baited because we make a big deal about Drax getting blasted by a big ass gun twice, as well as Nebula. She gets blasted too. She even coughs up Flumpy Juice blood from her mechanical body, and you're like, ooh, this situation is dire. Oh my god. I mean, yeah, shit. what are you gonna do? And then they all float away, and they go back to the ship that Groot crashes in there, and then the next scene they're fine. They don't even show them using the med packs or anything, because they make a big deal out of it. They go into slow-mo, sad music, and they're like, oh, shit. That was, ooh.
Oh, are we going to kill Drax? Ooh.
Is Gunn going to have the balls? Is he going to... He's not having the balls the whole movie, by the way, and it annoys me. No, they didn't die. They just...
Okay. So maybe since you just brought it up, this would be a good time to mention. Do you think it's actually a problem that no one died?
I think it was the perfect scenario to kill, I don't know, 1 to 3 of the Guardians in this movie. Because
why?
Because the chances that we never gonna see a lot of those characters ever again are high. We have the whole theme going on as well, where we have like, oh, there's things we can't change. We have to deal with what is going on right now. So we could have had some very powerful enemy like Warlock, and then someone sacrifice themselves to get the thing they need for Rocket is his name. Like, I don't know, Drax has to sacrifice himself so they can get away and get the thing so they can save Rocket, and then next time someone else dies, maybe, for example.
Yeah, that's something they could have done for sure. Is it a problem that they didn't? Because I'm not sure it is. I actually quite like the happy ending.
No, I don't say it's a problem. I think it's just a wasted opportunity to have a full, like a darker ending going on, and maybe even split up the Guardians completely at the end. Because here's also the thing. Now those characters lives, like some Michael Waldron can get his grabby, dirty fingers on these characters, and I don't want that.
Yeah, but
that final text box felt like a threat.
The only way to avoid something like that is to literally kill all of them. And
Good, do it.
Oh no, there's variants. They can still bring them back.
I like the happy ending. I gotta say, I think one of the things I liked about this trilogy, these characters in general, is that there's a sort of more. I mean, they're not afraid to get dark and to get heavy in terms of the emotional content, but there is something like this is the only like group in the Marvel Cinematic Universe where a movie could, like, the end of their trilogy could end with a giant dance party. Spoilers. You know what I mean? Like
I didn't see that yet.
This is the group you can do that kind of stuff with. And I think I was happy with the happy ending, not just because I like all the characters, but I thought it was handled well. And so you're not the first person I've seen bring up this point that there was something of a failure of creativity, or that they didn't commit enough, or that they should have killed someone. And I just don't know if I agree with that.
I think I will say that I can see both sides, but at the same time, I think I fall more in line with your view, Cap, because I think I enjoy the bittersweetness of the ending where nobody physically died, but this is the end of the Guardians of the Galaxy as we know them.
I really like
so
that.
there's still that moving on part of it.
Someone in chat says Mueller called it cowardice on open bar. I'm gonna big disagree on that one. I can't wait to fight about that tomorrow. I don't see it that way at all. But and that's not to say that they couldn't have done that and done something really powerful with it. But I don't share the opinion that it was some sort of failure that they didn't. I will say some of the scenes where they baited the deaths were kind of stupid, especially
that was a bit much, yeah.
So this Drax one is a good example because there's very little consequence of the fact that he tanks these huge blaster shots and then he's basically fine. And one later featuring Quill. I don't like the way it's handled at all, but I don't have a problem with, because I genuinely, watching the movie, I did think someone could die here. I didn't have the feeling that you sometimes have where you go, I know no one's going to die because they just don't have the balls. I felt like it was a possibility, but I was happy that they didn't.
The trailers implicated heavily. It's like, ooh, some tragedy is going to happen, but it's all fine at the end. But in terms of survival, I mean.
Yeah, they all live. I wouldn't say it's all fine at the end. It's a happy ending for sure.
Yeah,
but I think the most melancholy part of the ending, and I'm getting ahead. I'm sorry, but when Raccoon's like, so like, is this the end of us? Like the group's breaking up. That part hit for me. Like that was pretty melancholy. It didn't feel like, oh, they didn't all ride off into the sunset to keep going on adventures forever. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Especially because they all have abandonment issues, or at least a lot of them do. Like that's a very impactful moment to know that they're gonna have that the team's gonna break up. Because there's poor Rocket. Like how many teams has he? He's got the botched animals in the cages. Then he had Groot. Then he didn't have Groot. Then he had the Guardians. Then the Guardians die and disintegrate in front of him. Then he had the Avengers. And then the Guardians came back. Oh, but there's all this trauma there. And now he's over his trauma. All the Guardians are breaking up again. It's
Yeah.
It's still quite thematically strong.
I like it. And
Yeah.
I am glad that I think this is a good ending to the Guardians of the Galaxy, and I really hope that they're never touched ever again. Which I know won't
Don't touch
happen.
him.
I know
Oh,
it won't happen, but assuming this is the ending, and this is definitely the end of my investment in their stories.
I mean,
So,
Star-Lord is
yeah.
apparently gonna be back. That's in the after credit scene.
that was such a threat. That last
Yeah.
Star-Lord,
I don't
the
like that at
legendary
all.
Star-Lord is gonna be back. It's like, no.
I wish you wouldn't do that.
Leave him alone.
also
Let him
just-
chill with his Gramps.
Yeah, exactly. I think I like this as an ending, and I definitely think there's a way that if we did kill someone, and that there's you could have done that in a way that didn't work either. Is all I'll say there. So
Yeah,
maybe-
but they work both. I would have preferred if one or two of them die. Maybe just on a meta sense, like no, nobody can touch them necessarily unless they do some fuckery.
Yeah.
I think I've got it in the back of my head of like even if they killed them all of them could come back as variants or cyborgs, or they could
Yeah,
magic
there's also
away, or
that.
Somehow the
Lazarus
Guardians
Pit.
return.
yeah.
zombie
Gunty-
fucking guardians dancing
Zombie
with Michael
Guardian.
Jackson.
Metal, gun to your head. You have to pick one. Who would you have preferred they killed?
Let me think. Probably Rocket.
After this whole thing, you think he should
Yeah.
have died in the end?
Yes.
No. Oh, big
Fight.
disagree.
Fight!
Yeah, you just put a gun into my head. I had to pick someone.
Yeah, I thought part of your logic was that like someone. Oh, I mean, so like you're thinking like Rocket could have sacrificed himself at the end to save everyone. That
Yeah,
sort of
something
thing?
like that. Yeah, not necessarily on his deathbed, but when he tries to
Yeah,
save all these
yeah,
animals,
exactly
for
right.
example, because he knows how shitty they were treated back there, and he knows how it is, so he just gets them off the ship instead of himself.
That would have made me very sad.
I mean, yeah, that's-
not saying it would have been bad, but that would have been very upsetting for me.
Oh, of course. That's why I
Yeah.
would have liked it because I'm
Yeah.
a freak.
Yeah,
like to feel.
I like that all the characters I like.
Metal
had-
Knight's
had
the guy who
a
pointed
happy
the gun
ending.
to his head, angry. You told me to pick one. Why are you still trying to shoot me? Come on.
Yeah,
I'm gonna John Wick your way out of this.
Oh god. Well, then you're just invulnerable. I don't have any chance.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Go for the beard cap. No.
Anywho,
Oh man.
we can continue with the plot if you'd like.
Sure.
Kind of spoiled the ending for people, but that's okay.
That's
Hopefully,
okay.
That's
they'll
okay.
have seen it already.
They probably. I hope they know the ending if they're watching the spoiler stream. But
One would hope.
One would hope.
So yeah, they go back to their shipperoonie, and well, we did the portal guy already.
yeah, we don't need to touch that again.
Let me see. Where does the thing? I think next is another flashback scene. Because
Oh yes, good stuff.
this is where I put the notes for the portal guy, but we already talked about that, so I just need to find the next part.
Man, can you believe that Captital-O disagreed with EFAP? That's fucked up. He's supposed to like shill and stuff.
Well, luckily this is not EFAP, so he's safe. That's fine.
That's true. He's
I'm not
gonna
there
have
to
his
protect you
intestines
tomorrow,
ready
though.
Oh, he didn't. He's not around to hear that, which is great.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
yeah, one
that's
thing. I almost forgot about that. So the High Evolutionary says that he has an idea where they go, and even the bald prick to get the data is there. So yeah, I don't know. That's how I called him in my notes for some reason, because he doesn't have a name as far as I know. So I just called him a bald prick.
Bald prick. The fat bald prick.
I feel like the Evolutionary should have probably just put a trap here, because he knew where they go, pretty much on point. But instead, he gets the guy to get the information. I think is what we're implicating here, because he's here when they're here. So would have probably been smart of him to, put a trap here. Like,
Run that by me again. My brain somehow blanked on the first half of that sentence.
In the scene where he talks to Adam and the princess or priestess, he sends him away to do the thing, and he's like, "Oh, whatever. This is just a backup. I have an idea where they go." And he sends the bald prick to the station to, I guess, get rid of the data or some of the data.
And that's when Quill bumps into him, right?
He bumps into him, yeah. So he probably should have just put up a little trapperoonie there in case they actually go there, which they do. Like, he already has like a guarded. He has a station that's full of guards. They might be shit, but he still has it. There's 3 shields and everything. It can be useful.
Yeah.
If, they would care. So he could have put a trap there, or told them, hey, like, instead of just a warning that there's like weird people gonna go there, it's like, oh, there's gonna be weird people. If you see them, kind of lull them in or something so that they feel safe-ish. And then when they get to that data room, we can just trap them in there. That would have probably been a smart thing to do from the High Evolutionary.
Or something. Yeah. That probably should have been part of a larger scheme there rather than that would have been good. Would have been good. Because I do really like the High Evolutionary. But it's moments like this that I want him. I want the events of the film to even more reinforce the stuff I like about him. Yeah, because he does seem like a planner and a schemer.
Yumbo. But yeah, flashback time. Time for some good stuff. Because this is the scene that you might have seen already, at least the beginning of it. This is the one where they give each other names.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, this is the whole scene. The other part I'm thinking of is the next one. But yeah, they're just kind of all lying on the floor, looking up at the ceiling, wondering how it is outside, going to the sky, and how nice it would be.
Oh, one important little thing from one of the previous scenes with Rocket, when he's showing that he can solve the equation, he's with the High Evolutionary. He looks outside and he sees the big wide open sky, which he rarely, or maybe maybe this is the first time he's ever seen it.
Right? Oh, that's right.
He sees some sort of spaceship rocket shooting off to the sky, and he's fascinated by it, and that will motivate part of what's about to happen. Continue.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So they're just lying around, and it's like, oh, I think the walrus. The otter starts, right? Lila starts. Lila.
Yeah,
she's the first one who gives herself a name, because she basically says, well, when we go to a new world, we need new names, because like P13 and blah blah blah, not really good names. And he's like, I want to be called Lila, and it's like, oh, that's such a good name. And then the walrus like, I want to be Teeths because we all have them, but I have the most pronounced one. And they're all like, yeah, hey, that's funny. And then the rabbit's like, I want to be. Oh, go ahead.
I just love how kind of like simple the Teeths is.
Yeah.
It's like, well, most people have teeth. Mine are certainly more prominent. Like, he's just very like kind of simple. And
good for you. Good for you. I hope nothing bad happens to you.
No, they're fine.
Exactly.
And then the rabbit's like, well, I'm lying on the floor, so I want to be Floor. It's like, okay, you're going to be Floor.
Sure. Yeah, we'll call you Floor. It's a good name. Why not? Good as any.
Yeah. And then Raccoon, obviously we know it's Rocket already, It's like, well, when later I want to build big machines that fly and want to go into the sky with all my friends. And it's like, Lila, Tease, Floor, we're gonna go fly and want to be Rocket. And it's like, ooh, that's a good name. And it's all really wholesome and sweet, and I like it.
Yes.
And
Very
what
good.
what an origin for the name, like, because obviously he's called Rocket because the comic book character is called Rocket Raccoon. But then we get this scene here, and we get the earlier scene where he looks outside for the first time. This is the first time he gets an idea for the large world. He sees a rocket. He knows theoretically what a rocket is, but that's the first time he's seen a rocket. He sees it. Where's the rocket going? Outer space. Outer space. Possibilities. Freedom.
Mm-hmm.
And so he chooses a name
Big, wide
to
open
him.
sky.
Yeah, that represents freedom, exploration, friendship. There's a lot. They wrap a lot of meaning within that one word, and I think that is insanely good.
And his affinity for technology and stuff like that.
Yes, that too. Like there's so much in that word for him, and I just think that's so well done.
Yeah, it was really good. Like what it reminded me of was when they give Han Solo his name in Solo. That was really good.
I've never seen Solo, but wasn't it
it
really
is,
cringe?
It was.
Oh well, you see, he doesn't have a last name, and he's on his own, so he's Han Solo,
Oh no.
and it's given to him by an Imperial officer while he's being recruited.
I got myself another Dr. Pepper now. There we go. Ooh, yeah.
Drink the pain away.
Oh, we're broken metal.
Well, there you go.
If I could punch you right now, I would.
We go from like Rocket's very meaningful origin to hard singulars. Fuck it, like so you're here. You don't have a last name. Well, I guess you're Han Solo. Welcome to the Empire.
Jesus Christ.
I think
Han,
really,
nobody loves him.
I think it's really demonstrates how much you can do in an adaptation, right? Because his name is Rocket Raccoon because he's a raccoon in space, and that's a cool name.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe does he have that sort of character specific origin of his name in the comics, or is this something wholly invented?
I have no clue.
I would have to look into it a little bit more. I'm not as familiar with the Guardians and the comics outside of their obvious names and stuff.
Well, assuming it isn't taken directly from the comics, I think this is a really great way of adding to the lore and really giving depth to something that is just kind of a cool name on the surface, unlike Han Solo.
Oh yeah, I completely agree with you, and I'm going to even bolster your point here because my favorite, I guess, style of adaptation, because it always pisses me off, like from like a fan adaptation point of view, when they take things away and they go like, oh, that can't work, it's too silly, or they very arbitrarily get rid of stuff because they don't have the imagination to bring it to life, or and that really annoys me, and or when they bring things in just because it's in the comics as well, that also kind of annoys me because it's a lot of the time the context is lost. My favorite form of adaptation is what you just described, where you are using like the imagery, the iconography, the idea as like the base, as the starting, as like your baseline. This is where you want to progress to. This is where we want to get to, and then you add a lot of layers on top of that. I think the Spider-Man PS4 game kind of did that, where spoiler alert for that game. Shut your ears if you don't want to get spoiled for a 3-year-old game. So Doc Ock is the villain in that game. And the end point for him, obviously, is he has the green suit, he has the tentacles, he has the goggles and everything. Every single piece of Doc Ock's iconic look is given a lot of explanation and depth. So this is the original purpose for the green suit. This is the original purpose for the goggles. This is why he needs the tentacles. And this is stuff that wasn't in the comics, but they've taken this, initially, something that didn't have a lot of explanation, and they've layered detail onto it and meaning into it, while still thinking about, like, they're thinking about, okay, it's our job here to represent this. How do we do it in a meaningful way? How do we get to this point? What can we do? What can we? It's creative. Well, fitting that we're talking about Rocket here. It's creativity, it's imagination, and it is a willingness to use the comic, I suppose, the adaptational element as your grounding point. Like, we need to get to this, and then kind of working backwards to see how do we get there, and that adds a lot of additional meaning to it, and that's why it's my favorite form of adaptation, because it enhances what was already there while still showing reverence to it, rather than just throwing it all out or just putting in there just cause.
There's another good example of this in the film that also relates to Rocket's name that we will save for when we get there. But I think it also embodies this sort of principle of respecting the sort of goofier aspects of the comics by like imbuing them with a sort of a deeper meaning, grounding them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, that was actually my favorite payoff in the film, I think, just subjectively.
Yeah.
But we'll get there.
Very good. Very good. So yeah, they check out the data cube, and it has the actual recording of Raccoon's operation, and everyone just kind of shocked at how brutal it is, and even prompts Nebula to say this is worse than what Thanos did to her. And it's like, oh.
Yeah, Thanos probably didn't lock her in a cage.
No.
I don't like mind that line. Like I don't know why that was necessary, that she needed to say that.
Yeah, right. I think the way they behaved and just looked away from it, I think it said everything. It was just
I don't know. It felt strange to try and like put a comparison there when it wasn't necessary.
I think
it could have hit her harder because she's been experimented on in that way. But instead of doing something like that, they said, "Oh, this is worse than what he did to me," like making it sort of like, why is this a competition?
Yeah.
You know,
I think
did she say that to the larger group? Sorry.
Oh, she just said it out into the room, basically.
Okay, because I think that line would have worked better if it was like her and Gamora react, and then there's a moment afterwards where it's like they look at each other and go, "Even Thanos didn't go that far with us." Like, that would have been a little bit more sensical, because that's them relating to their own experiences to each other rather than it being a general statement.
I also don't even know if that's like which Infinity War movie. Which movie is it where he's like pulling her apart as a way to like try to get something out of her?
That was Infinity War.
Yeah.
I don't even know if it is like way worse than what Thanos did. So putting the comparison in there is strange.
I just have a hard time to even compare them, really. It's because
I wouldn't have been comparing them like in a way of trying to determine which was worse if you didn't say that.
Yeah.
Now that I am, I'm like, actually, I'm not sure that it is much worse.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure in I don't know which movie it was, but I think it was actually in the second one when she fights with Gamora on Ego's planet, where she says that for every time I lost, he took away one part of me and replaced it with machinery.
Yeah,
that must have been like a thing that went on for years, possibly, until there was basically nothing left. So this probably
she should have been most affected by watching that happen to Rocket. And I feel like instead of having, I mean, she did look very upset. I'm not trying to say she didn't, but something where it makes her more angry than it does anyone else would have been a better beat to have in there than the line they gave her instead.
Oh yeah, Jose put the actual line in there. He would pit us against each other, and everything you won, I lost another part of me. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, and I think it also must be said that Nebula, there might be an argument to be made that Nebula might be closer to Rocket than the other characters because they were the only two Guardians that weren't snapped.
Yeah.
So they were working together all that time and bonding, and even in the that's why a lot of people praise their moment in the holiday special, because they have this little moment where because Nebula is the one who gives Rocket the gift in there, and it's Bucky's arm, and it's very clear that they've had this bond that was forged. It's very subtle over time. So I think just having that, plus the fact that she would relate to being experimented on, I think that's enough.
Yeah. And you already get the understanding from just looking at the room and how they all look at it, and even Peter just looking away. It's like, oh, it's like I get it. You didn't actually need to say anything here. Like, you're fine.
Yep.
but yeah, they check the data things, but it doesn't have the passcode in it that they need to deactivate that kill switch. But they do find a picture of the bald prick, and it's like, well, that's where we gotta head. And it's like, well, you're basically going into an ambush. And Quill's like, no, it's a face-off because I know what's gonna happen.
Actually, I kind of like this. They do this several times with Quill, but I like it. You know, he's like, "This is a trap," and it's like, "It's not a trap. I'm going in intentionally.
Yeah.
I know it's a trap. I'm going to face him down." Like, he's like so desperate to be like, "This isn't a trap. All right, I'm not stupid falling into a trap. I know that this is going to happen. It's not a trap if you know it's a trap," or whatever he says. It's kind of fun. It feels very him.
And then we get
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead if you have something for that.
Oh, I was just agreeing.
Oh, okay. I thought you wanted to add anything. So yeah, then they're like, well, we're going there right now. And Gamora's like, you're insane. He's like way too powerful. You shouldn't be doing that. Like, do you even know who he is? And obviously Quill doesn't give a shit. It's like, I just know he took apart my...
bitch.
Wait, what?
Ignore
You
him.
know who I am? I'm the Juggernaut, bitch.
God damn it.
That was eerily close to what he sounds like.
I think I might have done that impression on and off over the years, and it's all manifested in this one throwaway moment.
It's like, oh, I only care that he's like he took apart my best friend. Like he doesn't even care who he's going on. It's like, yeah, what are we gonna do when you get there? And it's like, well, see what happens when we get there. I think Drax says that. It's like, yeah, doesn't matter. We go there anyway. And she's like, oh, whatever. I don't care. Just drop me off at the Ravagers and we're fine. It's like, you know, just gonna teleporter guy. But no, we don't have any time. We don't have time.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And he's like, you're not even a Ravager. I'm a Ravager, is what Quill says. It's
Mhm.
like, I know the Gamora that I knew, she just wanted a family and something who took care of her. And I know that deep inside, that's what you feel as well. You don't need Ravagers, you need a family.
She kind of explodes at him.
Yeah, and Gamora just basically yeets him into the panels and is like, I don't give a shit what you think. It's like, I'm not the Gamora that you do, and how weak are you that I need to be something for you that I am not. I was like, damn. It's true, though. I get her frustration. She's a completely different character.
She's like, I'm not that person. Shut the fuck up about it.
Yeah. And she's actually about to punch him again, but Nebula stops her.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, well, this gutted badger, because that's what Gamora called Rocket earlier, actually made some upgrades for me, and we will save them. And Gamora says, well, I'm family. And then Nebula says, well, so is he. I was like, oh,
That's good.
that's good. That just reinforces the things you said earlier, that they probably bonded.
I'm a sucker for all the found family stuff in this trilogy. It gets me. It's good.
Yeah, something about broken people coming together to find themselves, you know? That's just it's a guarantee to get me in the feely foos.
Yeah. And then Gamora basically says, screw you. Screw you guys, I'm going home. And then she goes to a cabin somewhere. And then we get some weird, silly scene where the High Princess and Adam are in the Orgoscope, and they managed to capture one of the Ravagers they found in the outskirts of the second shield. I don't know what the fuck he was doing there, but that's where they got him.
Who knows? Don't think about it.
Who
He's
knows?
like, tell me the things. He's like, you're not getting anything out of me. And it's like, Adam, show him we're business. And then he just incinerates him completely. Because he's an idiot. And that annoys the High Princess. But it's fine, because Gamora hails the Ravagers, this one Ravager. I'm not sure how the fuck this is even work.
I think it's a general signal, but it's picked up by him. But I think the problem is one that's very contrived that she does it at that moment too. What if that device was fried by Adam?
Yeah, that's where I was going to as well. It's like, because she just gets rid of some of the wrote off the bones and stuff. And it's like, oh, here it is. And yeah, if it's a general message, she was lucky to pick that up first, and no one else checked as well, I guess. It's really weird. It's really contrived, basically.
Yeah.
It is contrived. I do like the joke of him obliterating him when he says, when she says, show we mean business. It's dumb, but it makes me laugh a lot.
We can ask his friend. It's like, that's a dog. Can't talk to him. Yeah, and then Gamora yeets them all the coordinates where they are, or the position of the ship currently. So yeah, obliterate is a neat word. I know, right? It's pretty good.
I like that he picks up this little weird alien dog.
Yeah. I just saw the comment you posted me. Loki writers watches ART wrote that. Loki writers watched this and thought, why didn't Peter just show her life on film? Can you just
all the home movies?
Yeah, it's like, I will train it. That's what he said.
You know, they should have. I think Quill should have just shown her the sex tape. You know, because doubtless they made a sex tape at some point, right?
Of course.
So I think that would have changed things.
What?
But yeah, they go to follow them, and now they're on their way to Counter Earth. And Peter's kind of listening to his Zune, listening to some sad music because he's sadisms right now, obviously. And then Mantis has some words for him, but she doesn't think anyone's gonna listen, so Drax delivers them. It's like the lily pads, and you need to learn to swim. And Quill's like, huh, that made sense. Like, it was a proper metaphor and anything. I didn't know you could do that. And Drake's like, I can do all these things. And then he does like really weird metaphors and analogies.
To improvise some, yeah.
It's like, last night I made a poop that looked like a fish. See, even my butt can do an analogy. I was like, all right.
Gamora's head, lily pads are green like Gamora's head. See, metaphor.
See, metaphor. And in the background, just Mantis going like, no, stop it. But he's like, no, I have to prove myself now.
I do like the little detail that Mantis feels like no one will listen to her when she says anything. So she tries to get Drax to do it. But he's such like a comedically bad person to try to deliver this message.
Yeah, and at the end of the movie, Quill acknowledges that, yeah, I know that was you that fed that to Drax. So kind of neat.
Yeah, it's a nice little thing.
And now we get the was that the final flashback? No, not yet. That's the second to last flashback, I think.
Yeah, this one isn't quite as traumatic.
No, this is I mean, depends.
You know, they're all pretty traumatic, actually.
So we see the evolutionary is losing his shit. Apparently they say he was mid operation or something. Like he was going through something, and he's like, "Where's the damn raccoon?" Because like basically they figured out the problem that Rocket told them, and now they can make peaceful species. So he gets him out of the cage to show him.
Mm-hmm.
And he absolutely loses his shit because he yells at us like, how do you know? I made you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see? And then they put like 4 animals or 3 or 4 animals, and they all grow up to be
weird hybrid humanoid animals. Like there's like a goat person and a bunny rabbit person.
But peaceful.
But not rage monsters this time.
Not rage monsters. And it's like, he yells at Rocket, like, why? How did you figure this out? And then he just goes a bit silent, it's like, because it worked. See? And then Rocket gets all excited, it's like, oh, that means, because slowly, the evolutionary says, oh, they're ready for the new world, and that gets Rocket excited. It's like, oh, now then we can go to the new world soon. And the evolutionary is, we? And he's kind of amused, like, you could figure out the whole filtration thing but you couldn't figure out that your badge was never meant to go to the new world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
EQ versus IQ right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
And yeah, Rocket looks a bit sad. It's like, oh, what the fuck? Oh, okay, shit.
A bit sad, yes. Devastated. might be
Devastated
another
is probably a
word.
better word.
Yeah, and how indicative of the High Evolutionary's character, because he doesn't see individuals, he sees pieces that can go together to form the perfect life form. So
Yeah.
he's not looking at, oh, Rocket is a special individual. He's going, wow, you accidentally had a really good brain. I want
you're
it.
an imperfect being that had like this
We
one
gotta
thing.
Yeah. So, and one of the things he, I don't know if it's in this scene only or maybe the next one, but he's very much like. Actually, no. It does come in a later flashback. We'll save it. But yeah,
Okay.
he's like his brain needs to be studied for science.
Yeah. 'Cause he, I think in this one he says that he has an interest in his brain, but he basically says, "Oh, what are we gonna do with the rest of the badge?" And he's like, "Well, make them ready for incineration in the morning." And yeah, that's,
Yeah,
You're
and
an
he-
irredeemable monster.
Yeah.
what took you so long?
Yeah, so he's like the batch 89, of which Rocket and his other friends are members. Like they're going to be incinerated because they're not going to the new world. But he doesn't want to kill Rocket straight away. He's going to take his brain out and then like try and study how he was able to create something that has imaginative intelligence, can actually create things, can actually do things beyond simple commands and programming, right? Because that's very important. We'll get more of that in the next flashback.
Yeah.
So he's like, "Oh, all your friends, we're going to kill them in the morning, and I'm going to take your brain out." And so it's like death for Rocket as well.
Yeah. So yeah, they're now made their way to Counter Earth, which is basically a replica of Earth, but has like different stuff, like the people being these animal hybrids, and the Statue of Liberty just being a statue of the High Evolutionary with like a monkey in his hand or something.
Yeah.
And
then as they're flying in, they land in a random suburb.
they do. It's really awkward.
I don't know how I feel about that choice.
I don't know why they just landed in between those houses.
It was
just
like
go
they
to a
didn't find a
field or something.
I think they don't make it clear, but I think because you might wonder, okay, why'd they stop here? They stop in some random suburb, and the suburb is very much a sort of like cut and paste cookie cutter American suburb, but it's full of all these humanoid animal hybrids going about their daily mundane lives. And like, why did he come here? He's obviously looking for the High Evolutionary.
Yeah.
He doesn't go to like a giant building that looks like it would obviously be his base that you can see from where they landed. He doesn't. But I think the logic, if we're gonna try to give it some credit, is that he doesn't want to go straight there. He wants to go to like.
Oh, I don't even have a problem
people.
with them being here. I just don't understand why they land on top of the houses. Just land a little bit off to the side.
Yeah, but I was curious when I watched it why they landed here, and I think the logic is that like he's gonna go up to some random people and try to get some information about where that guy is and what his deal is, that sort of thing. Like random unassuming civilians. We'll try to talk to them first. I think that's the idea. It was a little confusing when I was first watching it, though.
Also, fuck the morning commute, I guess. Like right in the middle of the road.
Yep, you staying home, bitch. I need my staircase to go there now. Yeah, and then they have this. It's just more of a fun scene that's happening right now because they're like,
ball into girl's face. Boom.
We come here in peace, and then the little girl throws down the ball, and Drax throws it back, but he's way too strong, so he just fucking annihilates her. And everyone's like, ah! And they just throw stones.
They start throwing rocks.
Yeah.
I can't wait for the R-rated edit of that scene.
Just splatters everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
And they all just scatter because Groot just grows and goes like, "Blah, blah, blah, blah," and they're like,
He calls himself like Kaiju Groot.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Just like, no, don't go Kaiju Groot, no!
Dave L says he found it annoying that Drax like beamed the kid in the face, and maybe the thought is that like his daughter of his species is actually quite a bit stronger. So
Oh,
he,
maybe,
like,
yeah.
He
Yeah,
overestimated.
that came off as an accident to me, not a... I think they
Yeah.
even say it's an accident, like he was just trying to be playful.
Yeah, I think maybe you could charitably assume that Drax assumed the girl would be stronger than she was, but yeah, I don't know. It didn't annoy me in the same way.
Yeah, plenty of wiggle room there.
Also, it's funny.
It's really
Watching
funny.
the kid get beamed in the face.
So they all run away. One of the what was she, like a bat person? I think she has like
Yeah,
the bat
Bat
ears.
out of hell?
Mm-hmm.
Boopity bobbity boop, and like, oh,
Are you
I'm here
trying to
to
speak
help
the alien
you.
language?
Here, have the little napkin or whatever he gave her to clean the wound. Then she lets him in, and it's just like the kids are just playing on the television or watch TV, and it's like, you're gonna stay in there now. And I kind of like that they gave them a language they just don't speak. It's just kind of fun because they have
And there's
to.
no subtitles for it. It's just like
Yeah.
blah, 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 whatever.
I always enjoy when they do stuff like that and commit to it. I just think it's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like they
and we do have a
didn't do
line in there saying that
Quantumania.
the language isn't in the translator as well, so that
Yeah.
explains that.
Wasn't that
And
line
that was
for?
kind of an
Wasn't that line for the children on the ship later?
That
It
was for
was.
the children on the ship later. I guess we can assume that it's the same because
same
one of
principle. Because these
yeah,
are like
'cause,
weird made-up creations of this one
Yeah, yeah,
guy.
yeah.
You know?
yeah, because I
I don't know.
remember this is
Go ahead.
one. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, it's not important. Go ahead.
So because I remember when I was rewatching the first Guardians of the Galaxy film, for some reason this detail sticks in my mind because when they were going over all their, you have all the details when they're going through the police scanners and stuff, and for Star-Lord it's just like, oh, built-in augmentations translator, so that's just their subtle way of going, like that's why everyone's speaking English. They're not actually speaking English, just everyone has translators up their butts. So when they arrived here and they were all speaking the language, it's like, are we forgetting about the translator? And so the later line, even though it's not directly addressing it, it kind of makes sense that it indirectly addresses the earlier point of the languages not lining up.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
Beep, beep. So yeah, and they just kind of try to tell them what they're trying to do. It's like, well, friend is dying. And then you have like some things where Manus goes like, bleh, and it's like, that doesn't mean he's already dead. You think he's already dead. And you have like Drax on the couch just trying to lie down, and Groot just going like, this is rude. It's like, it's not rude. It's made for it.
I like that part a lot.
It just tries to lie down at a time. It's like, Drax, I can see you.
That's sort of fun you can have with Drax that doesn't make him stupid.
Yeah.
Because like if he's like, why would it be? I think he even says, why is it oblong if you're not supposed to lay on it?
Yeah.
Because like the social etiquette of like, no, that's someone else's couch. Don't
Mm-hmm.
lay down on it. That's not something he would understand. And he looks at it and sees the obvious utilitarian purpose that you could lay down on it. So he's like, how is it rude? Like that's funny.
Yeah,
could have
That's
multiple
in keeping
purposes
with
as
his
well.
character.
Because he says it has multiple purposes.
And he's like, I find it hard to believe it doesn't have multiple purposes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like when he asks Ego if he has a penis or not, because he doesn't really get that would be a very, very rude thing to ask.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great moment. I like that joke a lot. And then the guy's like, no, it's not rude. I do have a penis. And he goes, see?
It's a really good one, too.
And he's like, nice.
I'll lay on Metal's couch. Go ahead. You can extend it as well. There's plenty of space on that couch.
Good.
But how could he be his father if he's a planet? He would smush her.
He would smush her.
See, that's the fun you can have with Drax without making him stupid. It's not even terribly hard to do. Just have him not understand like weird social etiquette and like metaphors and symbolic.
Just make
language.
him very autistic. That's all you gotta do.
Basically, I mean that's part of what he's been.
But yeah, it's like, hey, we're looking for this guy, and he draws him like it was like through the meme blender.
Yeah, I was about to say.
And and then Manny says, "Oh, that's very good." And Drax is like, "Can I have this for my apartment? I want to hang it on the wall." It's so random. It's funny. Like,
Oh god, you know what they should have done as an ending gag? They should have actually had him in a new apartment and then have him hanging the photo on the wall. That would have been mwah.
I like how Quill is excited as well. He's like, "Oh, thank you, thanks." He believes it. But yeah, she shows us like, "Oh, he's over there with her Wumbo voice language." And then he sees a car. I was like, "Is this your car?" And then we pan over to the husband, and he just probably says like, "Oh, god damn it!" Like in his Wumbo voice, like, "Oh, there goes my car." Well, it's fine though because they all die later. So, yeah,
They do all died.
yeah, this whole planet gets just exploded. So,
So then they do the gag where like they get into the car and then first Nebula doesn't know how to open the door.
Yeah, it's like, you need to push the button, and she pushes at the keyhole. And Quill's like, it looks like you pushed at the key. You tried to push the keyhole. Like, well,
And then she finally pushes the button and he goes, and she's like, "Now what?" It's like, "Now open the fucking door."
open the
And I was
fucking
like-
door.
I'm like, "Hey,
First
that's."
F-bomb in the MCU.
Yeah.
I'm
First
like,
F-bomb.
that's such an odd spot for it, but I don't mind. It's funny.
It's funny. What do I do
Yeah, I think
now?
the fact that it is an odd
Open
place
the
kind of sells it
fucking door.
a little
Yeah,
bit more.
it's so unimportant and like not impactful at all.
And
I do think there's something kind of impressive about how adult and irreverent like James Gunn's Guardians movies are, like within the PG-13 limitations. Like he's pretty good at like threading that needle,
yeah.
you know, and getting away with stuff where you go, I don't know how you got away with that in a PG-13 movie, honestly.
Yeah.
Like,
'cause
he's
he
very
has
letter
very-
of the law
That's-
when it
yeah,
comes
he's
to
so-
the rating.
Someone in
It is
chat
very
just pointed out, it's like War of not knowing how a door works. I not too long ago saw that episode. It's in the second season somewhere, or the first.
One Riker, one bridge.
James Gunn has very obviously R-rated sensibilities, but he does a really good job of having the same sort of, especially with like the horror stuff and like, you know, this PG-13. So when people get shot and stuff, like they don't bleed everywhere, but especially some of the body horror elements, it's like I feel like he's gotten away with quite a bit in this movie in a good way.
Oh yeah.
Of not
Yeah.
making it feel like it has been watered down for the sake of a PG-13 rating. Not like
There's some
something
gruesome stuff towards the end.
yeah, not like something like Black Panther did, where it's just like, oh, we'll show people's throats getting slit, but no blood will come out. And it's just like, that's the worst of both worlds.
Yep.
Yeah, because the whole point, like, because we got to remember, why did the PG-13 rating come around? Well, we had films like Indiana Jones, Temple of Doom, where people were getting their hearts ripped out and stuff, but it didn't feel violent enough to go all the way up to R, but it definitely didn't feel like a PG. So I think Spielberg actually was the one who pushed for it. It was just like, yeah, we need a middle ground here where we can have it's a PG with some hot sauce thrown on it, you know, that sort of thing. So that's where PG-13 came from. And then in the 2000s, a bunch of R-rated movies got edited down to PG-13, and then PG-13 just became PG for some reason, and then PG became G, and then G became babies. So this feels like a true PG-13 rather than what PG-13 eventually became.
Yes, I agree with that. Do you guys have those sort of ratings in your respective countries?
Yes.
Yeah, so with Australia's
What was
got
it?
I think
Change.
What was this
sorry?
one? What was this one rated for you guys?
Good question. Let's see. Guardians of the
let's
Galaxy.
see.
Probably 12. 12 years.
So like PG-13 essentially.
Yeah, it's basically the same. Yeah.
So I'll explain the Australian rating system and then I'll say what it is just for context. So we've got G, PG, M, MA15 plus, and R18 plus. So we've got a few more ratings there. So how it works is that the first three aren't restricted, but they're kind of like recommendations. So G is like it's appropriate for audiences. PG is like we recommend parental guidances, and then M is like it's probably most suitable for mature audiences, but kids probably won't get traumatized if they see it. And then MA, once you get MA, it's like we are not allowed to sell it to anyone under 15 years old. This one was an M. So mature audiences most likely, but kids can still see it without having to have a parental guide there.
Yeah. We just have numbers, really. It's like 0, 6, 12, 16, 18. It's basically
How
it.
very German of you guys.
Yeah, very effective.
Wadsworth, that wasn't an implicit pegging scene. That was an explicit pegging scene in Deadpool, I will have you know.
And they're also with different colors. So 0 is transparent or white, 6 is yellow, 12 is green, 16 is blue, and 18 is red for bad. Bad, don't watch this movie, bad.
Yeah. Well, our
someone,
rating is black.
As someone said in the chat, this is definitely not a movie for little kids. This is, teenagers and above kind of movie.
Yeah, I would say so. So yeah, Drax and Mantis are told to... Wait, what?
Sorry, I just saw Jose's comment.
What?
I just saw Jose's chat message.
Nope. Deadpool feeling the push. Yeah, Drax and Mantis are supposed to wait here and look out for Rocket, which makes a lot of sense. I hope they don't do anything stupid.
I also hope that.
And the other ones take the car through the city. So they get to go through some neighborhoods with Nebula and Groot. And they just see that people are beating each other up and sell drugs. So this perfect counter-Earth, there's violence and drug abuse as well. It's not perfect at all.
Oh my god, meth.
And then
I actually
Breaking
really
Bad on Counter-Earth.
I really like that detail that he's trying. There's something really interesting about the fact that he's basically trying to recreate Earth, but he's convinced he needs to do it with humanoid animals. There's something very anti-human about it, which is interesting. I think it's that he's trying really hard to make the perfect society, and then but everything when he tries to engineer it top down from above, it just fails, right? Because he there's nothing organic about it, and he's just creating these weird societies that have a lot of the same problems, maybe even some worse problems than our current world does. I think that was a very interesting choice, and I'm glad they took the time to illustrate that.
Yeah, well, he says, he loved Earth when he visited it. It's just the people were really shit, so he wanted to recreate Earth, but without the people. And I think he specifically mentions the bigotry. And it just occurred to me, because he just looks like an African American human when he before his accident, quote unquote. Yeah. So it kind of it almost inspires this image in my mind where he goes down to Earth, takes a look around, it's like, oh wow, this is really nice. And then in the distance he sees this glow, and then he goes through the forest. He's just like, wow, I wonder what this is. And he just sees this burning cross surrounded by what looks like a bunch of ghosts.
No.
And it's like, oh, what is this ritual? And they all turn to him. It's just like, and he gets run off the planet by the clan. It's like, oh my god, these people are horrible, but the planet's nice. Oh my god, but the people, oh, but the planet's nice.
I am so glad they didn't do that. Holy shit. That's so bad. Oh god! Can you imagine the discourse on Twitter if they did that?
Fantastic!
Oh, that would have been a nightmare. That would have been a fucking nightmare.
I shudder to think.
But yeah, while they drive up there, we see the High Evolutionary is just watching a new prototype of the new species he's doing, or he constructed. I'm not even exactly sure how he did that one. Because those ones are just humanoid now.
Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense given everything else he's doing. That he was just like, fuck it, we're just gonna make them people now.
Yeah, because it seems like now he's also looking for efficiency, because he says this human form has been running in this weird ring for 2 hours without breaking a sweat, and apparently they run on 30 calories a day. It's like, damn, that's not
energy
a lot.
Efficient.
That's like
it all fits with the trying to perfect things.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like, oh, you won't need as much resources to take care of them. They can like go for days and they won't be tired. They can solve all these complex problems very, very quickly.
Mhm.
But as we'll find out in this scene, he's very upset about the fact that they can't do anything beyond what he calls rote memorization. So we can
Yep.
solve
Yeah.
these. They can solve these complex mathematical problems in under 2 minutes because he programmed them to solve these problems. They have no ability to solve problems of their own and adapt and change and evolve and think imaginatively the way Rocket can. And so
Mhm.
that seems to be like as great as some of these other advancements are in his mind, that they can, they only need 30 calories a day. They seem consistently content and happy all the time, which is good for him. They can't do what Rocket can do. And so
Yeah.
that's the dragon he's chasing now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gravity alone
I just
begs
think
to
if they can
differ.
survive on
My
a Klondike bar.
engineering brain shut down when I heard that. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Well, it might be an extension of like because there's like people, there are like these freak mutant people that do actually exist where they're just naturally extremely muscular. And I'm not sure if they have a higher calorie requirement than regular people, but they don't need to work out or anything. They're just naturally ripped, and I hate them so much for existing and having to not put work into it. But
Yeah.
that's and I think they use similar genes for cattle as well, because obviously, we want cattle to be very muscular because that's the parts that we eat. Yeah.
Oh, I almost forgot the point I was making is that I don't like the fact that these are just humans now.
Right.
Like, because that seems to go against what everything they're kind of doing with the symbolism of his character earlier. And so I was like, these little creatures should have been some sort of hybrid as well, in my opinion. I think that would have been more symbolically coherent and consistent.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the bald prick tells him the Guardians are here. Well, it doesn't say that. It says they're here. And it's like, okay.
The pricks are here.
The pricks are here. So they arrive
Quickly,
at
bald prick, let them in.
They get to the gate and they're greeted by some weird pig thing, and I don't even know what the other one's supposed to be. I don't know if you can have a guess, but I just couldn't make out what he's supposed to be.
Was it like a hawk or something?
Might be.
Right? Did he have some sort of like bird of prey face? I can't remember. Anyway,
I would need a photo of him to. I remember there being a pig.
Yeah. But they've been expected. And I was like, you got to stay because your arm is a weapon and you can't really take that off, so you got to stay here. And then Quill gets scanned for weapons, but they already hid them in Groot, which they don't scan because I guess they think he's just a tree. I don't know. If I would be a security guy, I would probably still scan him. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can believe it either way, but it's just reckless on their behalf.
Yeah, though I will say that I think part of what can excuse some of how incompetent his like minions are is that they're all his creations, and he can't actually devise anyone who has very strong like critical thinking and problem solving skills other than Rocket. So I think there's some play in those joints in terms of allowing for them to not be actually incredibly smart.
Yeah. I'm so and so on it. I can believe it either way.
Yeah, it's not ideal that they just let him in anyway, but
Yeah, it feels like there was some implication there, because obviously, like, it feels like they've done this weapon smuggling maneuver before, because he just he already has a bunch of weapons under his wood. I was going to say skin, but it's not really skin, it's just wood.
Groot has a lot of wood.
Yeah, a lot of wood. And so he hands the pistols over and he goes, Groot, you know what to do with these. So they've done this before.
Yeah.
So it almost feels like we needed a bit more detail where maybe something about Groot's biomechanics means that he's able to smuggle things past weapon scanners or something like that. I don't know, but that it didn't really come up. So I can't really justify it in that way. It feels like we had 2/3 of the pieces there, but we didn't see the scanning part. Where if the scan came up clear, it would at least be like implicit that Groot can smuggle weapons without the scanners picking it up, but because they
I would definitely
didn't.
wonder why the scan didn't work, but I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so it would be something. It would be like, there would be questions there still, but it would be an explanation that you would want more detail for, rather than just the explanation not being there.
Yes.
Don't touch his wood.
Don't touch his wood. And yeah, we get another flashback, which is now the last one. Be the last flashback. And yeah, he's back in the cage, and he starts Rocket. That is, of course. It's thrown in the cage, and we see that he starts gathering the lots of parts that he stole across the X amount of time he has been going in and out of that cage, which I don't know, could be, it's probably a lot of times. We just don't know exactly how long. But yeah, we saw that he's been taking like parts, and he puts them together to make this pass card that we saw in the beginning of the movie he was looking at. And the other one's like, hey, Rocky, you can play now? And he's like, no, not now. We're gonna do things. And it's like, oh, we're gonna go to the thing now soon, New World. He's like, no, never intended for us to go to New World. He's gonna kill us all tomorrow morning. Like, he's very matter of fact right now. Like, he's trying to get out.
He almost doesn't want to say it explicitly at first. But she, Lila, because she's the smarter one, she's like, no, you can't be serious. And he just kind of like shakes his head at her, like, no, like, we were never meant to go there. Like, there's a hesitancy to even like spoil it for them, which I thought was a really nice detail. I thought that was well played. Because obviously he doesn't want to have to break the news to them.
No,
it's like the worst thing they've ever heard.
That's what they've been going for, trying to get to the New World, and yeah, it's not happening. It's just like, I can get us out of here with this thing. We're just gonna get to the ship. I know I will be able to pilot it. I'll figure it out immediately. At least good enough to get them off the planet, and then we just fly into the sky like we always wanted to. And they're like, yeah, we're on board. That sounds great. And he opens his cage, he goes out, he opens the other cage. He and Lila have a little hug, and then boom. You hear a shooting Heimers. And you're like, uh-oh. And you just see that the High Evolutionary is there, and he shot Lila. And he's like, yeah, I figured you might try something like that. Now get back in the cage. And then you just see Rocket look at Lila, and she's like, oh, the sky. And then she dies. And the fucking agonizing screams he does is like, fuck.
It's really good.
Yeah.
Really like his performance. Fantastic.
Right here in my chest cavity.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. It really is. Like, the way it's performed is fantastic. It was really great. And then the Evolutionary, he's just, I don't know, he's just talking to some henchman. It's like, yeah, he escaped. Like, he doesn't even give a shit. Like, he's just like, yeah, they escaped. I need some assistant here. But then he just gets annoyed by the noise, and he goes like, why do you think you're so special? You're just a failure, or whatever he says. I don't have the exact wording, but he's just kind of shit talking him and how dumb he is.
Or just a step along the way.
A step along the way, yeah.
Anything important, something along those lines.
Yeah, and mimics him, is annoyed, and he's just a step, and Rocket just fucking loses. He leaps at him, crashes him to the floor, and just starts fucking up his face. Like, he goes,
he's like, claws.
Ah.
And he hides some really quick cuts in this little sequence where, like, I feel like we get some shots that are very, very close up, so it's kind of hard to tell what's happening, but there looks like there's a lot of blood.
Okay.
But we don't see it in the wide. We see it in these like really close-ups, and they happen very quickly.
Yeah, you get I think you get a close-up specifically on one eye that are like opened up, and it's like, ah.
Yeah, there's something he does here that I felt you get the impression of something much more violent and visceral to look at without actually seeing anything too graphic for the age rating. it was just I thought it was very well handled, and I thought he like played right up to the line as much as he could, so that you really feel how aggressive it is. You know what I mean? I thought it was great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because he knows, because he's what was it? He gives you enough for your imagination to fill in the blanks, and that's what makes it effective.
Very good.
Works really well, and then two guards, henchmen, whatever, arrive, but Rocket saw that as the gun of the High Evolutionary fell down, so he grabs that. They start shooting, he shoots them, and I'm not the biggest fan of how they handled the death of these other two friendos. It's still sad, but
they get hit by the stray bullets.
They kind of like they both get
crossfire,
fatally hit by the couple of shots they do, which I don't know, seems can happen, yeah, but I don't know, especially because they're both fatal. I was just kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of weird.
I feel like the choice to make them both like kill shots, they're both dead already. It's like we want to skip any time he might spend saying something to one of them who might still be alive. You know what I mean?
I mean, they could have easily done it while they were trying to escape, because Rocket is obviously going to be the fastest of the three.
Yeah.
So they just can kind of, I don't know, fall behind, and he's like, "Come on, hurry up!" And while they get on there, they get shot or something.
Yeah, I don't.
They could even tell him to run. Yeah.
I don't hate it. It could have been maybe a little cleaner, a little more.
Yeah. I was taking a bit out of it when you turn around. They're both just dead, like not even like only wounded. I was like, oh, I don't know. It could have been done a little bit cleaner.
I think James's suggestion that you kind of mentioned already, Metal, that like if one of them gets killed in the crossfire, then the other one is too slow to make it. Something like that.
Yeah,
might have been good.
I think that would have been better.
It could even, that might have been better, because it might have been even more heartbreaking that like he leaves, or he has to essentially leave one of the slow ones behind so he can get out at all. Like he tries to help them along, and then there's some guilt there potentially, or even more guilt there, you might say.
Yeah. But anyway, when he realizes they're dead, he just looks at them, devastated again, and just runs to a ship, which he can barely control. Like he's taking off, but you can see the ship is going like wobbly, like the road connect. What was it? Connection, the road connection or whatever. Works.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And he flies off, going into the sky like he always wanted, but not with his friends.
Not like this.
Completely alone. Not like this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Forever alone.
Oof.
Yeah.
That whole sequence is oof. Harsh.
Yeah. That was rough. It was really, but really good. Really good.
Oh yeah.
And I can also totally understand why he's very, very much not trying to kill Rocket. Like as much of a threat as Rocket is, like he
needs that brain.
He needs that brain alive. He needs him alive. And so I think that helps a lot of sequences in this movie where you might wonder why he doesn't just kill him already.
Even the Stormtrooper aim in the escape really helps, because obviously they're probably trying to aim for non-fatal shots, which means they might be less accurate for that reason.
Jose just points out, which is appropriate because a rocket can't propel without leaving its load behind. It's like, oh.
Metaphor. Drax would love it.
Drax would love it.
Drax would love it.
Not enough poop, though.
True.
I mean, I guess you can make poop the load. Anyway.
So he does love amazing penises. So, and what is a rocket if not an amazing penis?
Yeah. Well, we now had something good. It's time for something shit.
Why must you do this?
Well, that's it all comes back to the poop. I'm sorry.
So
it
doesn't all come back to the poop.
Anyway, because
continue.
we go back to Counter Earth, and we just see Drax just punching someone off their bike, their motorcycle, and he's like, I have a bad feeling about this. And it's like, hey, but we're supposed to protect Rocket here. And it's like, yeah, well, Peter should know better that I never do what anyone tells me. And she's like, yeah, but we should really stay to protect Rocket. And he tells her, it's like, yeah, just hop on. We're just gonna drive back to the ship. And then she goes like, just a short thing. It's like, yeah. And she gets on, and they drive off.
And she's like, "Oh, God damn it, Drax!
Don't be a meanie." So I
If
don't.
only she had mind control abilities or something.
That's one of the things. I just straight up don't believe Drax would leave Rocket behind with Gamora that he clearly told us earlier that he doesn't like right now. Because he said earlier in the movie, "Oh, she's dead to us."
Yep.
We're talking about a close friend of Drax. They're on a planet that is potentially hostile with people, which it is because he gets abducted almost by that pig thing. I don't even know what. And he's just like, no, I'm never do what people tell me. I'm just gonna drive here for 2 hours until I get to that big thing. And as Meme already pointed out, Mantis doesn't even use her powers to make him go back.
That would have been a justified usage of of those powers on her friends.
Yes.
You know.
I absolutely hate that it happens. And yeah, it's bad. Especially with Gamora there.
There's no good defense of it as far as I'm concerned. So the question becomes, I don't really quite understand why James Gunn felt he ought to separate them here.
Yeah, no clue.
You know what I mean? Like, why? Well, because I guess he wants...
Because he wants that finale on the ship, but I feel like there's another way he could have gotten there.
I'm sure there is. I don't really feel like spending the time trying to invent a whole one right now, but I feel like there's got to be a way of doing that without undermining Drax's character here, because it just doesn't make any sense that he would do this.
Yeah, take a little bit of creativity and ingenuity, but I think you can get there.
Yeah, because now we go back to the High Evolutionary, and Quill's just like, hey, what's up? We're here now, but he's not really talking to them. But then he sees the bald prick, and it's like, hey, you, bald prick over there. Talk to you.
I love bald prick. That is such a good name.
That's just his name now.
Doesn't he threaten to like tear that thing off the side of his head or whatever? He says something like that, right?
Yeah, because I just remember that the Evolutionary says like, oh, I wouldn't recommend hostilities. It's like, oh, you have time for me now.
Yeah, that was a great moment. I really like that.
Could you just imagine if his name actually was Bald Prick and he's just like, Bald Prick, let them in.
Let them in,
I'm here, Bald Prick.
I like these little moments for Quill that feel very him to me. Where he's like, oh, you have time for me now, do you?
Yeah,
oh, okay.
yeah.
Like that sort of sardonic attitude he has. It's good. It's good.
Yeah, because it was then the Evolutionary...
I really like him in this scene. There's another moment coming up I really like.
Yeah, because Evolutionary starts telling him about his visions, like, oh, I want to do a perfect thing, and he's just like, oh, I don't care. Like, just shut up.
Yeah, he's monologuing about his plan and why he's doing it, and he's so not interested.
Yeah,
it's like my friend back.
Oh, I don't need another evil guy that wasn't liked by his mom about his weird conquering the universe problem or whatever.
Which is very in keeping for him, but I do like what the High Evolutionary says in response. He's like, I'm not trying to conquer the world, I'm trying to perfect it.
Yeah,
which is interesting. And it feel it's in keeping with his character. But some of these moments with Quill are just really good. I love the whole like, oh shut, like I don't care. Like, why are you telling me this? It's a good way. It's a good way of doing the sort of villain explaining why they're doing what they're doing.
Yeah.
While also like undercutting it with a joke. Sort of hit two birds with one stone.
It reminds me of Resident Evil 4, where the small guy. Shit, I already forgot the name. It wasn't even that long ago. I'm a dumbass. The little fucker. He starts monologuing, and Leon just shoots him. Not Sadler. Salazar. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
Also, I love this comment by O Snakes.
Baldo prick.
Hey.
Bald prick, just B-U-L-D P-R-I-K. Love it. I love it. Wait, let me think. What happens? Oh yeah, we see
We cut away to something.
Well, we see the one lady telling the pig monster things like "do it now" and just flies away. Obviously, goes to our hero's ship and goes to grab Rocket. But before that, we see Gamora just kind of lounging around in the ship on her own.
On the toilet.
Well, first she just goes through Quill's shit, which is kind of rude, but fine.
That's an interesting sentence right after I said she's on the toilet.
Yeah,
she doesn't seem very alert.
No, just kind of like,
Part of
oh,
my
she just
problem
wants to
with
get
it.
this over with so she can go home. But she's waiting for a pickup that she thought she gets. But of course, she only alerted the sovereign people, right?
Yep.
And yeah, when she's in the toilet, the alarm goes off. It's like, uh-oh. And yeah, it's the pig thing grabbing Rocket. And man, Rocket gets just yeeted around in his critical state.
Yeah, that was a bad choice.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
drop the thing and just fucking drops him. I was like, oh no, don't, oh, goddamn. And fucking Gamora gets just fucking squished by the pig person thing. He just drops Rocket and he just dashes into her. Looks very painful.
Yeah, I feel like, there was probably an easy fix here if, like, Rocket was maybe in a life support pod, so he's actually remaining still relative to everything else, and it's the pod that's getting jostled around, so he's got some gyroscopic stability there. Like, there was, like, probably a sci-fi where they could have still had the scene of, like, playing Keep Away,
Yeah.
while without me going, like, oh my god, he should be dying with, like, every move here. What the fuck?
Yeah. Also, those drops, probably concussion worthy. Just saying, not good for the brain. You don't want bad for the brain. Evolutionary is
bad for
gonna
the
be
brain.
bad. Mad.
Very bad. Yeah, if you would think, if he wasn't already in a pod, you would think like he would, the fucking pig, is it pig lady that's going? Yeah, I think it's the pig person. You would think there would be like a very specialized transportation device, the momentum canceling goo to transport the very valuable asset,
Yeah. Oh, James, I saw that clip. It's fantastic. Have you guys seen that? Where Chris Pratt?
Oh, the cum clip? The cum clip?
Yeah,
The scream and cum?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's so
really
funny. You did what to that doll? How many people let you scream and come?
So for anyone that hasn't seen it, you should look it up. But the basic gist is that in a press junket interview, James Gunn and Chris Pratt are there. And one of the things they talk about is how in an early scene when Nebula is carrying drunk Chris Pratt back to his quarters, she's not actually carrying the actual Chris Pratt because he's too heavy. So they built like a sort of dummy. This happens a lot in movies.
Yeah.
For her to carry. And then Chris Pratt is joking about how much it looks like him and the creepy implications of that. You should go watch that video. It's very funny.
Yeah. Because James Gunn kept it in his office for a long time.
Yeah.
And has like the mouth is
Don't
open
spoil
and
it.
anything.
Don't spoil it.
Yeah,
Don't
it's
spoil
hilarious. Go click on that link and come back. It's a really funny clip.
Chris Pratt is very funny. I think he needs to be in more comedies because it's like what he's best at, I think.
Yeah. He has good comedic timing. He's great.
Yeah.
Did you see that? There's another video came out recently where he's like, Chris Pratt's like in some sort of office and he's playing with little action figures. Did you see that?
I don't think so, no.
Oh, that one's pretty funny too. He's like, he's playing like, I won't spoil it. There's another funny clip going around. You can check it out.
Nice.
Ooh, slightly unrelated, but Gardic Phone just got 4 new modes.
Oh my god. I can't wait to meme about them next time, how they're new.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I need to
Story mode. We're gonna write a story.
Oh, I need to set up another one of these. We do them way too little these days. It's been way too long again.
It's too much shit TV to cover.
Yeah, it's true. A meme blender, here we come.
Yeah, let's see what the meme blender does in story mode or masterpiece mode.
Masterpiece of shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got him.
Oh my god.
Anyway, Quill and the Evolutionary are still just talking. It's like, oh, do you think people selling drugs and having violence on the streets is perfect? And the Evolutionary just looks at him and is like, it is not. And that's why I do what I've done so many times. I'll raise it all and start over. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
that's not
Good.
the first.
Yeah.
That's not the first civilization you built, and now you're just going to destroy it and build another one. It's like, ooh.
There's something kind of similar to Ego in Volume 2 in that aspect of him, though I find it more interesting here.
Yeah, and we see that we already got glimmers of that before because he was already willing to incinerate all of Rocket's friends, and he incinerated the angry. Was it a turtle that was angry, or was it some other creature?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
he
a
incinerated
turtle,
the
man.
turtle. Yeah, so this is all like how extreme he's willing to go because he's not about keeping the first drafts. Let's just say he's very much about learn from the mistakes, then purge them from existence.
Yeah, I thought it was a really interesting choice because what you might have expected going into, so when Quill says like this place isn't perfect, you might expect him to, because this is finally his utopia, you might think that like, oh, he's going to be in denial about it or something, but he's not. He's like, no, you're right. That's why I'm going to start over. It's like, oh, that's good. That's good.
Ooh,
I
yeah,
like it.
I like it a lot.
So yeah, they just start. I think that's where they start to fly. They start to fly. Yeah. They start the ship. They go out. Everything starts exploding, and Evolutionary kind of pushes them over and leaves so that the goons can kill them. But then
I don't know why
d-
he didn't just kill
it's-
himself.
because the evil man trope. That's all I can think of.
Yeah, it's dumb. So I have a quick question. I think this will be a good time to bring it up
Go
because
nuts.
I've always like the more I think about it, the more I'm not sure why they decided. I mean, maybe he's based on a comic character. This could be the reasoning, but why does he even have like telekinetic powers?
I don't know that.
I know why. He explains after Rocket attacked him, he decided to start using his methods on himself so he would have a form of self-defense. He specifically says gravity now obeys my whims. So it's specifically gravity manipulation.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
I
very
think
powerful.
I think that was a bad writing choice. I feel like everything about it in terms of how they end up defeating him would be a lot less tismy if he was just a guy, essentially. And I think that would have made him more interesting if he's just a, scientist, inventor man guy that he didn't have. You can give him guns, you can give him other things, but that he has such like OP telekinetic powers kind of ruins some of these scenes.
Maybe to steelman that a bit as well. We have a scene earlier where we saw how powerful Warlock is in the beginning, and with his telekinetic or gravity powers, whatever you would like to call it, he just handles Warlock like he's nothing.
Yeah.
Like, even though he might be injured at that point, but I don't think that does a lot against his powers. Like, he handles him with, like, one hand and just crushes him into things, no problem.
Yeah.
And even later, I'm gonna jump a little bit, he just disintegrates the whole bridge with everyone in it. Like, there's no trace left of them. And he's not even, like, out of breath after. So I don't even know what the power is consuming. I don't know if he has like a power source in his belt, his suit or whatever. They make him out to be incredibly powerful, but he gets beaten pretty easily at the end because they basically just stun lock him.
Yeah, and I think that was a bad choice. I don't think it really adds much that he has superpowers.
Yeah.
I feel like all it really, because it doesn't make him more imposing. Well, it ought to make him more imposing, but the plot dispenses with him pretty easily because it's just written to be that way.
Mhm.
So if he's just a guy, he's just an inventor, I feel like that's way more interesting, especially for an MCU movie, that the main big bad villain isn't actually super powered. I
Right.
think that's way more interesting. I mean, like I said before, he can have weaponry and guns and stuff because, he's an engineer of sorts. He could even have some like weird, fun, like bio weapons, like made out of organic material and things like that, kind of
Yeah.
like the people at the base do. But they give him these powers and then they dispense with him so easily. I'm just like, I don't even know why he needed to give him powers.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I were rewriting it, I wouldn't. He would just be a guy.
Just looking at his wiki page here, I can't even. Oh, it says telekinesis here, but yeah, it doesn't say gravity manipulation, so it's weird that they gave him that specifically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think it's because they just wanted to do the whole like, oh, I have gravity boots that can counter your powers thing.
That's kind of dumb, I think.
Yeah.
But I mean, or the other option is if you really want him to have telekinetic powers, because his character from the comics does and all that sort of stuff, you just need to think better about the action scenes in terms of how they actually defeat him, because I just don't think they do a particularly good job.
Well, I think it needs to be like, because I feel like there's an opportunity there to show Rocket's inventiveness if he has to come up with a counter for those abilities, and just say they get their asses handed to them with those abilities the first encounter, and then Rocket has to be the defining thing between victory and defeat.
Yeah, that would definitely help.
Mm-hmm.
I think part of the problem is that, especially with that scene with Adam Warlock or whatever his name is, they made him so powerful that you wonder why he hasn't already killed all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, they start flying up. They do the little shooty shoostings, and just we have music, we have shootings. They throw grenades, kind of stun them a little bit, and yeah, Groot has 6 arms with the gun in each one of those hands. Of course, the 2 guns of Quills, and they just start shooting them the fuck up, and then only Bald Prick is left, and he's like, no, don't kill me, no, and it's like, okay. He's like, oh, thank you. It's like, oh, well, I wouldn't thank me that much. And then he just fucking tackles him out of the window, and they just fall very quickly to the ground, followed by Groot, who grabs Quill, and Groot grows wooden wings, and that's how they land safe-ish on the ground. I mean, they still crashed the Bald Prick into the ground, killing him, which was his plan, I think.
Yeah.
Hey, remember those rocket boots meme?
Oh yeah, I was about to. Yeah, so I've got 2, like, because I'm on 2 minds of this seed, because I remember I had a conversation on the Discord about it, and initially the conversation was like, oh yeah, he just jumped out the window, isn't that dumb? And initially I was like, oh well, it seems like there was a shorthand there that this is something they've done before, that this is a maneuver that they've done before, and that's how I was approaching it, that this is something they've done before, this is probably just a maneuver when they're in a tricky situation.
Right.
Okay, that could be fine. And then I remembered, fuck, rocket boots. Why the fuck are we relying on wooden wings when rocket boots exist? Fuck. And I completely flipped on the scene.
Yeah. Would make much more sense. At least have them both. Maybe combine them,
Yeah.
To make the landing smoother or something. But yeah, they
could have the rocket boots be damaged, and then like they got a little bit of thrust, but not enough, and then the wooden wings kind of. You could have done something there. Just instead of that being the whole plan, to rely on the rocket, to rely on the wings, or have the rocket boots be taken away as a weapon or something. I don't know anything.
Chekhov's gun jammed on the rocket boots. Damn it.
You're so right.
Yeah, so he crashes him into the floor. Gamora has been flying the ship to them because Nebula and Drax. Wait, hang on. I got the order wrong. So the big boy ship flies up. Nebula is like, Drax, get the ship over here. Drax is like, well, I can't do that. I'm not at the ship. It's like, oh, where are you? And then she turns around. It's like, oh, you're fucking pieces of shit. You left the ship and now you're here. So cool. Thanks for that. And now it's like, oh shit, what are we gonna do now? Hey, Gamora, start the ship. Get out of here now. And then they jump onto the Evolutionary man's ship. Which, by the way, the jump you see in that scene doesn't even look like they're gonna make it, but they cut like they do. And I'm always annoyed when I see things like that. It's like, you made this shot. Like, you could have just made the ship not be as high, and then it looks like they can actually do it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And
It's just
I do find a... Oh, sorry.
It's just a pet peeve I have. It's not like a huge deal, but I find it incredibly annoying that they just don't bother to do that. Like, it's an easy fix.
Yeah, and something else I find questionable is, they obviously use bold prick as their ballast to, as basically a little cushion on the ground. But so obviously they need the chip in his head, right? So
Yeah.
of course what they do is that they smash his face into the ground as they're landing from a quite a height, and then of course they drag him through water, and instead of dragging him out of the water and getting the chip out while they're out of the water, they do the surgery in the water, exposing the electronics to moisture. And you see where I'm going with this?
I do,
See where I'm going with this?
Yep.
It's it's another one of these things that was entirely unnecessary. Just like if they have wings that basically mean they can glide and land safely, just land safely and then like pin them to the ground. You don't need to smash him into the ground and then put his head, the thing you want, underwater and try to like put
Sorry, but that was way too funny.
Yeah, that's good. No, it's true. Yeah, you just got to assume it's waterproof, even though, like, why is he doing the surgery underwater?
I don't know.
Dumb. It's so dumb. It's a small thing and it's an easy fix. There's a lot of things in here that I think are easy fixes. Not all of them, but some of the big problems.
Just don't have the water there. You didn't have to write that in.
Cut that. You didn't have to. Why would you do that?
So yeah, they jump on like a platform that goes to a door, like a slidey door. That's Nebula, Drax, and Mantis. And they're just ascending. And for some reason, Guardians has this trope now where they just have to be exposed to space and survive.
It's since the very first movie.
They've done it in every movie, and I don't know why. It annoys me. And they do it a lot in this one, like probably 3 or 4 times. So yeah, they're basically on the outside of the ship. It goes into space, and they're just trying to get in. And at some point, Drax just knocks it down, and they get inside.
Yeah, they play fast and loose with how space and vacuums work constantly.
Yeah.
For example, he bashes through the door, and that should create an insane vacuum for that room that would, pull everything, all that sort of stuff. But they just blip right through, and then the little purple
shield
invisible
up,
shield just goes up immediately, and it's all hunky-dory. It's like, okay, fine, sure, whatever.
At the same
also,
time,
that looks like a bigger door than Drax could just kind of push his way through. I'm sorry. I don't buy it. He's strong, but Jesus.
Yeah, like this thing has to resist the vacuum. It reminds me of, have you seen how Aliens should have ended?
I probably seen it a while ago.
Because I remember it specifically in my brain because they do the thing where they suck the alien queen out into space, And then just like, Mother, why have you doomed us? It's like, I don't know why I thought I could resist the entire vacuum of space. And then her arm rips off and they all fly out.
That's funny. True. Fact check. True. Yeah, I mean, ever since the very first Guardians movie, they don't seem to really understand or care how space actually works.
Yeah.
So you almost have to assume at a certain point that, like, if you're gonna buy into it, like, that's just not how space works in this universe, I guess, whatever. Fine.
I
But
can give wiggle room to alien characters that might have some higher resistance, because I think they even say that the only reason Peter survived was because he had a celestial gene in him.
Yeah. I don't quite.
But then we
love
have a
that in the
moment
first
later in this
movie
film
anyway.
that kind of shits all over that.
Yeah. Yeah, I never quite liked the, like, oh, you're part celestial, therefore, the things that should have obviously killed you just haven't, like the Power Stone thing in the first one. It's like, I get what they're gonna go with everyone else grabbing him, but they drag that scene out for so long, before everyone else one by one grabs him, that it kind of, I don't know, stretches how much I can believe he can handle that thing on his own.
Yeah.
But whatever.
Yeah, I can understand that.
It's fine.
Let's remember everyone about the bubble shields they had in the second one.
Yeah, let's remember about the bubble shields they had in the second one.
They're really
remind me.
good.
I just watched that movie this week, but I've already forgotten about the bubble shields. What part is that?
So remember at the end when Yondu saves Quill, and he has one flight device and one shield device,
right.
and
I remember.
the bubble shield works in space.
Super useful.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, Rocket has
Yeah.
that originally. He gives it to him.
Yeah, it's
these are a thing
small,
Rocket
it's
has.
compact, and there should be never a reason to not have one in your pocket, like ever.
Yeah.
It's really good, but they're just like, no, we don't have that. But we have medkits that are incredibly OP.
Oh god.
It's like, oh good.
And we have these big clunky spacesuits
We do.
instead of the bubble shields.
The bubble shields. But yeah, Gamora has flown the. Oh yeah, hang on, I completely forgot about that part with Gamora. So Gamora gets crushed by Pig Lady thing, and before the Pig Lady can go out, we see Warlock flying into the ship, crushing the Pig Lady, also making Rocket bounce around a bit more, which made me
Always good.
made me
I'm sure
sad.
he's fine.
And then Pig Lady's like, "Hey, you idiot, we're on the same team." It's like, yeah, but we need the credit to save our entire civilization. And then Pig Lady gets angry, attacks him, and he just rips her head off. Just like that. It's like, okay. While that has happened,
I don't hate that. I there's something I find kind of funny about how, like, OP but kind of stupid he is.
yeah.
I don't know, there's some fun to be had there. He was wasted a bit in the movie. Like, they tried to give him a little arc. We'll come to it soon, but I didn't think it was.
He also holds on to the pig's head, where he just looks for Gamora, and Rock is like, "Where'd he go? What the hell?"
I don't know why, but it is funny to me that he's just walking around holding it.
Yeah. So yeah, then everything starts exploding. He's like, "Mother!" and starts flying away. But she gets exploded, so she's done. So that's very sad for him.
Exploded.
And yeah, Gamora picks up the other two, meaning Groot and Quill, and they fly away. And I get gas. Sorry. And
Ew, gross.
let's see what comes first. Let me see. Space. We already checked the space. Oh yeah, they get in. And this is the forget part. Okay, here we go.
Here it comes.
So Mantis and Nebula kind of yelling at each other. Nebula even pushes Drax because he's not been taking the initiative fast enough or something. And Mantis
That was kind of lame too. Like, because he helped save them there. I'm not sure why she starts yelling at him in this scene. Is sort of what I'm getting at.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, obviously she should be mad at him for leaving Rocket and the
Right.
ship unguarded. That makes total sense. But she adds something else that like not like, why didn't you break the door down sooner or something? I don't know, something like that.
I will need to check back as well. I unfortunately didn't write it down all the way.
That's fine. There's something weird about it.
Yeah,
I
because
can
she also
understand the shouting.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Okay, well, I can Oh, fuck. I can understand
okay.
the shouting because they've just been exposed to the vacuum of space. They're probably all very flustered and everything, but there's a lot of dialogue that's kind of weird in that scene at the same time.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. I understand why she's upset. Is she should be almost singularly focused on the abandoning Rocket thing, I would say.
Yeah.
If you're going to have that, you're going to have him abandon the ship. She should be most concerned with that. Though I would like to acknowledge someone in the chat who said, this movie sounds poopy. I had hope for this one. It's not all bad. I really liked it. You know, there's good stuff in here, but there are some problems, mostly in the plot. But we're about to talk about the worst character-related problem, of which I actually think the movie is rather good in other respects. So this one kind of sticks out like a sore thumb.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah, so Mantis gets frustrated at Nebula. It's like, you can't just push them. And Mantis says it's not his fault that he's stupid. And Drax just kind of says, like, I don't know if I appreciate this defense. Which at that point is still kind of funny.
Yeah.
And then
it's okay at that point.
Yeah, then it just kind of go on and start yell some more. And then when it's all kind of said and done, Drax fucking hell. Drax says, wait, do you really think I'm stupid? And without hesitating a second, she touches his head and just says, forget.
Well, she says yes first, doesn't she?
Oh, yeah, right. She's like, yes. Yeah, you're right. Yes. And then she doesn't hesitate and just makes him forget.
And then he goes right back to like, haha, you guys are so glad I'm so incredibly strong I could break the door down, which is what he said right when they first broke the door down.
And
so, like, deleted those 5, no, not 5 seconds. It's like 2 minutes or something from his memory, just gone.
Yeah.
It's a big yikes, Mantis. What the fuck?
Yeah. Especially saying that.
Yeah, especially
even acknowledging earlier in the movie, it's like, oh, that's not cool to do to your friends. And this is like such a small thing that could just be talked about. And she's like, forget. And then immediately I'm just like, oh shit, how many times has she done that to him? How many times has she done that to someone else? Why isn't Nebula going, what the fuck, Mantis?
Yep.
How can you have you done this to me? To other people? It legit reminded me of that Rick and Morty episode where Morty figures out that Rick has been fucking with his memory and even stored the memory to rewatch it because it's funny.
Yeah. That's obviously like, leagues more cruel, but it's the same principle. Yeah. It's really bad. It's really bad. And there's a couple, like, even before that, we're going to come back to how bad that is.
Sure.
But, like, I am annoyed. Oops.
Yeah, so annoyed, just breaks his shit.
Sorry, I knocked over my water bottle.
Destruction of property.
I am annoyed that the movie is just like, yeah, Drax is stupid. No, he isn't. He's not stupid. Why? Mantis of all people. I mean, they make him kind of stupid in this movie, which is annoying annoyance number 1. The fact that Mantis is like, no, Drax, you are actually kind of stupid. That's annoyance number 2. Like, if it's one thing if Nebula said it, like, in a moment of anger, like, because leaving Rocket alone was stupid, right? If she called him stupid, and then, like, there's ways of getting around this, but it really didn't feel right that Mantis called him stupid, because I'm like, if anyone would think that Drax isn't stupid, he's just different, it'd be her, you know? Because she's kind of similar in her, and like that she doesn't quite understand a lot of like human behavior and stuff like that. And so that's really frustrating. But then after telling him like, oh no, I actually do think you're stupid, she's just like, well, it'd be best if you just forgot any of this happened. You could go back to being your carefree self. It's like, fuck you.
Yeah.
And doesn't
Seriously.
even immediately undo it. Just like, oh fuck, I did that out of impulse. No, I'm giving you that back. Like, there's no wiggle room at all. It is
Nope.
just bad.
And I think maybe the worst part is that the movie does not acknowledge at all. The
No,
movie
it's
seems
just a
to
funny.
think that she did nothing wrong.
It's just a funny
And that's-
joke because he goes like,
Yeah.
haha, aren't you glad? As he just said, so, I'm so strong, ha ha ha. It's like, damn.
She shouldn't have done this at all. The fact that she did in the movie doesn't even address the ethical implications. After, like you said already, after establishing early on that this is a wrong thing to do, they just breeze right past it. It's like the movie actually thinks that, you know what, actually in this situation, that was the right thing to do. It's like, no, it wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
No, it absolutely was not.
Yeah, and with the
Don't like it.
uncomfortable, like, there's an uncomfortable almost pause afterwards. Like, the movie almost is about to say it's wrong, and then it doesn't go anywhere. It almost feels like there was like a payoff after that was cut about, you know, where a lesson was learned, and then they cut
don't
it, and now
know,
it's
man.
just all fucked up. Yeah.
I'm more inclined to think that James Gunn, or you know, the writing team, thought that, you know what, in this situation it probably is the right thing to do, and I just could not disagree more with that. That's how it feels
Yeah.
to me, because of the fact that it was left in. You know, if you're gonna cut the payoff earned from it, I feel like you'd cut the forget part or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if there was anything afterwards, this is very clearly shrapnel, but I don't know if there's enough there to point to that for sure.
It's really bad. I think, you know, what these movies have always been really good at is character work, and this is maybe the biggest character work sin
Yeah.
in these movies. Big
Yeah.
dislike. Don't care for it.
Real bad. Real bad.
And it's so easy to cut too. That's the thing. It's very easy to cut that part out, and you don't really change anything.
Yeah.
Like if they're all frustrated with Drax for making this decision, and then he goes like, "Do you really think I'm stupid?" And she just kind of gave him this look like, "I don't want to say it, but like what you did was really stupid." She doesn't actually say anything, and then you cut to the next scene or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Boom. Nothing else really has to change, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, because then you lead into his like real skill set, which you know is his nurturing parental nature, which we'll get to, and that would lead into it much better than mind wipes. Maybe that's why he got stupid. Maybe he got his mind wiped too many times.
Maybe.
So yeah. Well, let's go to a rocket scene to make it nice again. Because obviously they have all the passcodes and stuff now, and Quill's trying to get him to heal, but it's not moving fast enough. It's not going that thing that fast. Yes, almost the same. It's getting late. So Rocket is basically in a limbo between life and death right now, and he sees Lila just right before the afterlife, if you will, and his friends. And it's like, oh, it was all for nothing. I let you all down, and you could see like the way he moves, like he holds his face, and he's like very sad and it's like embarrassed that he let them all die.
Yeah, the animation, I guess, is what you would say in terms of like the performance capture or whatever. However, they accomplish like subtle movements like that in Rocket. It's very good.
Yeah,
very
because
effective.
Puts his hand like on his nose, like you can immediately tell it's like, oh shit, yeah, he's very emotional right now, of course. And she basically asks him, "Hey, we're right. This guy is beautiful and forever. Like it's really nice here. Look, even though your friends are here." And he's like, "Oh shit, that's." And he asks, "Can I come as well?" And it's like, "Yes, of course." Then we cut back to Quill and the other ones.
And he flatlines.
Yeah, he flatlines, and again, Chris Pratt doing a fantastic job.
He's so good in this scene.
Yeah,
like, holy shit.
This screams is like, no, I won't let him go. Like he just takes out the cables and just start doing PCR.
CPR.
CPR. Sorry, I
No,
have
you're
it.
fine.
I have it right there. I just need to read it. I just say it wrong. It's in my notes. It says clearly CPR. And
VCR.
he performs
Yeah.
VCR. He rewinds the tape.
I really
Winds
like
the tape on life.
I really like Gamora saying like he's gone, let it go,
Mhm.
but he refuses to let it go, and his performance is really good. He's like kind of like slam, which is I like this part because he's kind of like slamming down on his chest a little bit, trying to like get his heart rate going again.
Mhm.
Which if you've ever actually watched what CPR is actually like in some of these situations, it's actually kind of hard to watch.
Yeah.
Like people end up with
Yeah.
like broken ribs and stuff like that if they survive at all. Anyway,
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
nuts.
Yeah, exactly. And what a thematically appropriate act, like, because you just pointed, I think you pointed it out just there, Cav, like Gamora, the representation of everything that Peter has lost is telling him to let go.
Mhm.
And Peter is refusing. Does that not summarize like that journey in this film, like just perfectly in that one moment?
yeah, it's good.
Um,
Someone in the chat says, why would you choose to show the other animals still like mutilated with their cybernetic parts in the afterlife? It's an uncomfortable choice. Well, I think they're as they were when they died, when they're in heaven. So like he doesn't look like his younger self. He looks like his current,
well,
you know.
it's I also don't think it's just actual afterlife. I think it's his brain, and that's how he knew them. So I guess that's
Yeah, there's more. Okay, so with that interpretation,
Yeah.
This is all in
There's
his
ambiguity
head.
there for sure.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Let's
like
just
I
have it
wasn't
be this.
implying he's like an actual MCU limbo heaven
Okay.
skates
Well,
or
that's
whatever.
I think you can kind of interpret it both ways, and I think it still works both ways.
Mm,
So
yeah.
if you assume there is an afterlife, as she puts it, that it's like eternal sky, whatever, in language that he would understand. That the fact that they are like, I don't think, I don't understand what the problem is with portraying them like how they were, like when they died, rather than like their quote unquote like ideal form. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
that's how they were when they died, not like the idea like if you go to heaven, you don't go back to like yourself in your prime. When would that even be anyway? You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
And it's all kind of
there
it's
was a bit.
all like metaphorical and symbolic anyway. It's not like super literal.
Yeah, and I think there's an argument to be made that you could appear as your prime self to yourself, but to other people it would only be heaven if you appeared as you knew them, if that makes sense. So that could be, there's an
Yeah,
argument there, I
the
suppose.
mechanics of heaven, bit complicated, but
Yeah, a lot of
I didn't.
to,
It didn't bother me.
yeah,
Is what I'm getting at in terms of like how they're portrayed in the afterlife.
yeah, a lot of things to break down there, maybe beyond the scope of the stream, but there's stuff there for sure that would justify.
Yeah. Why it's like why is Ghost Vader young but Ghost Obi-Wan is old? Because it's stupid. That's why. In the special edition, should never have been young Anakin there. That's so stupid. Anyway, whatever. It's fine.
Yeah, and it's like, no, you're not allowed to go. Now we still have a purpose. And he gets revived, which leads the past to go through now, and now they can use their OP medkit to just instantly heal him.
I was
yeah.
I was so like wrapped up in the emotion of the scene where he finally comes back. I didn't have any problem with the med kit, but
I just hate the medkit as a
yeah,
thing.
that's fair.
Because
But
this
it was-
actually shows you how overpowered that thing actually is. Like
Yeah.
he was basically dead, and then they use it, and he's just instantly fine. Like he's out and about like shortly after for combat. Like he doesn't even need a nap. It's just no, let me get my gear. Time to fuck some shit up. Let's go.
He doesn't even need a nap. That's good. I like that.
Does not have the limitations of the Star Trek forehead thingy, is all I'll say.
Mm.
No, and it would have been better if it did, but When the moment he comes back and they all like get to talk to him when he first comes back is really good. They play the Guardians theme, and it's a very powerful use of that like musical motif. I really liked it. Very, very effective. Very powerful use of music. Good stuff. A plus.
Yeah, big hug and everything. It's good stuff.
He was taking a nap the whole movie.
It's ready for action.
Yeah, and this is kind of where our two stories. Because I've heard it said that Rocket is sidelined in this. The way I think now that we've gone through it,
we get the whole
way I see
flashback
it
for
is-
him, though.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think we have all the flashback stuff, which is like Rocket as he was. We see how Rocket gets to here, and then the present is about what Rocket means to everyone. So no matter whether he's unconscious or not, he's the focus.
Absolutely.
And I think that's important to remember.
This is almost the Rocket movie. It's, like I said before, everything's about trying to save him, getting his backstory. He gets some very big victorious moments in the climax of the movie that we're about to get to. We start the movie with him. The very last shot of the movie is also him. This is, the Rocket movie. If you wanted to say that maybe, I don't know, I wouldn't necessarily agree, but the argument would be something more like that Quill gets sidelined. Or, someone like that. Like, definitely not Rocket. He's the center of the whole movie.
Yeah, exactly.
He asked like, "Where's Nebula?" It's like, and Quill obviously has no idea. It's like, well, I don't know. It's like, well, her coat is on the comms over there.
Yeah, that was kind of weird. I guess like she was trying to call them, but it just wasn't coming through because he didn't press the like "I'm listening now" button.
Yeah,
I don't know if that makes a lot of sense.
I know it seems like selective if they have to do that or not, because sometimes just earlier he just started talking to whoever is on the ship. Like I think he says like, oh, whoever is on that ship, use the breakers or whatever. And it's like, oh no, it's locked, and then it's Gamora. But I'm not sure about the technicalities there.
Yeah. Sorry, I have to yell at someone in the chat real quick. Okay,
Okay.
so Baby Rocket, because fuck it, babies sell merch. That's like the most cynical possible response to this story that I've ever heard. Like it's such a deeply meaningful story that you're like, oh, Baby Rocket, because we'll sell more toys that way.
I mean, there's an emote after it, so I'm not sure if it's a meme or not. I think it's a meme.
Well,
we will see.
I hope you're memeing.
Choose wisely, Vader.
I hope you're.
Remember,
memeing.
the man had a gun and he was angry earlier.
Excellent. Okay, he was memeing. Very good.
Yeah, I thought so.
Okay. Thank you, Cosmic Vader, for restoring my faith in chat.
Man, you should be around when I play video games in chat with chat. You would not even start to have hope in chat. They'll bully you mercilessly.
You've got some strong will, Metal, considering how much they want you to kill yourself.
All the time, yeah. But it's mutual. It's mutual,
Yeah. It's a mutual desired suicide pact.
Yeah.
Refusal to kill yourself pact. Out of spite for the other person pact.
Yeah. One of these days, Moodle. One of these days. Yes.
Pow! Right in the kisser.
Ouch. So yeah, they just talk like, hey, we on the ship to save you. It's like, wait, you're on the ship? I'm not on the ship. It's like, wait, what? Why are you not on the ship? It's like, well, I escaped. I told you I will. Why are you dumb? No, you're dumb. It's just a little back and forth until they tell them, it's like, oh yeah, Rocket is here too. He's fine. And I really love Nebula's reaction. Like, she's like, oh shit. It's really moved that he's still around.
Yeah.
Very happy.
It's very good.
Yeah. And then it's like, well, I guess we gotta save the lads from that thing, but we only have this one little ship. Hey, let me give a little call to little Kraglin over there. It's like, yo, we need your help. We need to save them from a big ship. And
what's Kragalackin?
What's Kraglin Lacklin? Obviously, still the meme going on that Cosmo's a bad dog. they play like cards or something, and Cosmo says, "Well, the Russians shot me into space to die, but even they didn't say that I was a bad dog." Everyone's like, "Oh, just take it back. This is gonna kill us." He's like, "I will not take it back. Why would I if Cosmo is in fact a bad dog?" He's like, "Oh, come on."
God the fuck.
And he's like, "Well, need your help?" It's like, "Oh, my help's like, yeah, I need you to get over here." And wait, is the Drax thing now or after? Oh no, it's now. They talk to the children, and Nebula just yells at them. It's like, "You need to stay clear of the starboard side" or something. He's really angry, and then Mantis tries to do like sign language, and he's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I'm trying to explain it, you dickhead." It's like a back and forth, and then we have Father Drax doing his thing. It's like, "Oh, I child like you. I always like when I made monkey noises," and then he does like weird noises, and even there was like, "Was that a monkey?" It's like, I don't know.
He's doing like robot stuff.
It's like a robot, yeah.
But it's funny, and I found that very endearing, and it kind of helped.
Yeah.
It kind of helped, kind of pave over my annoyances was what they did with Drax in the last scene. Because it's like, oh, okay, we're giving him something valuable to contribute. That's good. I was worried he was just going to be the stupid clown now.
Yeah.
Which obviously,
Yeah.
it doesn't fix what happened before, but
No,
I was glad to see them.
He
give
gets
him
something, which is nice.
Yeah.
It lightens the load.
Oh, nice. And then he just talks to them because he actually knows the language and just tells them to stay clear of starboard flames. And it was like, "Why did you tell us this whole time you can talk the language?" It's like, "Well, you didn't ask." It's like, okay.
Yeah. Is it a bit contrived that he knows the language?
Probably. I don't know why he knows the language.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if
it
it's
out of
one
nowhere.
I don't know why it's one of his languages, and it's a language that's not even in the translator. So I don't know. It's probably a bit contrived.
Yeah. I do like it overall. I would not be doing my due diligence as a crimintic if I didn't point that out.
Yeah. So yeah, Nebula asked, and it's like, "Yeah, why didn't you talk that language from the get-go with them?" Just guess he's a bit of an idiot still, I'm afraid. Because he's, as someone said, he spoke English and then switched after he did his little monkey dance. So yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well. Let's see. Well, now we put some epic music on. I don't remember which song was here, but they basically just fly straight in front of the big evolutionary ship, and their ship can split into three smaller ships, like little fighter jets almost. And they just wait, and all of a sudden, it's like, oh, there's another thing jumping in, and it's big, and they just fly nowhere out here, just the whole fucking thing. And I'm just like, oh, okay, I guess they made that now.
Oh my.
I mean, I've nothing to counter that it's not a thing, but I guess they built big ass rockets on that thing and a big ass gun, and now they can move it around and even jump with it.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
I don't remember enough about Nowhere to know whether that's reasonable or not.
I'm pretty sure that's completely new. It's just, they just did that.
Completely no.
Completely no. It's just a complete no. I just find it hilarious to think, like, citizens of Nowhere, we're gonna jump to battle now. Please stay inside. It's like,
yeah,
right.
Especially because the big gun is definitely useful, but all they really use the giant thing for is like the landing platform that they're gonna jump everyone across is actually not that big.
Mhm.
You know, they could have used a rather large ship for that. They didn't need the giant nowhere
Yeah.
itself.
Or call the
So-
teleporter guy. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe, perhaps, yeah.
Since when was nowhere a ship? I don't think it was. I think that that's just a
It
thing.
is now.
They
Get
did
used
It
to
in
is
between.
now.
Oh yeah, and Dave in chat says that got way smaller for this. It was the size of a moon in Guardians 1. Yeah, I think I remember that being said or something. It looked way bigger for sure.
Well, yeah, it's Celestial's head. So
Yeah. But yeah, he has a big fuck off cannon in his left eye now with like 5 barrels. But they only have 1 shot, and that's all the defense they have.
Yeah, that was kind of
wait, it only had 1 shot. I don't remember that part.
They only
That's
shot
worse.
it once.
Well, I'm pretty sure
okay.
Kraglin even says like, "Oh, that's all we got. We can't shoot anymore." Something along those lines. Because he
That's your self-defense.
Yeah, that's all
1
they
shot?
have. Because after that, he leaves the bridge to go down and help the defense of the millions of monsters.
What kind of ice spunk cannon is this?
I mean, it's a very effective one. It's basically a one-shot
True.
kill.
That's true. That's true. I will grant it that. But 1 shot. What if
Yeah.
you miss?
Well, better you don't miss.
You better not miss, yeah.
Just don't miss,
Okay,
forehead.
fine. I won't. I will shoot my shot.
Just get good.
Yeah, get good. Skill issue.
One-shot IQ. Don't miss, bigot. Oh
him.
god. But yeah, so the plan is basically he shoots a hole in the starboard thing so they can access the hangar with their ships now. So he does the shootings, and then the weird animal hybrid thing with multiple arms that controls the bridge or the whole ship rather. It's like, oh, specimen P13P31 is in there. It's like, well, get him. This is where he just goes absolutely insane. He just wants a rocket and nothing else. So he's like, start the Wumble Bumbles. And it's like, no, those are for defense purposes for the colony. He's like, do it now. I'm paraphrasing, of course.
No, that's word for word.
Okay,
remember.
sorry.
And then is this the mutiny?
That's a little bit later. So
Okay.
they start the whole things, and it's a shit ton of mutated
Yeah,
things. Like
Hundreds, if not thousands.
it's so
crazy.
many. Like if you see the picture, the scene where they fly to nowhere, it is a lot.
And most of them are not accounted for in the action scenes that follow.
No, because there's also probably the same amount going after our three guys in their little shippy ships.
Yeah.
Yeah. At some point, you just have to assume they beat them all. So basically, what happens? It's like a big fuck off space battle, like 3 against 10,000 or whatever. I don't know. It looks like 10,000. It's probably not that many, but it's a lot.
It's a lot.
So a whole bunch of them immediately crash into Rocket's ship and destroy the windshield. But because we don't care about space, that doesn't even matter anything. I don't think we even.
That happens later too, where it's like, what's his name? The Golden Boy goes shooting through the ship that.
Yeah, because he's still on the big part of the ship. Then he wakes up. They did restrain him, but he's too strong. He just breaks out, and then he just crashes into the in the ship that Gamora and Quill use.
Creates this big gaping hole in the front of their spaceship, and they're in the vacuum of space, and it doesn't matter at all.
Doesn't matter at all. Like they don't even acknowledge that happened with both of them. And I think I'm pretty sure we don't even see what happens with Groot's ship. He just crashes into the hangar at some point. He was just around.
Yeah.
So this is really weird. So I do actually think there's a partial explanation, but it doesn't work with execution. So I was keeping an eye on this because I spotted this in the theater. And I was just like, wait a minute. Is there like emergency force fields or something that's keeping the air in? What's going on here? And that thing is, there's no emergency force field when the crash happened. So that should be getting sucked into space, at least initially. But then when you cut back, you do actually see an energy field covering the opening, at least on one or two of the ships.
Okay.
So it's like, so that explains it partially, but it doesn't explain why there isn't an initial gust and then zoom, the shield goes up. So there's still problems there.
Yeah, it's just
a lot of this space action, spaceship stuff. It's very in keeping with how bad it is in Volume 2.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same shit. Maybe the volume is increased on it, but it's the same sort of shit. Like the action scene towards the beginning of 2, where after they Rocket stole some of the batteries and they're after them and they go through some weird quantum cloud storm thing and there's all these things floating around.
Oh yeah, that's like this fucking. When I heard this, it's like this quantum field you can go for. It's like, oh man, what's this gonna do to you? I just saw Ant-Man Quantumania. That thing's gonna fuck you up.
Yeah, it does nothing.
But nothing happens.
It's like, God, that whole sequence in 2 really sucked. But it's the same sort of shit in terms of like the space battle action not making any sense, even a little bit.
Yeah.
No.
And but I feel like in that limited respect, 2 and 3 are both well worse than 1.
Oh, 1 is still the best one. No questions asked.
Especially when it comes to the action.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of how much it makes sense. 1 is definitely, because 1 is trying to do the least craziness.
Yeah.
So there's less to fuck up. But I do remember there being some issues in that respect in 1 as well. It's just not the better parts of these movies.
Yeah. So yeah, while all this is happening with their space thing, obviously Drax, Nebula, and Mantis got captured, and
oh no.
They get yeeted into the pit. And
I almost forgot about this whole angle, this whole thread.
Yeah, at some point, the evolutionary is like, open the pit. And it's like, no, but then our bargaining is gone. But he doesn't care. He just opens it. And then we have 3 of these obelisks. If you might remember, those are the things they fight in the beginning of Guardians 2.
Yes, the battery eaters.
The battery eaters, exactly.
Things that spew rainbows for some reason.
And there's 3 of them. And they're like, oh no, that's really bad.
That's a lot of teeth. They better be careful.
That's a lot of teeth. And Man is like, no, they just eat batteries, not people. And it's like, it's all good. And then she tames them pretty easily. Well, she touches one of them, but she starts with just talking to them a little bit. It's like, oh, it's all good, it's all fine. And then, she tames them, and they ride them out to meet the other people in the hangar. That's basically it. I don't really have a lot to say about that scene. It just happened.
I don't hate it. It's just it's too easy. It feels too easy, as far as I'm concerned.
When I saw them,
the end result is fine.
And they showed Drax, I was like, he's gonna jump into one of their mouths again, isn't he? They gotta do it, right? I was like, no, he doesn't. It's like, okay.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea that like these things are like the one we saw in the first one is more defensively aggressive than anything, you know. And
exactly.
That she has the powers to do this sort of thing. I don't hate that, but it was like, oh my gosh, it sure looks like they're in horrible danger. What are they gonna do? Oh, they're out of it really quickly. Okay, we needed
more of a process before getting there.
Cheap. We could have fixed that a bit.
Yeah.
It was better than the whole shit they did with the Rancor in Boba Fett, but
deeply emotional creatures. How dare you?
There's some similarities there. I think it's better here though.
Yeah.
Metal says Drax as Drax. It doesn't even make a difference to me. America better brutal. I don't know.
It does sound the same the way you say it.
Yeah. See.
Yeah.
So obviously, Quill's like, okay, we gotta go grab the other ones, and then they just crash through the door with the obelisks, and Yeah.
I like this part because he's like, all right, here's the plan. Here's what we're gonna do. Like he's saying something about like we're gonna split up. You're gonna find these, these three. We're gonna go do this. They come crashing through the wall. It's like, okay, new plan. We're all gonna go do this. So I don't remember exactly how he phrases it, but I like the way that moment played out.
Yeah.
It was funny.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, new plan. We're gonna get the hell out of here.
yeah. That's good. I like it.
Yeah. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. By the way, I meant to mention that. So after they crash, there's just no sight of any of those mutated monsters anymore. Nobody follows them into that hangar from the outside. They're just gone, and they've never been. You will never see them again.
No.
You see a couple of them die on nowhere, where Kraglin...
You see like maybe a dozen or so die on nowhere, and you see less than that be killed by our heroes in their spaceships, but hundreds minimum.
Yeah,
it's went out in a giant swarm. Where did they go?
Yeah,
who knows?
That's for you to
They're
figure out.
living
Because
on nowhere now. They became citizens.
It's so easy. It's just like
they wanted the visual of the giant swarm, but they didn't want the consequences.
Of the giant swarm. Yeah.
And I feel like it wouldn't have really, taken away from it too much if you didn't show quite as many. But
yep.
Oh well. He wanted the spectacle. That's clear.
Oh yeah. By the way, they crash. So Quill and Gamora's ship, they crash it really hard and kind of with gravity get Warlock to crash with it somehow. I don't remember the mechanics of it, but it works kind of. Trust me. And it's like, oh, what do you do now? And it's like, oh, self-destruct. So they just blow up Warlock. So he's out for now. He's basically out until the end, until we need someone to save Peter.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, Kraglin is now has to fight with the whistle stick, and he gets a flashback to Yondo that I don't think make any sense to him, because he remembers you need to use your heart, boy, which is a thing that was said to Quill, not to Kraglin. So he might have overheard that, and then he remembered that.
Remind me when did Yondu, when and where did Yondu say that to Quill?
It's right before he gets basically impaled in Guardians 2 by the soul crushing thingy. Because Quill's trying to figure out how to use the powers he has against his dad.
Mm-hmm.
I think at some point, wait, maybe does he says it twice in that movie, so I don't really remember. He says it once to someone else in the ship when he just kills all of his mutiny people in the ship, where he says, "Oh, you think I use my brain? I use my heart with this."
Remembering that.
Yeah, I think
I can believe this is something he's said quite a bit because they've been friends for a long time.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think the line is the exact line he said to Quill. It's not like in a different tone. I'm pretty sure it's
like the exact line.
I'm pretty sure it's almost it might be the exact same line. It sounded very, very familiar because I just watched the second one.
Maybe. I don't have a huge problem with it because I know they were very close. That like he might have said something like that before, and this is all kind of in his head anyway. But
yeah, no. But the thing is, he says it like as like advice for something, but I don't know what he would say that to him for, because it was very specific to Quill being told, "Hey, use your heart if you want to use that power, not your brain."
Yeah.
So you kind of have to make something up that would work for Kraglin, maybe.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It doesn't bother me all that much. It what it reminds me of is it reminds me of like Obi-Wan in the
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
That's sort of the vibe they're going for. I can believe he would like that he would have that thought to himself, that he would see him and remember something he used to say quite a bit to like motivate him and to like give him that little push he needs. I get what you're saying though. It's especially because they're calling back to a line he said to Quill. It doesn't make it doesn't make as much sense that they would say it to Kraglin.
Well,
Use the arrow, Kraglin.
The sacred text.
I like the payoff of him like being able to successfly do it when like trusting his gut and all that sort of stuff like that. It gives him a little something when there's not a lot for him to do in the movie.
Did Yondu speak in this movie? He does say that one line, but I'm pretty sure it's just ripped from the other movie.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they just got an alternate take from the other movie.
Yeah, or an alternate take.
Yeah.
So yeah, he just starts cleaning house, just fucks up all kinds of things. But we have the one hawk-like thingy from earlier. And he's going there, and then Cosmo appears, and he's like, "Huh, a dog?" And then you see like stone debris going up, and Craig's like, "Yeah, he's a good, because it's a good dog." He's like, "Yay!" And then
he
Cosmo
slams the two concrete walls
crushes
together.
the fucker.
Yeah, it's fun. Good stuff. It's simple. It's
a fun
on the
little
nose,
payoff.
but I like it. It's a good time.
Yeah, then
That's the fun kind of predictable where it's like totally like 1000% obvious where they're going with
he's definitely
Then
gonna tell her it's gonna be a good dog at the end. It's gonna happen.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen at a fun climactic moment, and then it does, and you're like, yeah, that's exactly what I hoped it would be.
Yeah,
good job.
And we go back to the bridge of the big ship of the Evolutionary, and the one lady in there is like, "Bruh, we're like exploding, and we've been boarded. We should probably just fuck off. It's too dangerous." And it's like, "No,
says, no,
go get Rocket Man. We need him. This is all that matters now." And then they do the mutiny. Well, they try.
They try. Yeah.
And he's
There
like,
was an
You
attack.
will try. Then he does his force repulse.
he just fucking annihilates everyone in the room and the bridge. So
With ease, like it's nothing.
yeah, it just all gets very bright, and then they disintegrate.
He's a little too OP.
He's
think.
very OP, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't get to use it.
I would much prefer it if he was just a guy that had some good weaponry.
Yeah. So yeah, that's that for the bridge people. They're Donzo.
That's fine. We didn't know shit about them anyway. The most character they get is this mutiny. I'm like, oh, okay. They're not just, henchmen that are going to follow blindly whatever the leader wants. They have some thoughts of their own. That's cool. Oh, they're all dead.
Yeah. It's like, oh, you actually don't want to die. You just want to get out of here.
I thought the mutiny was a good choice.
Yeah.
I don't like how OP he is, but I like the idea that they're like, you know what? I don't know if we want to follow you down this road anymore, man.
Yep. No matter how evil you are, for the most, you probably want to
die.
No matter how evil you are, you probably want to survive.
Exactly. It's like they can follow him down the road of all the stuff he's doing, because I can understand how someone could justify like, oh, you create things and then you destroy them like they're prototypes and stuff like that, and like not having as much qualms with it. But then they're like, oh fuck, we're gonna die here because you're a crazy person who's obsessed with this one fucking raccoon. So
yeah, well, the thing about the nuking of the planets is that they weren't on the planets when they were getting nuked. This is quite different for their survival here.
Oh, for sure.
Let's see. We're in the end game now, if you will. See what I did there?
Haha.
Like, clever. But yeah, after Nebula and Drax, and Mantis, right, the oldest, and obviously, as I already said, Quill's like, well, we gotta get out of here. But they're like, nope, there's children on here. We need to save them. And they start to have a little bit of argument, and Rocket just looks at it just like, nah, I'm done running. And then Beastie Boys, No Sleep Till Brooklyn plays, and it's fucking awesome.
Yeah, and then they walk in a badass, like 48 frames a second slow-mo line, the fire in the background. It's hip and fun.
Yeah, like because everyone just turns and just follows him. And only Gamora's like, oh, fucking whatever. I just want to get out of here. This sucks.
I like her like reluctance. It's fun. It's like, okay, I guess we're all. It reminded me of the scene when in the first one when Rocket's like, okay, yeah, we're all standing up now, like a bunch of assholes.
Yeah.
It felt like that.
So yeah, they make their way to the to that corridor, and we get the big corridor fighting scene, and I think it's really fun. I like it.
It is really fun. There's
Yeah.
a lot happening, and I've only seen it once. So.
I've seen it twice now, but honestly, I didn't have the time to go through it with a
Yeah, I'll
comb.
leave that to someone else. At least, you know, on a casual watch, it's a really fun, cool
with
sequence. There's cool music. It's badass. It feels very comic booky in the best way. Good
Gets
time.
the blood pumping.
Yeah.
So yeah, as someone in the chat said, you could follow the action as well, even though so much was happening. That was kind of neat.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a oneer, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, one are done right because they didn't look, at least on the first viewing, it didn't look like everyone was waiting their turn, sort of thing, which can happen with these oneers a lot of the time.
Yeah, I think part of why, it's very impressive technically, especially with the coordination between live action people and CGI characters. But I think part of what's nice about having a decent amount of CGI characters in a shot like this is that you can make sure people aren't just waiting their turn to do their thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you can shoot a lot of separate elements and then move the camera afterwards if needed. Like you can cheat a lot in the best way possible.
Yeah,
it was cool. Like the moment that sticks in my head most viscerally from that is like Rocket flying through the air. He's kind of going right to left, like spitting through the air. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but I think the most visual, the one that's gonna stick for me forever is Nebula just getting fucking decked in the face, and her head just goes back, goes like, and she just still stands there and just keeps shooting. It's like, that's disgusting, but also kind of cool.
And amidst all this stuff, there's some fun stuff with a Quill once again.
Oh yeah, he has like those
spinning around and shooting people. It's just cool. I just really like his character, and I like that he gets badass moments in this. You know.
Yeah, where he puts like the electro thingies on them, one of them right on the ass, throws the other one.
Yeah, it's some fun stuff.
Yeah, they have like little team ups here and there. And Gamora cuts one of the big boys in half, which makes you think, why did you struggle against the pig lady so much?
Good question.
Reasons.
I think people in chat have pointed it out as well. Like, why did you struggle so much? I guess you get surprised once, and then it just fucks off, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah. Let me see. What happens next? Oh, they just kind of start running to get the children, and they split up into two teams, Rocket and Nebula and the rest. With Rocket and Nebula, basically it's like, you go to the bridge, we need to get this close to nowhere so we can get the children out of here. And the other ones basically just go to help the children.
I think they say save as many higher life forms as possible.
Right. Yeah, because Quill goes then alone to the hangar so he can make sure he can get rid of the shield and they can get through.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest just go grab the children to... Oh, that sounds wrong when you say it like that. They save the children.
You know, it reminds me of when Chef's final appearance on South Park.
Super Adventure Club.
God, that's a hell of an episode.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Nebula and Rocket arrive at the bridge and see it's... there's no bridge. But
it got blown up.
But it's fine. Nebula has her little flumpy hand powers, so she's like, I got it. You go help them Childrenheimers. It's like, all right, I got you. So she kind of locks into the thing, and they put it together. They get some of the Childheimers, and just make sure they're as close together as they can. So it's basically the right eye and the hangar. They just kind of squish it together while the big ship just keeps exploding more and more.
Yeah, and then I don't know if you said this already, but Cosmo the dog is using the telekinetic powers to try and hold them in place. So people can safely jump between them. And
Exactly.
it's taking quite a bit of effort to do so.
It does, because it's a very, very big power stuff you need to do.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, they get the children over there, no problemo. For the most part. Yeah, and Kraglin does his stuff on the bridge of the head. Nebula does her thing. She locks it up because things are just starting to explode in the bridge. She just locks it up and goes down. And they realize, hey, where's Rocket? And he's like, I don't know, just around here. And then we get another amazing Rocket scene.
Yes. An
Because
amazing rocket scene.
his scenes are all pretty great.
Oh yeah.
Because he just has like a couple of more stray children. He leads in the right direction so they can get saved. And then he looks down the corridor and sees the place he has been held for so long, the cage and stuff.
With all the animals.
Yeah, it's like basically the animal shelter of this place. And he finds a little cage with lots and lots of baby raccoons in there. Non-altered,
Yeah.
just straight up normal raccoons. And he
Oh yeah. And
he gets out his
something worth.
old,
Oh sorry.
he gets out his old pass card, opens the cage, and they all just kind of go back and they look at his big old raccoon face. And it's I guess it's just like a little of a difference. We start with the hand, and now he's coming in with his face to save them.
Yeah. And there's an additional layer on top of that because from movie one, people are calling, Quill's calling him a raccoon, and then other people call him a raccoon. He's like, I'm not a fucking raccoon.
Not a
Why do
raccoon.
people keep calling?
There's
And
a
then
whole
what
bunch
does he
of-
discover?
Yeah, go ahead.
That he is, we pan over
Yeah.
and we see.
Oh, I thought you were going to
Raccoon.
say it.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you were prompting me to do it.
Yeah, that's it's early
A little
/late.
sign
So that's
that
cool.
says that they are definitely raccoons from
Yeah.
Earth. And I think
Yeah.
this is sort of what we teased earlier in terms of how you can take something that perhaps on the surface is kind of goofy, like, oh, talking raccoon, his name is Rocket Raccoon.
Hmm.
You have some fun with, like, because there's a whole bunch of aliens around him, and Quill's like, oh, he's a raccoon. He's like, I'm not a raccoon, and people call him a rodent. People call him a skunk. People call him all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, squirrel,
He doesn't-
hedgehog.
Like, he doesn't really know what he is.
Yeah.
And there's kind of like an unwillingness to accept the full comic book name and to have like fun with it. But then finally at the end, it's kind of like a fun little meta payoff where he's like, no, I am a raccoon. I'm Rocket Raccoon. It's like, yeah, that's his name. Woo! I mean,
Yeah.
I'm phrasing it like it's cheap, but it's not. There's something really satisfying about it.
Yeah, exactly. Especially because he says it in response to the High Evolutionary calling him his code name. It's just like, actually, my name is Rocket Raccoon, and then he gets shot in the face, and it's great.
No, on the chest, you idiot.
On the chest. Sorry, his face gets. We'll get to that.
We're almost there. We're nearing the end. We almost got it, which is fine because I'm getting pretty tired. So yeah, the Pan he
and
gets.
I am all the raccoons.
And I grew up surrounded by raccoons. God, it's getting to that phase in the stream where it's just absolute chaos.
We're almost there.
So yeah, he just grabs all the raccoons, just basically puts them all on his body, trying to save them, and then he starts looking around, realizes, fuck, there's so many animals here. I probably should save them all somehow. But before he can even do anything, we see the evolutionary come. It's like, you goddamn, I'm sick of this motherfucking raccoon on my motherfucking ship. I wish he would have
Samuel
said that.
Jackson shows up. Yeah.
Just changes the actor. So yeah, he just starts.
Fight, right?
He just
Did
starts.
they say anything super important here, or did they just start fighting? I can't remember.
I mean, he just starts yeeting him around with his gravitational powers and calls him an abomination and a stepping stone again. And it's like, your name is 89P13. And then we already loaded it way early, but now we shoot the gravitational boot gun, because that gets him out of that gravitational field onto the ground, because it goes down.
And as someone pointed out earlier, the reason it didn't occur to me earlier, but maybe the reason I'm not justifying it necessarily mechanically, but I think maybe the reason they switched it from telekinesis to gravity is his main adversary is someone called Rocket, and Rockets defy gravity, and then he put the gravity boots on and he defies gravity. They're probably doing something thematic there, I imagine, if they were to justify it.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And
Yeah.
he does that. He gets his gun out, and as Meme already said, my name is Rocket Raccoon. Is here. Bam. And with that, he's stun locked, because he does that. He gets up, he gets shot again, and then boom, the other Guardians are here. Groot grabs him, yeets him around. He gets
That
shot
was really fun.
He gets shot by. He just gets fucking flung around. He just doesn't even hit the
great.
floor. It's just like bam, bam.
It's a great moment because there's different ways of handling this sort of scene. You could have it be entirely Rocket's doing, like he bests them all in his own. But you've also established that he's pretty OP, so that like he all his friends come in to help save the day, and together they take him down. Is pretty satisfying. I liked it. Really fits with the general theme of all three movies, which is it sure is nice to have friends.
Yeah, and actually something I just want to
explicitly in this movie.
Yeah, and I think something I just occurs to me right now with the whole naming of Rocket Raccoon, because obviously, it's completing the comic book reference in a very satisfying way, but it's also thematically it is, because Rocket is, he was a character who was literally torn apart and put back together, and so now with his name being complete, thematically, this is him, coming back together, seeing completion, putting in what was once missing, and becoming whole again. And I think that's quite satisfying from that perspective as well.
Yeah.
Good
stuff. How do we? So he's incapacitated on the ground, and then
the last thing that happens is Gamora stabs him. That's the last pain station he arrives at.
And then he like collapses on the ground, and they.
Well, she gets rid of his mask because she sees there's like a little flap that got loose.
And she pulls his face off.
Pulls off, and
like, ooh.
While she pulls it off, he falls over, and you even see like a little streak of goop. It's kind of gross. Of course it is.
Yeah.
And then you see his face, and it's like all fucked up, and that was Rocket's doing when he escaped.
Very graphic.
I
love it.
Oh wait.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. So in the flashback sequences, is it a mask in those scenes?
In the flashbacks, it doesn't look like that. He has his normal face.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. Yeah, that's cool.
Because in the past, present, he has like the little face connectors everywhere, and in the flashbacks, he just has a face.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah,
that's hip. I like it.
And
then I forget. Do you know exactly what the High Evolutionary says while he's on the ground here?
Because he just says, all I wanted to do is make things perfect. And Rocket says, you don't want things to be perfect. You just didn't like how the things were currently.
Yeah, like you don't want things to be perfect. You just hate the way things are. It's like, that's good. I really like that. That
was my favorite line of the trailer. Still my favorite line now.
Yeah, it feels... I don't know. There's something really... what's the word? There's something very true about that in terms of describing people with like very sort of totalitarian utopian visions of things, that
especially when it's their specific version of perfection. Like,
and it's like you don't actually want things to be perfect, you just hate the way things are. It's like that feels very true. That's a good line. I think it's very appropriate, very fitting.
Yeah, and then Drax it's like, kill him. And he says, no, why? because I'm a guardian of the galaxy, but then they just let him lie there so he explodes with the ship, so they kill him anyway. So
Yeah, I don't that wasn't super satisfying.
pretty
for me.
useless to make that
Yeah.
a thing. Well, I'm a freaking
Yeah.
guardian of the galaxy, so just let him lie here. The ship is gonna explode.
Also, I don't
Batman's
know-
justice.
I don't know why he is like the new rule is that the Guardians of the Galaxy don't kill their enemies. It's like, yeah, they do. What
Yeah.
movies have you been watching?
And even Quill in when he's facing off against the High Evolutionary on Counter Earth, he's going like, "I'm gonna kill every single one of you in here." And,
Yeah,
and then he proceeds to kill every single one of them.
sure does.
You know what? I think here's how I'd fix that because I don't really like it the way it is. I feel like what you could do is Rocket doesn't do it himself because he can't bring himself to, and then someone like Drax does it for him.
Mm-hmm.
Because you got to kill this guy. I'm sorry. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it doesn't make any sense to kill all these enemy combatants and stuff and then just not it's a really tired trope at this point that they'll kill all the henchmen but they won't kill the main bad guy. Happens all the time in these things. And I can understand emotionally why Rocket maybe is conflicted about killing him, but I like the idea that someone like Drax does it for him. That would be more satisfying to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can see that. And they save all the animals.
Yeah, they
Yeah, they save all the animals.
do
Yay.
the save the animals ending from Metroid. So yeah, he's like, oh no, we got all the children out already. It's like, no, the other ones, there's like all these animals. And it's like, all right. And then they cause a stampede and it's just make them all run into nowhere.
Did anyone else get anxiety when he was barely holding on to all the baby raccoons, and it was like, oh my god, don't drop them for the love of God!
Don't
They're gonna
drop
get
them.
squished.
Yeah, they're so fragile. So yeah, they all get over there. They jump all over, but Quill, he's too slow because his fucking Zune fell out, so he has to go grab it. And then he doesn't make the jump, so he has to make a little other thingy and grab a.
All of that was so stupid.
Did he
There's so
grab
much-
like
Only he had a helmet and rocket boot
You don't even let to get.
or a bubble shield.
Like we
Or
doesn't even let me get to the point where things happen. Just like fucking idiot,
Yeah.
fucking moron.
The whole sequence is so useless.
It
don't like it.
just doesn't need to be there. It's just
No, it really doesn't.
fucking dumb. So he grabs the thing.
Well, it accomplishes one thing.
Yeah.
One thing. You should describe what happens first.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So
Yeah.
he can't make the jump, so things explode. He falls down. He has to run through exploding parts, grab some kind of cable that I think gives him a
It's
little
like
bit
hose
of a
so
boost.
there's air comes out of it.
Yeah, like an air hose or something. And he starts getting flung from the ship to nowhere. And at that point, I'm not even sure anymore if the space that is separated even makes sense anymore, because it seems way farther than it should be. I could be wrong. I need to rewatch it, but that's just my
I
feeling.
feel like the idea is that they've drifted apart since Cosmo stopped trying to hold them
yeah,
together.
it feels like it accelerated pretty quickly, is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I need to watch back. That's just my feeling. So
We don't let this here.
he gets yeeted, if you will.
he yeets himself
Yo.
towards the ship, but then he runs into some debris floating in space that kind of kills his momentum.
Kills is
It's
good.
just
It just stops him entirely.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I don't know about the physics of that. But,
Yeah, no clue. So he
I will run the
stops,
simulation later.
and everyone is like, "Oh no! Damn it!" And he just starts freezing over. His fucking face started to bloat. It looks really disgusting. And
Yeah.
It's
and
like
in the,
he's
e-
done by that point.
even the
dude.
cinema was like, "You don't kill him off like that." I'm okay with someone dying, but not like this. That is
Yeah.
Not like
stupid
this,
as
not
fuck.
like this. Not like this.
And he's already frozen over. It's like he's done. Like, what are you gonna do? He's fucked. And like,
And then we
like-
get the Sistine Chapel.
and Groot's like, shit, he's trying to do the things, and the like does his hands longer roots, and they freeze over and break. And then Adam Warlock to the rescue and grabs him. And they do the fucking Adam and God picture, but Adam is God and Peter is Adam. And it's really weird. I guess it's just a meme. It's really awkward.
It doesn't make any symbolic sense.
No.
It's just there to be like, oh, look at that. It's like the Sistine Chapel. You remember the Sistine Chapel, don't you?
Yeah.
It's Adam and Steve.
Adam and Steve.
Yeah, that whole sequence is stupid. But as many in the chat have already pointed out, all it really accomplishes, other than a sort of fake out, oh, what about Quinn? Is he going to be okay? Is that Adam gets to redeem himself.
Yeah.
Which is like, okay, I guess.
Hooray.
So I thought it was going to be Gamora that saved him because I thought they were going to do like a reverse of what.
That's
they
what I
did
thought
in
too.
Guardians.
Yeah. Like she was the only one smart enough to grab one of those helmets and rocket boots.
Yes.
God, did I call him Quinn again? God damn it.
God damn it. Gamora!
It's an easy thing to do. It's an easy thing to do. So yeah, he gets saved. They put him on there. It's like, oh god, you're fine. He's like, did I look cool? With an all fucked up face.
Which was kind of funny because they've done the did that look cool? Did I look cool thing a few times, and this is like probably the third time they did that, and it's like very funny. But the whole sequence was kind of stupid. I'm sorry.
We didn't need it, or at least we really didn't need it in this way. If you needed to do some death-defying stunt, like you don't do it this way. If you're gonna do it,
yeah. Yeah, I'm still confused about Adam being in this movie at all. I think
really, it felt like a mandate.
Yeah, they like introduced him in the after credit scenes, like, oh shit, now we gotta have him, I guess. And then they made him this weird childlike guy that's just kind of comic relief, and then he redeems himself at the end.
I mean, there's some fun stuff with him, and I like that they tried to give him something to do with like saving him at the end, and everyone deserves a second chance, yada yada. I like his like stuff with that weird little alien dog. It's funny where his mom's like kill that thing. He's like, no, it's cute. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
No, Mom.
There's some fun moments, but overall, he just feels kind of disconnected from everything.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. It's like you can get rid of him and his mother completely, and I think nothing would change.
Not much, for sure.
You don't have the scene with the Evolution Man, of course. But you can just do it where you're just like, oh, I know where they go, and just make something there. I don't know. It's I don't know.
It's not like there's no value to him in the story, but it's not enough in many respects to make me feel like you needed him. He didn't feel he definitely wasn't necessary.
Yeah. Because I thought he was gonna be the main big bad, but then he's just kind of fucking around, being a child. But now he's in the new Guardians team, as we learn, which probably doesn't mean anything because we might probably never going to see that team. Maybe, I don't know. Depends how desperate
we'll see
Marvel
them.
gets.
They're just going to be really bad now.
They'll try it at some point, but I prefer this as a total ending to them.
But yeah, they're doing the thing. Everyone is having a good time. Let's see. Where was I? Adam and God picture. We already had that.
Adam and Steve.
But yeah,
now a mandate.
That's basically it. We saved all the children and animals. We killed the bad guy. Oh, we didn't kill the bad guy. Sorry, we pretended like we didn't. And then just kind of hang out. We see that Gamora understands Groot now. Oh wait, they have like a big hug after, and Adam just kind of joins in because he doesn't know what to do.
Yeah.
And then we cut back to a little bit later. Gamora's just standing there. Groot is talking to her, and she understands. It's like, oh, I know what you said right now. It's like, yeah, it was good working with you as well. And she just goes to has a goodbye with Quill and Nebula, and she says, "Hey, I'm still not the one you want me to be. You know that, right?" And he's like, "Yeah, that's fine, because who you are ain't so bad, he says. It was kind of nice.
Yeah. And then when, and then she, gives him a little bit of a payoff. Not that way. By going, I can believe that we were fun.
Yeah, I bet we were
we were
fun.
fun.
And he says, you wouldn't believe. I was like, yeah. But yeah,
I'm glad they didn't try to like force them together at the end.
Yeah, it was all about moving on, so it would have really contradicted.
Yeah, it would have been very cheap. I got a little worried when the scene started, but they handled it well.
She stops and is like, "Oh, don't do it. But no, she just says like, "I bet we were fun." It's like, yeah, like you wouldn't believe. And she just then she says goodbye to her sister with the thing. That's the only thing. They don't even say a word. It's just all they do. And then she leaves and goes back to her Ravager place, which is nice. Yeah, pretty happy they make her her own character because she's a different character.
And they give her, it's not right away, but like a scene or so later, they'll show her like happily reuniting with her Ravager family, and it's like, oh, that's nice.
Yeah. That's a Jim Bro nod. It's like, yeah, he says, well, I think I have to talk to everyone, and basically it goes. It starts with Rock is like, well, you're just gonna leave? It's like, well, I need to go back to Earth, see if my Gramps is still around. I've been running away my whole life, so I gotta have to face this now. So I need some time off, basically. Manta says as well, it's like, well, I'm gonna leave as well. I'm gonna do my own thing because since I've been alive, I've been doing Egos things. And now I've been doing Guardian stuff this whole time, and now just kind of want to explore the world, do my own thing.
Now that I have my battery eaters to ride on.
Yeah.
That one was a little bit more thin than Quill's, but it's like, okay, she wants to do her own thing.
Yeah.
I don't really know what that means exactly, but I hope you have a good time.
yeah, I guess. Nevertheless says like, oh, I'm gonna stay at nowhere. I'm gonna try to lead the city and make a home that I never had, which is kind of nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then Rock's like, well, what? That's it? The group is over? And Peter says, no, the galaxy still needs its guardians, and you will be a better leader than I ever was. And he, just gives him the reins to the guardians. He's the captain now.
I like that.
Yeah, and they all give him the Ravager salute, which is nice.
Yeah.
And then
this was a really nice.
And then
I like this ending a lot.
And then Groot says, "I love you guys." I was like, "Aw."
And then I cried again.
You forgot one little tiny detail there is, or maybe I didn't hear you say it.
Drax. It's like, I'm gonna.
Drax wants to go with Mantis, and Mantis like, no, you need to stay here. Nebula's like, no, you need to. I think. Oh, the way she says it's really good. Do you have the line?
Oh, it's like today I saw for who you are, Drax. It's like you're not born to be a destroyer. You were born to be a dad.
I like
Drax
that.
the dad.
Drax the dad.
I like that a lot because if you remember, obviously from the very beginning, it was like, my family was taken by Thanos, so he wants revenge, and she's like, family is really important to him, and so that it can give him the possibility of that in the future is really nice. Good stuff. I wish they didn't call him stupid and erase his memories. Otherwise, I really like that ending.
Yeah, because the Destroyer was born out of the death of fatherhood, so this is kind of where he belongs.
Yeah.
So let's talk about that Groot line for a second, because I'm seeing some criticisms of it in the chat. That he says, "I love you guys." What do you make of that?
Not a fan, but I don't know, I didn't mind it. I thought it was kind of neat. I mean, I don't really have anything to go by.
Well, I mean, I just feel like the idea very clearly is that like we've spent enough time with him that we're like the other characters and we can understand him now, right? Like that's the idea.
Definitely be interpreted that way for sure.
And it's set up, I think, by the fact that Gamora has this moment where she can finally understand him at the end. Right? Gamora, like before this scene, he says something to Gamora and she's like, she responds as if she understood him and then is surprised herself to have understood him. and it's like, ah, okay, she spent enough time with him that she can understand him now.
Mhm.
And then we get that little moment ourselves for the audience at the end. I actually really liked it. It was a little, the first time I heard it, I'm like, whoa, that's not right. That's not what he says. But then I'm like, oh, I get what they're going for. I thought it was cool.
I didn't even think about that at all, to be honest. I was just like, oh, that's
Yeah.
neat.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the idea is that
Yeah.
like, what he actually said was that I am Groot, and that we're finally understanding him the way all the characters do.
Yeah, that would be a good way to do it, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And I saw it also as an extension of the We Are Groot payoff at the end of Guardians 1, where it's like, it's a huge deal if he can say anything else but that, because that's, it's representative of the family bonds, and how, something that is extraordinarily easy for us is extraordinarily difficult for him, but he's been pushed in a direction where he can verbalize other things under certain circumstances. So that was also...
do you think that he actually, the sounds he actually made was I love you guys, or do you think like it was like a
well, I'm actually starting to side with your interpretation. Initially I didn't get that, but now that now that you're pointing it out, I think I'm siding with your interpretation more.
That's how it felt to me. I mean, obviously I could be wrong. Another thing I want to respond to in the chat was someone who said they didn't think the payoff excuse me, the payoff for Drax being a good dad was well earned, and I very much disagree. Like, I mean, because what do you say? There's only one instance in which he was displayed as a father figure in the movie, and it's like, yeah, but it was, well, it's one sequence. It's not just one scene where he's like talking to the kids and he's goofing around with them. Like, I don't know how much more you really need, especially if you know that he had a child himself. He mentions it quite a bit, and it was taken from him. So clearly, family is something that's important to him. I feel like that was perfectly well earned. But he's also the only one that speaks the language of these kids that are now just like lost in the world and have nothing really, and need to make a new.
Same way he was lost in the world after losing his kids.
I think it's good. I think it works.
Yeah.
What's left? We're almost there.
Oh, it's just everyone is now dancing and happy. That's basically we get to dance off. Even Drax is dancing, who thinks it's stupid.
Yeah, that was fun.
That is his true arc.
Yeah, he likes to dance.
This is Footloose.
And we also we also see Quill checking out if his Grams is still around, and he is.
That was good. So if you forget that Endgame ruined the fact that he's already been to Earth, if you ignore that
right.
and just go with only James Gunn's contribution to this character, I think this is a really strong ending with the grandpa. I think it's good.
Yeah,
I like that he happened to be still alive, and his grandpa, the actor, plays it really well too. You can really see it on his face, very well executed.
Now, someone give this guy a fucking iPod already. Jesus Christ.
Just gonna lose his shit if he realizes Spotify exists. Like, I could have all the music? What?
This is the one payoff we never got, is Star-Lord meeting Spotify. I think they would have gotten married and had children. It would have been amazing. The world wouldn't have been ready, though.
I will say, as much as I enjoyed some of the songs in this movie, and the Zune joke at the end of 2 is like pretty funny. I think it's all the music is more powerful when it's tapes made by his mom, and so some of these musical choices don't have nearly the same emotional heft that they did before. Because at the beginning, at the end of the first movie, when he finally gets that second tape in the present that he never opened, and it's Ain't No Mountain High Enough, it's like so fucking good. And now it's like he's getting music from like the 90s and the 2000s that was from, like, he wasn't even on Earth at the time, so there isn't the same nostalgic value, there isn't the same connection to his mom. He has more music to choose from, so each song isn't as precious. I think it's not nearly as strong as it could have been.
Yeah, there's probably a way they could have introduced the songs in a thematic way. I don't know, Gamora left a playlist behind or something. I don't know. There might have been a repeat, but maybe it would be a good repeat. I don't know. But there's something you could have done to get the songs there in a meaningful way.
Because what they did is fine. You know, I think some of the songs and the way they play in scenes works really well. You know, he gets this Zune from the Ravagers that has more songs from after he left Earth, you know. So we get more songs from the 90s and we get some from the 2000s, all that sort of fun stuff. But it just doesn't have that emotional connection to his mom anymore. So it's just not like I can totally believe that he likes a lot of these songs and that, you know, we get little moments like where Gamora comes onto the ship, she presses a button and the music starts playing, that he just listens to music constantly. Like, that all works. He's a music lover. But we lose the connection to his mom when we get all these songs from after he left Earth.
Right.
It would have almost been funny if he was critical of the songs made after a certain date, and that kind of represents his connection to the past.
That's good. I like that. That would have been nice. I mean, yeah, you'd have to pick a couple of songs to dump on, which I don't know if they'd want to do. But, you know, I think that would be good if he prefers like 70s, 60s, even some like early 80s, like soul stuff like that. You know, because a lot of the the first movie is a lot of like funk and soul music. It's really good.
Yeah, and then finally it could. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Because I like that idea that there are songs he dumps on, and then like maybe part of the arc, you know, and it represents his, you know, the acceptance of moving on and stuff, is that he finally finds some music that's more modern that he actually likes by the end.
Like if he was
cool.
like, so if Rocket is listening to Creep, and he's like, oh, this fucking song, you're always playing this song, this song sucks, you know, that could be kind of funny, you know.
Yeah, something like that,
because it's meaningful to Rocket for reasons that are quite obvious to his story, right? And I think that's actually a really good choice to start the movie off, him listening to that song, sort of representing his feelings of alienation and all that sort of fun stuff. But yeah, I like the idea that like he finds some song at the end that he actually really likes. He's like, you know what, actually maybe music did get better. But there's some good stuff after I left Earth.
Yeah, exactly. And then he goes back to his grandfather, and you know, you can even have one of those songs playing, you know, maybe in like a piano cover or something. You know, there's stuff you can do.
Yeah. No, you can't. Liar.
No.
Take it back.
And so they listen to, what's it called? The Dog Days Are Over. I think that's the title, by Florence and the Machine. Good song. Fun little way to end the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff. And the last shot is Rocket smiling, happy. And I'm like, yeah,
yay.
Rocket.
Yeah, and actually, speaking of music, the last song they play is the first song that was played. Oh no, wait! It was the first song that Quill plays as an adult in the first Guardians. So when he's dancing around with the mole rats and everything, that's the song they choose to end the film out on when they're going through the Zune thing.
No, it isn't. What are you talking about?
Isn't it?
Wait, no. The song they play at the very end of Volume 3 is not. It's not the same song he's listening to when he's in the cave in the first movie.
Are you sure about that?
I am positive, because the song they're playing at the end is like they even specify it's a song from the 2000s. It's Florence and the Machine. The other one is what's the matter with it? I don't remember what that song's called. It's that one.
So that was the song that he was playing in the cave, though.
They are different songs.
Are you sure about that?
I am 1,000 billion% positive.
I'm too tired to remember. I don't know.
Come and Get Your Love. That's the song. Yes. And then the other one is The Dog Days Are Over.
I'm going to double check this later.
Or you could just trust me. That's, you know,
I do trust you. It's just my brain is telling my brain is telling me double check.
Okay. You suit yourself.
Yeah.
Just remember, Cap has a gun. I was just saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
All right.
Gun to your head. Do you trust me?
Oh God. No. Wrong. No. Of course we have.
That might have been a nice detail, bringing back that song, but as is, I like it. Still like it.
Yeah. Trust but verify. Yeah. That's the way to put it.
They played Ocean Man based. Then we get a short after credit scene or mid credit scene.
I didn't stay for either of those because it was like 1 a.m. when the movie finished.
Oh well, one
What
of them
happened
is
in
the new Guardian team, which is now Cragglers.
Oh, this is where the wires are getting crossed because they play it in the mid-credit scene.
Ah, okay. I got you.
Yeah,
there
there
you
we
go.
go. Because I was thinking when the new Guardians team was together.
Yeah, it's a very tanky Groot. He's really big and tanky. One of the children apparently has powers. She's in the Guardians team. Of course,
Weird.
we got
Okay.
Warlock in there. He's on that team. Rocket, of course. I'm forgetting who else was there. Someone in chat might remember.
Wait, James, why are you calling me a coward? Am I gonna have to fight you too? What's going on?
Cosmo is in
Gonna
there.
fight
Yeah,
everyone
right.
today, Cap.
Man, yeah. They're about to stop some kind of animal stampede or something. I don't know.
Oh, because I left early. No, I don't give a shit about what they're teasing for next time. This this is the last MCU movie I intend to watch for quite a while, if ever. So, nah, I'm. This is
Until
me
we bully
hopping
you
off the
into
train.
another one.
Nope, I might actually stay strong and just be done. This is the last one I had any interest in, at least for the foreseeable future. Unless someone's like, no, trust me, fucking Blade is actually good. I'll be like, okay. I mean, if you say so, maybe I'll watch it. But
Yeah.
no, I'm done.
But yeah, that's only this. This doesn't even tease anything. It's just like, yeah, they're doing their thing now with the new group.
Basically an epilogue.
And then the after credit scene is just Quill hanging out with Grams having some cereal. They talk about some stuff, and we get the title crawl saying the legendary Star-Lord will return. And I'm
That's
scared.
a threat.
That is a threat.
Yeah. Too bad I won't be watching. This is the end for him. This is the end for all these characters for me, and I am satisfied with it.
Yeah. So I'm scared for Star-Lord. But yeah, that's that. There you go. That's the Guardians volume triple. Yeah.
The Guardians of the Galaxy 3, Volume 3, the triple, the
The
third
triple. Wumbo Lugaloo.
It has problems.
Yeah.
It has plenty of plot problems and like one significant character problem.
It's very character-driven movie that gives a lot of the enjoyment.
Oh yes, and
That
it's funny.
That teleport magician cocks it up so badly. It
Yeah.
just destroys the whole plot, basically.
I am not prepared to argue it in all the minutiae and specifics now. I still think there's a case to be made that this was better than 2. I am confident that it is not better than 1, but it might be the most.
I would need to rewatch carefully too. But
2's got some really stupid stuff. We'll just leave it there for now.
Yeah, but I don't remember 2 having like a really plot-breaking thing like the teleport guy. But yeah, I don't know. It might be a
Don't think
conversation
too
for
much about
another
what
day.
Ego wants and what he's actually trying to do and his plans and his actions. You'll have a bad time if you do.
Oh, I'm sure.
Ooh, only 5.5 hours.
But yeah, one is best boy, one is the big good.
I did really, really, really. I think subjectively, I might prefer this movie, but I really like it. I like all the character stuff quite a bit. There's a good emotional arc, especially with Rocket and everyone trying to save him. I really like how comparatively low to a lot of modern superhero movies the stakes are. They're just trying to save their friend.
Yeah,
and there's a guy who's like, his big dastardly plan is he's trying to create this weird utopia and like killing a bunch of experiments in the process. He's not trying to destroy the universe. He's not trying to destroy another planet.
Yeah.
We're just trying to save our friend, and I think that's really great. It's very emotional, very effective, a fitting. I think far from a perfect movie, but a fitting send off for these characters. And I'd recommend this movie to just about anyone who liked the other ones.
Yeah, there's still enjoyment to be had for sure.
Yeah,
A lot of laughs to be had as well.
absolutely.
I'm
And
still
the
annoyed at
problems are
all the
easier.
death baiting though, where they try to be like, look how sad this is, and then next scene is like, nah, forget it was just memeing.
Yeah, that was they could have done without that.
Someone asked me if I would describe this movie as fun with dour moments because I criticized as in the Discord about it. So his review, I didn't watch it yet, but it was called. The title was something along the lines of Guardians 3 is a miserable, dour film, and I just could not disagree more with that. There's so much fun to be had, but there's very emotional stuff. But there's very emotional stuff in the first two as well. I didn't
Yeah.
think this was meaningfully more miserable than the other two, especially as a point of criticism. I just think that's insane. It's insane to me.
Yeah. I had a lot of fun, but I also had a lot of feels.
It's
And
not
I felt like it
dour.
was a good balance.
It's like very emotional and effective. It's not a miserable movie to watch. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like it's not Snyder.
No, it's not Man of Steel. It's not a miserable slog. All right, it's got very like sad, melancholy aspects to it. But it has such a like. It's kind of bittersweet, but it's got a really nice happy ending too. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't get it. It's
the high
funny
moments
and
are
fun
emphasized
and
by the
yeah,
dark.
exactly.
Yeah,
It's good.
yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
If in some ways it felt, in some ways, not entirely, but in some ways it felt more mature than the other movies in a way that I really appreciated. Especially everything to do with Rocket's backstory. I thought that stuff was excellent.
Yeah, that shit was good. That shit was real good.
Yeah, the Guardians are very, they're in the MCU. They are, probably some of the strongest, if not the strongest of the bunch. Certainly the least damaged. The problems with this film, they're ones that are easier for me to compartmentalize. But I guess the metric for that is, how easy would it be to make like a fan edit that takes out a lot of the bad stuff. And I think I would have an easier time doing it for this one than a lot of the MCU, especially with, more editing software as it is now. Yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff that can be fixed pretty easily, and that makes it easier for me to compartmentalize. So as far as my emotional experience goes, yeah, it's still very powerful. Like the stuff we discussed here, it annoys the fuck out of me, and I ranted and raved and all of that, all the stuff that I've been known to do. But does that stuff affect how I feel about the film? Not particularly. There's again, do I wish the bad stuff wasn't there? Fuck yeah. Am I still really happy with what I got? Also, fuck yeah. I don't know where it sits with the other Guardians films, mainly because I need to rewatch 2 because I didn't get the time to do it because I'm bad with time management. But yeah, I was satisfied with the ending. It could be stronger for sure. I can understand why other people might, they might be sour towards it for sure. If those problems were more impactful for them, but for me, I'm able to compartmentalize it. So I was still quite thoroughly satisfied with it, and yeah, I'm happy for this to be my ending to the MCU. Barring some miracle where the writing suddenly shoots up again, but fucking, I'm not holding my breath.
Yep.
Well, there you
What
have
about
it.
you, Metal? Closing thoughts.
Oh, I thought I did that already.
Did you? Did I miss that?
No, maybe I'm just
black
tired.
I think you did, but do it again.
Okay, repeat. No, I still like this movie. It's very fun. I would definitely recommend giving it at least one watch. Because I didn't even notice most of the things on my first watch. I just was having a good time.
Yeah.
A lot of things you notice on the second watch through. But yeah, as I said, it's very, very character driven. The characters are really fun. They don't get annihilated in most parts, except the one thing with Mantis, which is really, really bad. Yeah, I mean, it's still fun. I think there could be a cool a for me cooler version where you go a bit darker and actually have to have some people die, I think I would enjoy that. Because I'm evil. But yeah, I enjoy it even after a second watch through. Curious what the other ones think. I might give the EFAB tomorrow a listen. Well, if I'm not streaming or anything, we'll see.
Yeah, this seems to be a divisive one.
I'm hoping I'm not the only one that liked it tomorrow. We'll see.
Well, I haven't been invited to that one, so you might be on your own, Cap.
That's all right.
But yeah, let's go through them super chats if we don't have anything else going.
Yeah,
on.
let's do it.
Go for it.
Let's see. You got 5 buckaroos from Not So Grump. Was going to play Breath of the Wild for the first time. Then I watched your streams and I've decided it looks incredibly tedious and not that fun. Thank you, Mootle. Well, you're welcome. It can be a very frustrating game. I like playing it. I think it's fun. But it has some very questionable choices in terms of gameplay loop and all that good stuff. But yeah, I'm still playing it, so I'll come and watch that when I go back to that. Man, also thanks for being a member for 6 months, Mr. Grump. Hi Meme, hi Cap, hi Mootle.
Hi.
Howdy.
Nero, thanks for the 5 Switzerland money. It's the Kapler, the Memler, and the Moodler. Not bad. Wow, very well. Let's see. 100 Jesh money. I don't know how much it is. I think $10 or something. I don't know. But yeah, Rack, thank you for that. Once again, thank you for the help today, Mootle. No problem. I'm glad you've been enjoying the flames. You got 279 Canadian from Mark the Cyborg. What a nerd. Cosmo is a good dog. That is true. Cosmo is a good dog.
True. Good dog.
Better than Cosmo, the used trooper.
Yeah. Got $5 from Mr. Taco. Disappointed to be honest. Expected better from Gun. I enjoyed it, but the writing is not good apart from Rocket and Evolutionary. Some good stuff with Nebula. Yeah, the plot is not great.
Yeah,
but
my only pushback to that would be that I'm not sure why this is significantly worse written than 2. I feel like it's not. Some people are like, you know what I mean? Like you expected better from James Gunn. It's like the plot isn't very good in the Suicide Squad either.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? In terms of the plot writing, that's like a 5 out of 10 at best.
Yeah,
you know
Suicide Squad was also very character driven, and the plot was
as far as the superhero movies, I think Guardians has the least problems, but all of them have plot problems. I don't think that's his forte at all. That's why I guess I'm not especially disappointed with the plot writing in 3 because it felt kind of par for the course for him. Being honest.
It's like we said, we need the raging autist in the room telling him about the world building and plot problems.
Yeah.
We got 5 buckaroos from Tio Loser. Seeing the Marvels trailer right before makes me realize how detached this is from the rest of the MCU sludge. Yeah, that was always an upside for Guardians, being that late with the 3rd one. It's just like, yeah, we're just doing our own thing on the other side of the universe. We're just doing our thing. I was worried they put some shenanigans in there to connect it, but no, we're fine. What that is going on. Another $5 by Mr. Taco. Also, there were several editing choices that were bizarre, and I don't like how Mantis, Peter, and Gamora were handled in several scenes. Oh, well, I guess Mantis is the one we talked about. I mean, with Peter and Gamora, I would probably think about the ones that we pointed out as well, with the suits where they have the talk and then just get comedy executed with the scene.
Yeah, that's a kind of a minor one. I'm not really sure what the criticism would be there in terms of character breaking stuff, especially for Quill. but
Mm-hmm.
who knows?
All of you need to stream more or else. Even more? Oh, man.
I've been streaming more lately. You saw me nuke America.
Oh, that sounds great.
I have not been streaming more lately.
$20 from Grand Darkfang. Thank you. I like this movie, but I agree with Mulner thinking that the film should have done more, especially with THE. Oh, the High Evolutionary. Gotcha. Can at least one or two of the cast with his admittedly frightening army powers. Yeah, I would have preferred that as well. I don't think this one, the way they did it here, is like super duper bad. Because I think a lot of people thought it's going to happen, especially the way the trailers have been presenting it, with all the people yelling and possible
Yeah.
death.
It definitely has the more serious, grave tone.
Yeah.
As far as trailers go.
Yeah. I mean, I'm on that side. I would have liked that a lot, actually. I like when they go a bit more dark mode, but I do like the happy ending. It's nice. It's nice and wholesome. No, $10 from Grand Darkfang. I also think that the High Evolutionary was set up much better than Kang was, but that's not a high bar. That's true.
No,
Speaking of,
but he easily cleared that bar.
Yeah.
Speaking of low bars, I think this will be the best Marvel property from Phase 5. Oh yeah, right. I constantly forget we're already in Phase 5. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. Started with Ant-Man. Such a strong start. Am I right?
Oh god, fucking Ant-Man. So shit.
I think it's better than No Way Home too, personally.
It might be.
Might be. I would need to fucking.
I mean, the thing
them,
is, it
to
has
be
like
honest.
the whole multiverse thing, so that always breaks shit in impossible ways.
I'll say this: I certainly liked it more, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
See.
it's because I'm it's hard for me to tell because this is fresher as well. So like, because obviously No Way Home doesn't have the new car smell anymore. So I'm waiting for that to wear off with this one before I say which one I will definitively like. I suspect it'll probably be this one though.
5 from Mr. Taco. Gun of addressing Thanos is dead, and Drax can't get revenge really bothered me. Several elements are promising and good, but feel half-baked. Yeah, that's something I've been annoyed for by, I don't know, since Endgame, or even earlier. Well, no, it has to be Endgame, because they kill him before... I'm just getting my things mixed up. No, Endgame, I'm talking about Endgame. That is never addressed, because he always wanted the revenge. He first went for the other grunt guy. I forgot his name already. Ronan, right? Yeah. And he didn't get that kill either. He got bodied by him, and he doesn't even get to try to fight Thanos at any point. And that's not even.
Thanks, Russo brothers.
That's not even.
Thanks for that.
That's true. Yeah. That's never even mentioned or picked up ever again, which is a shame because there was this whole drive at some point.
I wish he could have done some good work by acknowledging that in this movie.
Yeah, well, the
especially if we're going to redirect it, sort of like him getting the chance to have something like a family of his own again. That might be a nice way to sort of save that.
Living well is the best.
But it's never even addressed. It's never even addressed that he never got that chance.
Because there is that. You are right. It is the perfect. It is a not a bad consolation prize to kind of get back what he lost and to kind of I think you don't have to have him get revenge, but to see him let go of that need and direct it into something that is close to his original goals as a father. That there's something there that could have been more properly acknowledged.
Absolutely.
Staying hydrated. 10 marks from Grand Darkfang. I found this interpretation of Adam Warlock to be fine. I think that's since he seems to have the same powers as Captain Marvel, the two of them should have been more involved in Endgame. Wait, Warlock? I think he was still in his cocoon, I guess, when that happened. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's awkward because Adam Warlock, it was like almost, as far as I know, he was like basically the main character in Infinity War in the comics. So
Yeah, he was
just
he was like
having,
a integral part of defeating Thanos, is what I heard, right?
yeah. So it's kind of awkward that he's kind of a ship without a harbor at the moment, as far as his major storylines go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a reference how long he was in that cocoon and how long he should have stayed in there even longer. But there's a possibility he was still in that cocoon because he only now went after them. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I buy that within this film. I think what I'm more saying, and you know, it might have been awkward to shove him in at the last minute, admittedly, but you know, they can set the rules for how that cocoon works.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Another $5 on Grand Darkwing. Thank you very much. Also, last one for now. This film made Rocket one of my favorite MCU characters and my favorite Guardian of the Galaxy. I can see that. He is
Yep. He's great.
definitely outstanding
muy
in this
bueno.
one.
He was always one of my favorites of the group, but this really sealed the deal for me.
Yeah, he's great. Well, now we get the duality of super chats. Abduello with $10 here. Adam Warlock was wasted. It was he who defeated Thanos originally. Not only is this Adam not in character, but he has nothing to do story-wise. It's nonsensical introducing him now.
I think of the people who understand who he was from the comics, that's going to be the more common take.
Yeah, that's one thing I
how it
immediately thought
seems.
about because I have no idea. I've never heard of Adam Warlock before.
Yeah.
But when they portrayed him being more goofy and funny and idiotic, I was like, oh, people are not gonna like that.
Yeah, and there's room for him to grow, I think, probably into that more familiar character. But the problem is, do we trust? And there's no other writer who can even come close to
I mean,
doing
if we
that.
even
So,
do anything with that.
yeah.
That's why it's kind of
Yeah.
weird that we even did the introduction here, where we can do like a baseline. It's like Gunn maybe had to tie up the loose ends. Like, oh, we teased Adam Warlock here. We have to have him in here.
I feel like Gunn did everything in his power to close the door, but had to leave some things open because Marvel was like, absolutely not. You cannot close the door to future Guardians things. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You have to have a new team now. So it's like, fine, fuck it. He's the captain now, and he's also there, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, whatever. Please let me be done. I'm gonna go do Superman stuff now.
Yeah.
Yeah, another $5.
James, can you get a better plot guy for your Superman film, please? Thank you.
$5 on Obuelo. Rocket was supposed to have his own show. His show plus other intended movies shows were mashed together into this movie since Gunn is leaving. Damn. Guess they had some.
I think what actually happened is he intended to have he was considering doing a Groot and Rocket spin-off that would cover the origin, but instead he just kind of put them into this one.
Interesting.
$5 on Automata. Could have had a funny fix line. How are they blocking your portals? They're magic. And the response, I don't know, sufficiently advanced technology?
I get it.
Swall, you're all finally done. I'm about to go to the theater. Yeah, just doing super chats. We're almost done, though.
Yeah, we've done a traditional meme stream. We're almost at 6 hours.
Oh, damn, yeah. Well, there you go. Almost 6 hours. Keep going, you flumpy blorb. There's still super chats here. Just give me more money, and then I'll read more super chats, and then it goes longer.
Remind me, when in the beginning when you said it won't take, hopefully it won't take this amount of time. How long was it? Was it 6.5?
6 hours. Yeah.
Or did you say 6?
I think Swole said he's gonna leave in 6.5 hours, and now we're at 5:46.
But the thing is, you should have known because you asked me onto the stream, and what happens every time you ask me onto the stream? I'm looking at the runtime for that Star Trek episode.
Yeah. We got $10 by Guardian Fortress. You guys talking about this movie reminds me of Gunn's Suicide Squad movie. Tone shifting, but still having serious moments and mature like experiment scenes, aka Stario and Rocket. Thoughts? I mean, we already touched upon that just a little bit earlier. It's like that's.
I think there's definitely more plot things to juggle in this movie, and so there's more things to fuck up. But
For sure.
but I also think the character moments are stronger in this than they were in Suicide Squad. But they're comparable. It's that's what James Gunn seems to do over and over again, is have some really strong character stuff, some pretty funny jokes, and then kind of a mess of a plot. That seems to be his MO.
Yeah.
He
But yeah,
needs- he needs to
Stario
find
is,
someone who can help him with that.
supposed to be Starro. It's a typo, Heimers, but that is fine.
Yeah, there's some
Yeah.
similarities there for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
$5 from Daily Dose. Metal, if you haven't seen Sisu, you should. It's made by the studio that makes John Wick, and it's very telling what they think makes John Wick work. Oh, that doesn't sound good. I don't. That sounds like a threat. But I meant to check that out at some point. Is that out already? Because I saw a trailer and looked
Well, it is
insane.
In America.
So yeah, I'll probably check that out at some point because I have an unhealthy curiosity with people who make John Wick movies.
It's your brand.
Fuck. $5 from Andrew Valdez. I really don't like anything about this film, to be honest. Especially, don't you care about the animals and no real further development? Oh man, that's rough.
Yeah, what a bad take. No further development of the animal stuff. Really? Cool. Sure.
No, you upset the guy with the gun again. He's gonna shoot.
Yeah. And the glowy eyes. Don't piss off glowy-eyed Siskel.
I mean, it doesn't really take a lot for me to care about innocent animals being tortured and freed. I mean, it's just, I feel like that's just a good thing to do in general.
Yeah, it's I can't imagine not having inherent caring for innocent animals being experimented on and torn apart and separated from them. Yeah.
You get the vibe from some people that you're not allowed to have cute things in a movie ever, or else it's a cynical, cheap, manipulative tactic. It's like, oh, I guess nothing can ever be cute ever. I guess we can't have cute things, I guess. Sure.
Yeah. Well, it's like people who say, oh, you can't have jokes or you're trying to be like Marvel, or you can't have dark things in the same movie as your joke thing.
Yeah, but what if I have good jokes, though?
Yeah, and what if you have a good plot about cute animals?
Yeah. It's all about execution, my boy.
Oh god, I'm dying.
Well,
Quick, send
don't
money for my
die.
medical bill.
Oh,
wait,
God,
no,
you're
I'm
gonna
in
go
Germany. I have
full out if you
healthcare. Sorry, forget it.
Is that some sort of personal attack or something?
Yes.
Maybe.
$5 from James, thank you. You should watch Batman vs. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Batman Ninja back to back for ultimate whiplash. Is this random? Yes. Is one better than the other? God, yes. That sounds like a thing I'm going to do with meme.
In 11 years, I'm sure.
Yeah. One day we'll watch the more Star Trek things or whatever.
Yeah, there's a wide array of things to cover. I just got to figure out what I want to do next. I've got to figure that out. And when schedules don't line up.
$5 from Jose Gonzalez. Meme. Do you think we could get a good Hugo Strange now that the High Evolutionary was done competently? Never mind DC CU's whole chasm of issues. Lol.
Sure. Yeah, anything's possible. Depends on the writers they get, the guidance they get. DC is a big ball of unknown at the moment, so we'll see.
Oh, there you go. $5 from Tio Loser. Don't want to be an atheist, but this could just be his imagination. It's fine. You can be an atheist. I'm on board.
Yeah, I'm on board.
It's all cool. You can do whatever you want. But no. It might be his imagination. But I think
what works about that
it's open to
scene is that
interpretation. For sure.
it works both ways.
Yeah, because we also have the things like, you get to join, but not now. You have purpose. Like, here's someone talking directly to him. So yeah, it could work both ways. But yeah, 550 Canadian from Cody Mayfield. I haven't watched Guardians 3 yet, so I'll watch the re-upload. Love you, babe. That's gay. I mean, thank you.
Kiss him.
Yeah, enjoy the movie. Fireworks on that Geek Boy. This is a desperate attempt to extend the stream. But in all seriousness, enjoyed the discussion today. Enjoy your sleep metal. Well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Was much longer than I expected, but that's fine. It's fun.
Yeah.
Talking about movies is fun because I'm a big nerd.
Yeah.
As we all are. And then we got the last one right here. $5 from Obduello. This was supposed to be the start of a cosmic phase, but then gun was fired, sent Marvel spiraling out of control. Might be why there's no connections. Yeah, I can see that. I can totally see that. 11 years is 110 years. Keep talking for 7 minutes. Wait, what? What's going on?
Because 7 minutes to
It'll be
6.
6 hours.
All right. Metal. So Adam has no view on life. He's happy to just snuff out the life of someone who is talking to him. What do you think? Oh yeah, he just seems like he doesn't really have a concept of what is life and death, or values it. At least not at his point in life right now.
He's just like a
Yeah, he kind of learned
superpowered
it all at the end.
essentially.
Yeah, that's why
Yeah.
they say he's basically just a child, because he was taken out of this cocoon too early. Yeah, I see it. This someone already mentioned. It's just like, yeah, this is something you could build on and just kind of mend him into like not another being, but to be more responsible with his powers, basically.
Yeah, he's a blank slate, more or less, at the beginning, and then you can go anywhere with him.
Wait, what happened? It just occurred to me. What happens to the Sovereign?
Oh, doesn't she blow up?
No, only her, but still the whole race is around.
Oh,
Like
I assume, do they fall
They're
into
off.
chaos?
They're gonna go do whatever they want to do now.
Yeah, I guess they just do whatever they want.
They're free.
Your god is dead.
Yeah, I know the lady blows up. I'm just talking about like all of the other ones that they were trying to save. I guess they
get out
are
of
safe.
They get out a cheese grater, they start grading themselves, and then they sell the gold on the black market.
Oh, that's smart. That's smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess they just hang out. Now can do whatever they want. They're now sovereign themselves too. I don't know. They pick their own path. They sure do.
That path is into a cheese grater.
They were under threat from the High Evolutionary, so since he's off screen, that they're free. Yeah, I just wonder what they're up to. If Warlock went back, it's like, yo, motherfuckers, we're free. They're like, hooray. Where's your mother? I need to go. Bye. I'm the Guardian. Leave me alone. Got another $2 from the Geek Boy. Don't mind me extending the stream again. Damn it, you've done it again. But don't worry.
Damn you, geek boy.
We'll
you
get to the
geek,
6
geek,
hours, no problem. Because of course, thank you too for joining me. It was fun as always.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Cap, what are you up to? Tell the people where to find you.
You can find me on my YouTube channel.
Whoa.
Captital-O-Opinions. It's a mouthful, but that's the name I chose, so I got to stick with it.
Link is in the description. You don't even need to remember it.
That's great. What incredible service you have here. Mostly what I'm doing is working on some EFAP movies that will come out later this year. Stay tuned. They're going to be very funny. But also, I am working on the next devs video, which is taking longer than anticipated because we have to explain quantum mechanics, and I got to make sure I get it right.
Oh,
It's very
Remember
complicated.
when I had to explain quantum mechanics, Metal?
oh god. There was a thing that happened on another stream where Meme went into that kind of stuff.
It's very exciting stuff, isn't it? I'm hesitant to give a date for when devs will be out because I'm sure I will fail to hit it because I'm busy with these EFAP movies. But it's coming, I promise. And then Yeah, I'll be on the EFAP tomorrow talking about this very movie. So if you haven't had enough of my opinions on it, you can go check that out as well.
Yeah,
And
go
that's
do that.
what I have for you. Go away
Yeah.
now.
Link in the description. Go click it. I'll beat you up. Also, he has a gun. He's gonna shoot you.
Yep. Yep. I am American after all.
Yeah. Oh, not so grand with another $2. You're a flea metal end stream. CO4, by the way. It's all good. Thank you very much. Meme, what are you up to? You've been streaming a bunch.
Yeah, so I do a bunch of streams and right now project wise I'm editing a little series that is airing that will that is being reacted to by some fapperinos of the E variety.
Oh my god, I fap a lot.
Yeah,
And I'm also on
in your
EFAP.
E. Yeah. You fapping your E on EFAP. That's
Oh, no.
great. Yeah, that's yeah, so that's happening, and after that, I'm gonna finish off that Conroy stream because I got to 98%, and then I got this project, and it was like, well, I like money a lot, and I'm kind of need more money, so I decided to go for the one that would get me money, and after I have money, I'm gonna go for the one that will not make me that much money, but will be a cleanse of. It will be a tribute to a very great actor. So that's going to be good and stuff. And yeah, so
Well, the good
that'll
news is
happen.
he's not going anywhere. So
That's true. That's true. He's not going anywhere until I do something about. But anyway.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Let's ignore that last
That
part.
stream is going to
It's
be a
okay.
ritual to revive him.
You know, infinite Batman. Anyway, so yeah, so that's what I'm up to, and then after that, I will be probably going back to regular stream repositories and thinking about what my next next project, because I don't have much content coming out on the channel, and I want to fix that as well, and also want to look into different ways to make videos and stuff. So that'll be fun, Aroonies. Yeah, so lots of things flying around in the ether of the place that is this planet Earth on the channel called the Meme Repository. That stuff, good. Brain melting a little bit. There we go.
Well, there you go.
30 seconds.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. Well, link in the description. Go check it out. Always good times. As for me, I've been playing Zelda games. I've been preparing for the release of Tears of the Kingdom, replaying Breath of the Wild. I'm in the middle of a playthrough. That's gonna be probably my tomorrow stuff that I'm gonna do because I'm not on the EFAP. I might join in if someone drops out. I was like, hey, if you need some dirty German to fill in if someone drops out, I'm here. I watched the movie, talked about it a little bit already, so I can jump in if I want to. Yeah, so just preparing for that Tears of the Kingdom game because that's going to be another Forge. I already have people lined up for that as well to torture. So that's going to be fun stuff. And I'm already also working on a video. I have a finished script. I'm gonna go read over it again when I get some time to do that, and then I'm gonna start recording, and hopefully very soon you'll get to know what it is. So yeah, actual scripted video content from the Metalcommander.
But
Holy fuck!
Yeah, and no, it's not about John Wick. John Wick is on the backbone for now. That's gonna be after this one is done. Because the John Wick script is at like 20,000 words and I'm like halfway through the movie. That's going to be a long boy. John Wick 2 is very bad. John Wick 2 is pretty bad. So yeah, that's going on with me. And then we're just going to see what comes next. I actually don't remember what movie comes next. That's going to be interesting to talk about. I'm definitely going to go check out the Sisu movie. That sounds kind of funny. Maybe I'll do some random forges in between if I find something interesting. But yeah. Is Oppenheimer gonna come out next? Is that the next one that comes out? Damn.
I think that comes out in either June or July.
I see. I have all the things written down somewhere on my whiteboard, but my whiteboard is around the corner, so I can't see it from here.
July 21st, Oppenheimer.
July. Well, that's a a bit, so that's fine.
You got some time.
I got time. Yeah. I still have a bunch of movies I wanted to check out. I still haven't seen the Mario movie. I still need to watch The Whale. And there was another movie I want to check out as well. So yeah, there's a couple of I wanna check out. Maybe I'll do like a collective Forge with like shorter reviews of them or something. We'll see. As I said, I'm being a bit more selective with the things I cover. It was fun doing this the whole year with like random movies, but I need to get some scripted content out. I need the scripted reps in and get like a workflow going, if you will. So yeah, that's going on with me. Just slaving away in the day job and this one as well. But yeah, that's about that. There you go. Over 6 hours. We did it. High fives all around.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you guys for hanging out in chat. Thanks for the super chats, the memberships, all that good stuff. Appreciate it, and appreciate you, Cap, and me hanging out. It's good times.
Yeah,
always a fun time on the Forge's Metal.
Hell yeah. Anyway, guys, I'll catch you all soon. Goodbye.
Cream pie.
Nice. I love pie.
Yeah. I love this one.